This is BBC Scotland on 1. And now it's time for Cup Final Grandstand, introduced by Dougie Donnelly.
Hampden Park's familiar red brick facade, soon to disappear in the final phase of the stadium's £63 million redevelopment. Today, it's bathed in spring sunshine for this, the showpiece occasion of the Scottish football season, the Tennent's Scottish Cup Final between Rangers and Hearts. A crowd today of just 38,000, that's around 100,000 fewer than used to watch Cup Finals here many years ago. But the Rangers and Hearts fans, both given the identical number of tickets, incidentally, around 17,000, looking forward to the big game this afternoon, which kicks off at 3 o'clock, and we look forward to bringing you live and uninterrupted coverage of the entire match. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Hampden. This, of course, is what it's all about. The Scottish Cup itself. At the moment, the ribbons of both Rangers and Hearts are on the handles. One set, of course, will be removed later this afternoon. And I have to say, it's always a thrill for me every year on this day to touch this famous old trophy, the original, won in 1874 by Queen's Park. Also with me in our studio, our guests today, two vastly experienced Cup Final competitors, Eamon Bannon and Willie Miller, who played in no fewer than 9 Scottish Cup Finals between them. So, live coverage of the whole match coming up for you, but there's more than just a match. We'll take a look now at what we have for you over the next 5 hours or more. The Cup, of course, is not just about Hampden in the sunshine. The road to the final ran into some pretty foul weather along the way. No weather problems in the south of France, though. We'll shortly be taking in final qualifying for tomorrow's Monaco Grand Prix. And we'll also indulge in some Cup Final memories, some from longer ago than others. We'll hear from the Hearts chairman, Chris Robinson, on the massive changes which have taken place at Tynecastle over the last couple of seasons and the way ahead for his club. And from the fans who never see a game but wouldn't dream of missing one, especially a cup final. Who'll be today's key players? For Rangers, the country's player of the year will want to be at his inspirational best. We'll leave Hampden briefly to take in 2 of the day's big races at Newbury Racecourse. That's the 2 o'clock and the 2:30. And also in that final hour before kick-off, we'll talk to the 4 young Hearts stars who are looking forward to their first Cup final. Then there's the 2 managers, Rangers' Walter Smith and Jim Jeffries of Hearts. And finally, the civic head in the maroon limousine, who simply has to be at Hampden.
Lord Provost of Edinburgh, it's my civic duty to travel through to Hampden because it's an Edinburgh club that's participating in the final. But I've got to say to you that even if I wasn't the Lord Provost, I would be going through to Hampden because as someone born and brought up in Gorgie, I readily confess, a fanatical Hearts supporter, and the Hearts scarf is ready just now. I am all excited about the match on Saturday and confident that the Cup at last will be coming back to Gorgie.
So there's our plan for the afternoon. After hearing from a politician who for once is not sitting on the fence. That Grand Prix qualifying coming up very shortly. We'll take that through until 1. And then there's memory matches, Chris Robinson, those blind fans. We'll hear from Paul Gascoigne and from Gilles Rousset, of course. Highlights of the earlier rounds, those 2 races from Newbury too. We'll hear from Bomber Brown and from the managers before kick-off at around 3 o'clock. Now let's get the thoughts, or the early thoughts of Willie and of Eamon. Willie, I just get the feeling that this could be an awfully good cup final. Would you agree with that?
I think it possibly could be, yeah. I mean, we know how cup finals can affect the nerves, and Hearts have got 1 or 2 young players out there. Probably, for the Hearts' point of view, they'll be hoping that they handle the occasion. well. It's going to be difficult for the young ones, but they've got experienced ones round about them, like Bruno, who's been through it all before, and he certainly seems to be able to gel their back three with the two youngsters either side of him. So it really depends on how Hearts are going to take to the occasion. They haven't won a trophy for so long. The nerves can get to you. But I suppose from their point of view, they started off the season pretty poorly. They now find themselves in a cup final. So really, it's been a good season from them. They've got nothing to lose. So I think Rangers will handle it okay. You know, they've got the guys that have been through it all before. I'm sure they'll handle it okay. But the ingredients are there for a good cup final, and I just hope that Hearts can put up a performance that I'm sure they'll be looking for.
They are genuinely very, very confident. I mean, I was with them earlier in the week down in Durham, and they believe their name's in the cup.
Well, I don't see why they shouldn't believe that, because they have beaten Rangers twice this season. They've beaten them at Ibrox, they've beaten them at Tynecastle, and they're obviously playing with a lot of belief. The Hearts team just now have got a nice mixture of youth and experience, I think. The star for me has been the introduction of the goalkeeper, Rousset. What I've seen of Hearts, the biggest compliment I can pay him is that he reminds me of Schmeichel of Manchester United. He's so dominant in the box, and it seems to have spread throughout the team. I mean, I hope it's a good game today, and I think it will be a good game if we get a goal in the initial period, the initial half hour. The longer the game progresses, if it gets to an hour and there's no goals, the whole thing tends to get a little bit tense. So I'm hoping there's a goal, and obviously I hope that Hearts win at the end of the day.
All right, so Eamon nailing his colours to the mast earlier on. We'll hear more from Willie and Eamon in the course of the afternoon, of course. But let's talk firstly about Hearts, in fact. Huge day, of course, for the club. 40 years since they last won the Scottish Cup, and 17,000 of them making their way west for this cup final. David Nisbet has been out and about in Edinburgh this morning, where even the pubs were opening early.
They were preparing early in Edinburgh this morning for the departure to Hampden. More than 6 hours before kick-off, they were streaming in. Some like a liquid breakfast in Gorgie. Just yards from Tynecastle, the drink was flowing, but some had already had a tipple before they arrived to calm the nerves.
Had to go out last night, couldn't sit in the house. You know, just too much tension. Glass of sherry this morning when I got up, all set.
Tickets in the capital have been like the proverbial gold dust. These were the lucky ones. 40 years since a picture of the Hearts and the Scottish Cup adorned these walls, they've come from far and wide in the hope of seeing the Cup come back to Edinburgh.
I've flown in all the way from Saudi Arabia just for the day. See that, flying back tomorrow. Can't wait. Brilliant.
Carlisle, England, Berlin, 2-0 for Hearts. 2-1, Paddy. 2-0. I've got a tenner on 2-1. 2-1. And the wife left us. German lassies didn't ken that Hearts are more important than a marriage.
Dressing up is all part of the day out.
Hearts are going to win the day.
This family must have been up early to get ready. By now it was standing room only outside the pub, and for generations of Jambos, dreams of emulating the win of 1956.
I was come from Common Barracks, Inverness in 56. I was doing my national service, and we come down on the Friday night and went through at Happy Hampden. We used to call it Happy Hampden, and we got the 3 beautiful goals. We lost 1 goal on the way to the final. In the final against big stupid Hockney. Hockney scored for Silly. But we had a wonderful weekend. I think I got him on a Sunday night.
I've beat them twice before, and we're the only team with Juventus to beat them twice.
We're really happy that we're there. We're in a final. If we do get there, which I think we won't, then I mean it's still going to be a happy mood at the end of the day.
It's Heart of Midlothian's biggest day out for 10 years. Spirits as they are on Cup Final day were high, but many were realistic about the challenge Rangers present.
I don't want to be too optimistic, but we're going to go out there and we're going to enjoy ourselves, whatever the score.
This is Hearts Day, definitely. Through and through. You're talking about the atmosphere now. Wait till we get to Hampden. You'll even hear Rangers. You'll hear us.
Maybe it's better for us to be underdogs. We were dead set to go through against Airdrie for the last 2 seasons. It's not happened. So we can go in, we can just have a good laugh, enjoy ourselves out with the boys, and that's what it's all about.
H-E-A-R-T-S, Hearts, Hearts, glorious Hearts. It's gonna take us all that way. We're not gonna turn on the voice of honor, although the gates of force so we pray. This is my story.
Yes, Hearts fans, young and old in Edinburgh this morning, tempering optimism with just a little realism. Now, of course, the road to Hampden is a long one. We've been covering it extensively here on BBC Television, of course, right back from the very earliest stages. Hazel Irvine now looks back on the story of the road to Hampden, which began, of course, way back in the autumn.
Before you ever get on the road to Hampden, there's a whole series of single-track lanes to be negotiated. In September, Sportscene's cameras travelled the miles to Newton Stewart in the south and Peterhead in the north as the non-leaguers attempted to get on the Scottish Cup superhighway. Glasgow University bringing brain power as well as ball control to the early stages of the competition. But when the bell sounded for round one proper, there was an immediate knockout at Stranraer. Jim Leishman in the Livingston corner, and his team didn't pull its punches.
Again. Like Martin, far post attempt there to pick out the arm. It's back with Duffy. That's great play by Livingston. Livingston now, they're attacking very effectively. Jason Young setting this up for Graham Harvey. This should be the third. It's going to be the third. It is the third.
A 3-0 win for Livy, the reinvented third division side, rejuvenated under you-know-who. Unlike Livingston, Deveronvale is hardly a new name, but the boys from Banff themselves hadn't been familiar with that first-round cup feeling since 1961. At Albion Rovers, their fans rolled out the banner, and the team sensationally pulled out all the stops. Ian Humphreys with the upfield punt for the Highland Leaguers, Craig Stewart with the chase, and the finish. Deveronvale survived dark moments after that, thanks to a dazzling stop by Ian Grant. But his opposite number wasn't so lively at the other end when Andrew Heggie emerged from the ether to win the tie and set up a Highland derby with Keith in the next round. In the shadow of the gasworks, Glasgow University would love to have been in control against Spartans, but in the end it was thumbs up for the Edinburgh team's match winner, Matt Burns. He was just too hot to handle. Out with the old, in with the new year and the second round. Ross County's reputation as cup specialists was already well established before their visit to Ayr United. It was considerably enhanced by the time they'd left.
A touch there by Grant, and Ross County take the lead. Brian Grant got the touch. Now Ferris, is Furphy going outside him. Good running by Furphy. Well pulled back, that's troublesome. It's in again! An own goal by Sharples.
Third division champions Livingston saw rather a lot of this team, Cally Thistle, this season. But for their fans, the cup game between the two is a rather painful memory. The game, though, if not the result, was certainly worth the journey north. Just 5 minutes in, Brian Thompson set David Ross up for the first for the Inverness side. And when new signing Mike Teasdale made it 2-0, it looked as though the Newtown team was heading for a nightmare on Telford Street. But a few lines of poetry from the Bard must have done the trick. After the break, Livy were inspired. Blonde bombshell Mark Duthie dropped a surprise in on the home team. And what a surprise. Then Graham Harvey thought he'd earned at least a replay when he hammered in the second. But just when it all seemed so sweet, 60 seconds later Big Leash felt like a greet, as Alan Hercher put Cally Thistle through, the first ever cup win for the amalgamated Inverness outfit. In the Highland Derby, Minnows, Keith and Deveronvale were playing for the chance to land the big fish, Rangers. With an Ibrox spy watching in the stand, Keith captain Martin Allen began the move, which ended with a finish from Derek Nichol. It was something of a Maracana moment for the kind of Parkers, and they made sure when Neil Thompson's cross was met by Colin Maver's head. Afterwards, the celebrations went to everyone's head. But who would meet the other half of the old firm, Fraserburgh or Whitehill Welfare? John Bird set about answering that question for the East of Scotland side. From the throw-in, a short game of head tennis, and goal number 1. But it was game, set and match for Welfare when number 2 went in at the second attempt. Ian Brown's looping effort came off the bar, but Derek Steele's finish sent the entire village of Rosewell to the local hostelry to celebrate the impending arrival of the mighty Celtic.
Well, I think we've just got to accept our defeat, but we'll just go with pride and put our hearts out.
Whitehill Celtic is a dream come true.
The whole Edinburgh will be there to support us, though.
As for the highlights of the road to Hampden as we head up towards kick-off time this afternoon. Now, of course, while we're looking forward to this big game, it's hard not to have at the back of the mind the thought that in 4 weeks' time we'll be in a studio at Wembley looking forward to another huge game. That's, of course, the England-Scotland match in Euro 96. We've got a couple of tickets to give away today for that match at Wembley in our Man of the Match competition. What you have to do, of course, is to predict who will be the man of the match at Hampden this afternoon in the Tennent's Scottish Cup Final. All you have to do is predict who you think will be the outstanding player in this afternoon's Rangers Hearts Cup Final. 0891 44 77 55. The lines are open for you now. 0891 44 77 55. Who will be this afternoon's man of the match? If you get it right, then you could win yourself those 2 tickets for England-Scotland at Wembley 4 weeks from today. Now, let's leave Hampden for a while, because coming up tomorrow, one of the real highlights of the Formula 1 season, that's, of course, the Monaco Grand Prix. A Grand Prix like no other. We're going off now for live coverage of the final qualifying session. Already it's been a very eventful day. Michael Schumacher's had a shunt. We've had superb runs from Damon Hill and from David Coulthard. So let's join our team out there. Murray Walker, Jonathan Palmer and Tony Jardine.
And Schumacher goes 21.351. That's a huge chunk to take off, 0.8 of a second, and that could be absolutely crucial because there are a few drops of rain now coming down in the pit, and if that's the case, and if they do build up, the man who's going to be most concerned will surely be Damon Hill, because he's had his first run, he's back in the pits. I think he must have had some kind of a problem. He must not be quite happy with the performance, and Schumacher's gone faster again. Look at the way the back just comes out on the Ferrari. He's 3/10 up on that first sector. He's now in the middle third of the lap. The precision of driving around here is an absolute joy to behold. Drifting these cars at up to 150 miles an hour, just inches away from the barrier. The margin of error is tiny. He continues to take time off. His tyres are getting better. He's getting more grip from them as they get hotter, and he's using that grip, feeling how much more he's getting. This is 7/10 of a second up. Now, he's got the car ahead of him, but it's one of the it's Herbert in the Sauber. I think it's far enough ahead. He's going to be worrying a little bit. Has Herbert seen him? Will he get in his way? These are the thoughts that go through your mind now if you're Michael Schumacher, because he will know this lap is fantastic. He'll know that it could be this lap that takes the pole position. Seconds now to go. Previous best 121.3, 20.9.
And that is a sensational lap of Michael Schumacher's. 1 minute 20.9. That's the first lap that we have had in under 1 minute 21 seconds. A lot faster than last year's pole position. It's going to give Damon Hill a real problem to beat that, especially as it's going to be crucial when he comes out in case there is rain. So Michael Schumacher has got his banker in, and he's now 1.2 seconds faster than David Coulthard. They've both done 4 laps out of the 12 that they are allowed, and it's a measure of how much Ferrari have improved their car, race by race, test by test. Damon Hill coming out, but news from Tony Jardine in the pit lane.
More on the weather. There are only a few droplets of rain coming down into this crowded pit lane here, but I have been alongside Damon Hill's car, and they haven't made any adjustments to it at all. He's just been talking to the engineers. He's got a brand new set of tyres on. He was watching the monitor very, very carefully, and he's gone out to respond to that time of Schumacher's.
Indeed he has, and you can see there that the times outside 1:07, there's only one of them, and that's Mika Salo, the Finnish driver in the Tyrrell Yamaha. But he's only done 2 laps, he's got 10 to go. He had a problem this morning when his car stopped on the track. He lost most of the first 45-minute session. But Damon Hill has got to go for it now with a vengeance in case it rains, and he's a long way down. In fact, he's only in 15th position at the moment.
Now, Damon Hill and the Williams team have been feeling the increasing pressure from the might of Schumacher at Ferrari. The package has been getting faster. They had a very good test session at Imola after the last Grand Prix there, with reliability and speed being the result. And that time of 20.9 is going to be pretty sobering for Hill. Schumacher has the ability, unlike Damon, of being quick immediately out of the box. On his very first lap, his second lap, Schumacher can bang in the time, whereas Damon takes a while to get down to it. He can do the time, he did it last year, but it's these early laps where he tends to lose out.
Now, Schumacher's time on this first sector was 1:20.988. We'll see immediately how Hill's time is comparing with that of his German rival, 2 times world champion. So, out of Casino Square, down to the Mirabeau, hard on the brakes, turn in, and Damon is well off there. 0.3 of a second, that is an enormous amount to think about trying to get back in the remains of this lap. In fact, I don't think he's got a hope of doing it, and he is now on his 6th lap, so Damon hasn't got all that much in reserve. It's 6 laps after this one, and Schumacher is that much ahead, because Frentzen now is up into 2nd place. Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the Sauber Ford. That has shown tremendous improvement, and particularly this morning, as you watch Damon Hill, you saw the 2nd split. He's into the last third of the lap now. Frentzen has moved up into 2nd place. Barrichello has moved up into 3rd place. Coulthard is down to 4th. Eddie Irvine in the 2nd Ferrari is up into 5th place. Mika Häkkinen in the 2nd McLaren is down to 6th place as Damon Hill comes out, and that is Pedro Lamy, who has knocked the front wing off his Minardi Ford. And Damon Hill moves up into 2nd place on the grid. Now, Damon has been on the front row of the grid for every race this year. As you see, Lamy spinning in front of his teammate, Giancarlo Fisichella, the young Italian. And Damon Hill was 2nd on the grid for Australia. He took pole position for Brazil, Argentina, and the European Grand Prix at the Nürburgring. Michael Schumacher really came good for the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola 2 weeks ago by taking his first pole position for Ferrari. Pedro Lamy vacating his car, probably taking his seat out so that he can run back and hopefully get in the spare car. The time is marching on, 22 minutes completed. Schumacher has only done 4 laps. Damon Hill is on his 7th. The German is 3/4 of a second faster than Damon Hill. First row of the grid at the moment. Schumacher, Ferrari, Hill, Williams, Frentzen is 3rd. Barrichello is in 4th. That is the 40 being pushed out of the way. And in 5th and 6th positions, David Coulthard and Eddie Irvine.
So many examples of the fact there's no room for error. That's the Minardi of Lamy. He went off at the Casino. That's a 100 miles an hour exit. You go over the brow into 4th gear. You'll see the cars jink right. We'll mention it when we come to the appropriate point. And I'm sure that what would have happened there is that Lamy just simply put the power on too early. He did not catch the back-end slide that ensued. The car spun around and smite the wall on the inside. At any other circuit, at virtually any other circuit, there would have been a runoff area, there would have been grass, there would have been a gravel trap, and he probably would have driven the car back. And that's what makes this place so exacting. This total lack of room for error. Lacey has been going well. He's had a lot of criticism. He's made mistakes the last few Grand Prix, but in the end, Lacey is exceptionally fast. He's still out-qualified his teammate every race so far this year, and he really is a joy to watch out on the circuit. 0.6 away on that first sector is not good. This is not going to get him anywhere near the times of Schumacher and Hill, that's for sure.
He's just done his fastest first sector, but it's 0.7 of a second slower than the superb Michael Schumacher. Eddie Irvine, Schumacher's teammate yesterday, said Michael Schumacher has got a serious relaxation problem. He doesn't know how to do it. Michael Schumacher is just like the late, great Ayrton Senna. He applies himself non-stop to every aspect of his craft. He's working very hard indeed with the Italian Ferrari team that Jean Alesi drove for last year. You're watching the Frenchman now as he comes down to the Rascasse. And he, Alesi, is at the present moment only in 10th position. He should move up. It's still Schumacher, Hill, Frentzen, Barrichello, Coulthard, Irvine, and Jean Alesi moves up onto the second row of the grid as he climbs up towards the Massenet, the left-hander, which he's at now, and then the Hotel de Paris at Casino Square. Schumacher, Hill, Alesi, and we have completed just 25 minutes, 35 minutes to go, and there's no sign of the rain that potentially was going to worry us as the Benetton drops down to Lowe's hairpin. From there on towards the Portier.
And Alesi's gone faster still. The first sector that he's just completed, he's taken another little bit of time off, so he looks likely to close the gap. He might even, if he goes, he needs a little bit more time to get up towards Damon Hill. And we saw how much curb he used. When you're driving here, you've got to use enough curb to cut the corners, but not so much curb that it actually throws the car in the air. It's a very delicate balance.
And David Coulthard is quick too. He's just in the last sector of a lap, having put up his fastest times of the first two sectors. Schumacher, Hill, Alesi. You're watching the Frenchman now round the swimming pool. And David Coulthard moves up to second, the fastest of all in the last sector of the track. And he is now just under 6/10 of a second behind Michael Schumacher. So it's a Ferrari on the front row of the now, and now it's Alesi. My goodness, things are changing second by second at Monaco. Schumacher fastest, 4/10 of a second faster than the flying Jean Alesi, who is going to get his revenge for all the harsh things that have been said about him recently. He pointed out with considerable truth to me yesterday that he had a problem at the start of the last Grand Prix when his brakes locked on and he was trying to make up time. And he said, my problem is that it's as I'm walking around with a pack on my back which is full of glasses, and the moment I touch anything, a glass gets broken. Perhaps a good analogy, but now into the tunnel goes Jean Alesi behind Michael Schumacher as you look at Mika Salo, the Finnish driver, who has yet to qualify. He's outside the 107% time at the present moment, with Schumacher fastest, Alesi second, Coulthard third, Damon Hill, who has not been off the front row of the grid this year. He's only fourth at the present moment. There is Michael Schumacher, helmet off. Have a look at the helmet, because it's a very special one. The back of it is almost flat. It has a lip at the front. Unfortunately, you can't see that at the moment. And it's a special helmet designed to improve the aerodynamics of the Ferrari, because the head affects and the helmet affects how the air goes into the airbox. This is Jean Alesi. He's been called in to have his car weighed. He'll have to go up onto that special weighing platform that you see in front of him with the two ramps. They line it up, get each of the wheels over a weight platform, and 595 kilograms is the magic figure. Alain Prost, 4 times world champion, on the left with David Coulthard's engineer David Brown.
And David Coulthard really has been, with his McLaren, the most improved driver in terms of qualifying form that we've seen this year. He qualified in 14th in Brazil, 9th in Argentina, 6th in Europe at the Nürburgring, 4th in San Marino. He's getting better and better as the McLaren improves too. Now they've got this new shorter wheelbase car. The rear suspension is different. It helps the turn in. And around a circuit like Monaco, what you really need is the car to turn into the corner the moment you turn the steering wheel. Now, you might think it's a fairly obvious thing to do, but generally the more of that characteristic that you have with a car, you'll lock up there from Eddie Irvine. He does tend to do this. You know, Irvine is a little bit like Jacques Villeneuve. They tend to border on overdriving the car, locking wheels. He doesn't have the precise judgment of someone like Michael Schumacher. There's no question that Eddie Irvine is fast. He was faster last year in qualifying than Rubens Barrichello, and Barrichello is 7th at the moment, and he's doing very well in the Jordan overall. But it's this discipline of driving that's so important at a very, very top level, and so that's something that Irvine doesn't quite have. But David Coulthard very much improved with the McLaren, new rear suspension, better turn in, and it's like now getting them dark right, then dark left. These are the things that really save you time at Monaco.
8th quickest at the moment, Eddie Irvine. His lack of testing in the Ferrari is really showing here, because you have to be totally at ease and confident in the car. And it's only by testing, and trying all the alternative permutations of suspension setup and car handling that you can get confident. And it's the difference between 99.9% and 100%, where only 100% will do. And now we are just exactly halfway through the 1-hour qualifying session as we ride with Eddie Irvine down towards the right-hander at Mirabeau. And now Gerhard Berger, he's 5th fastest at the present moment, as you saw, 9/10 of a second off Michael Schumacher's time. But it's very significant that Michael Schumacher, as Jonathan was saying earlier on, has done what he always does, goes out and is quick immediately. He's got 8 laps in reserve to come out again and improve his time, which is still nearly half a second faster than anybody else, whereas Jean Alesi has only got 4 laps left, David Coulthard has only got 4 laps left, Damon Hill has only got 5 laps left, Berger's got 5 laps left, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who is 6th fastest, has got 7 laps left as you go through now into the swimming pool. Left, the double right with Eddie Irvine trying to improve on 1 minute 22.086 to move him from 8th upwards. Replay.
And you can see Irvine there is glancing the right-hand barrier there. The level of accuracy that you need, and just you do need to shade these barriers so close to get the best out of the car. Now let's just reflect back on how the season's gone. What is the pecking order between these drivers in qualifying? Well, the average qualifying is, first of all, it's Damon Hill, who's generally been, of course, on pole position. Second on average, Jacques Villeneuve. Third, Schumacher. Fourth, Alesi. Fifth, Barrichello. Sixth, Berger. So what's different here? The biggest difference here, the moment that we've got Damon Hill down in 4th, and he's normally fastest. We've got Jean Alesi 2nd, and he's normally 4th. But the biggest difference is Jacques Villeneuve, and Villeneuve is languishing down in 12th place. He's done half of his laps. His time, 22.7, 1 minute 22.7, is 1.1 seconds away from Damon Hill, and he was about that deficit this morning. And he should, if he gets more familiar with the circuit, he should close that gap. And Rubens Barrichello out, new set of tyres on the Jordan. Jordan's still the fastest car in a straight line with a top speed of about 180 miles, 175 miles an hour out of the tunnel. Now he's currently 7th. He'll want to try and get Frentzen, who's just ahead of him by 1/10 of a second. The margins are absolutely tiny, and now we hear that Schumacher is about to go out, and you can see the new tyres on the Ferrari.
And to give you an idea of the size of the mountain that Damon Hill has got to climb in the 5 laps that are left to him, it's 7/10 of a second now that he is behind Michael Schumacher, and that is an absolutely enormous margin. As you look at Canadian Jacques Villeneuve, 12th on the grid, 1.8 seconds slower than Michael Schumacher. There is the German, supremely confident.
And you can see how stiff the suspension is. Look at that left front wheel of the Ferrari. It's in the air because the ground is very uneven at that point, and the suspension is so stiff on these cars that if you lift 3 wheels up, as the case there, by maybe 1.5 to 2 inches, the 4th will be hanging in the air because it doesn't have that amount of movement in the system.
Casino Square with the GWR arrows of Jos Verstappen, the Dutchman, who's been going quick here. He went into the Armco barrier at the Rascasse very heavily yesterday, backwards and then forwards, knocked the rear wing off the car, then he knocked the front wing off the car. Fortunately, it was only cosmetic damage. I said to one of his team, that's David Coulthard, I said to one of Verstappen's team, a lot of other people went off at the Rascasse, so that's some excuse for him. And the reply was, yes, but a lot of others didn't, more didn't, and that's what you have to do at Monaco. Above all else, you have to stay on the track and moving forward, because if you stop even momentarily here, you're going to be into the Armco, as Martin Brundle and Jean Alesi were last year when Alesi in the Ferrari was challenging the race leader and went out of the race. The race leader being Michael Schumacher. So Verstappen coming through, and now we've got 25 minutes left.
And this sort of circuit really should suit Verstappen in the arrows. We know the car does not have the most powerful engine. Brian Hart does a superb job, but the engine is not as powerful as others. It's a V8, but it shouldn't matter so much here. To go 1 second a lap faster on this circuit, the engineers calculate you need 130 horsepower. So clearly, conversely, if you're 60 horsepower down, and the Arrow's engine might be, that should only equate to half a second. So the chassis and the driver are the bigger factors here. Good time to be out at the moment. We've got a lot of drivers in the pits, and Schumacher is making full use of that. And that's another part of the knack of a driver working with the team. Well, he's 2.5 tenths slower than his previous best. Lacey looking on there carefully, but I think a difficult time still for Häkkinen. Häkkinen is 9th at the moment. He's got his teammate in 3rd place, and we really have seen this reversal of fortunes at the McLaren team in terms of qualifying form in the last couple of races. But having said that, Häkkinen was right up there with Coulthard on a virtually identical time this morning. So I think it's important for Häkkinen's point of view that he's got the skill, he's got the technique in the car, but he's just having his confidence eaten away by the form and the coolness of David Coulthard.
So let's just establish the situation at the moment with 24 minutes and a little more to go. Michael Schumacher, that you're watching, is 4/10 of a second faster than Jean Alesi. This not a particularly fast lap by Schumacher standards, but the next one most certainly, I am sure, will be. And his target, his own time of 1 minute 20.912. So, round the right-hander at Saint-Devote. Climb, climb, climb. 155 miles an hour. Turn into the left-hander at Massenet, down to about 80 on the apex. Through Casino Square, building up to 120 miles an hour before he comes down to 40 for the Mirabeau. Now down. And as you see, he's just 1/10 of a second far slower than his own time there. He can make that time up if he puts in a really sensational last 2 sectors of the lap into the tunnel. Now, believe it or not, this is 150, 160 miles an hour as he comes out of the tunnel, still accelerating before he comes down to the chicane. Second gear, left, right, 40 miles an hour. And then down to the Tabac. 130 miles an hour on the way, 85 miles an hour at the apex. Now the short squirt down to the swimming pool, 1 minute 20.912. Out of the left-hander here, sweep left, curving with the harbour on his left, the boatyards on his right, round the Rascasse Cafe. This is it, and this is Michael Schumacher's 8th lap out of 12. And he is still 4/10 of a second faster than Jean Alesi.
But Rubens Barrichello is also going very quickly. He's just 1/10 of a second behind David Coulthard at the moment. Barrichello 4th, 1:21.5. And there's the time. David Coulthard, 1:21.46. So the next few seconds we'll know. Can Barrichello take 3rd place? And it looks like he's certainly looking reasonably good to do that. But it can all go wrong, of course, on the very last third of the track. And no, he's not done that. Just shows you how incredibly tight it is. That's 1/10 away. He's ahead of Hill, of course. Hill still in 5th place. I think Damon's going to be, there's no doubt, there's going to be a bit of anxiety there in the Williams pit, because Villeneuve is now down to 14th as other people overhaul the Canadian. And he hasn't got too many more laps. He's got another 22 minutes to try and improve the situation. It's difficult to see Villeneuve getting up beyond 6th, whilst Damon's really going to have to pull out another effort on his second set of tyres. He's done it before, and I'm sure he can do it again. We've got Frentzen out there going quickly at the moment too. It really is extremely tight around this part behind Schumacher. Schumacher is fastest by 4/10 of a second so far. That's a big margin here.
22 minutes to go. Damon was superlatively good last year in similar circumstances. He put in an absolutely superb lap to go half a second faster than anybody else.
Now, we just saw a picture there of Eddie Irvine looking at a graph. Now, that would have been the computer printout of his speed all the way around the circuit. It would have his speed, the throttle opening, the gear, and he may well be seeing 2 lines on that. One is his own line of his own speeds at various points, and the other that of Schumacher. And he'd be looking at the difference. He'd be looking to see where is Michael Schumacher making up 1.1 seconds. Where is he finding the time? And then when he spots where it is, it might be going into the casino, for example. Right rear puncture there, damaged suspension for Katayama. Damaged suspension by the look of it. looks to be a big angle on that right rear wheel. When Irvine sees where he's making up the time, then that's the chance for him to go out and do something about it, knowing where it is. Having said that, it's a lot easier knowing about it than actually being able to do anything about it when you're out there in action with the car.
Frenson's on a good lap at the present moment. He's just gone through, 7th quickest, 1 second slower than Schumacher. As you look at the replay of Ukko Katayama, and I suspect as he goes over the curb there, he goes on to get into trouble. Well, he's already got the puncture. You can see now he's touring in. He's down in 16th position on the grid, and we have 20 minutes left. And Damon Hill has got 5 laps left. Michael Schumacher has got 5 laps left. Hill is only in 5th position. That's Barrichello. Well pleased with himself, I'm sure. And the Peugeot engineers have been getting that V10 engine of theirs to produce more and more power, but just as important, to become yet more reliable, which was a big problem they had. Look at the top of your screen. You can see how low the cloud is. That's what can cause the circuit to get wet. Hopefully it won't come down any further, create rain and wet the tarmac. A lot of the circuit, 50% of it in fact, has been resurfaced since last year, and Barrichello was saying yesterday that that has made the lot of the Jordans much better. This is Frenson, and he's in 7th place.
Well, going back to Jordan there, Barrichello's going to be very pleased with that 4th place. It's a good result for him, but I'm afraid his teammate Martin Brundle is going to be equally displeased with his 12th place, and that's not going to get any better because both of them now have completed their full quota of laps. And back out there also, good time for Frenson to be out. A lot of cars in the pits, and again, to get the all-important clear lap is absolutely vital here.
There is Damon Hill, and you can tell from the fact that he's in the cockpit and he's now moving forward that he's coming out, and I suspect he's going to stay out for the whole of the 5 laps that he has left. That's Pedro Diniz sitting in the cockpit of the Mugen-powered Ligier. As Damon Hill, it's now or never, as 4 times world champion Alain Prost, who won so many times here at Monaco, dominated this event with Ayrton Senna, watches things happening. He's working for McLaren.
And this really is Damon going around, warming up his tyres. He's mentally knowing he's pushing into the unknown. He knows perfectly well that Schumacher's done that 1 minute 21.2 out there to be fastest. He knows that he's got to find a fair amount of time, but it's not easy, and he doesn't know where it's going to come from. And as he's going around this lap, he's just trying to gather his thoughts, make sure the car feels okay, and he's going to have to put in an explosive couple of laps to try and, as they push into this unknown, find a level of grip that he hasn't had before maybe, or has been there but he hasn't been able to exploit. And it's going to be a very tense time because the laps are ticking away, and for Hill to start down in 5th place when Schumacher is on pole, Alesi alongside him, then Coulthard, Barrichello, is going to be a major compromise on his ability to win this race. So this is probably the most tense time for Damon Hill. While on this warm-up lap, you're thinking ahead, you're thinking about what's going to be happening over the really fast lap. But once you get into that fast lap, it's then just one frantic blur of activity as a driver. It's almost more like rally driving around here. It's not like other circuits where you can look for a braking point. You brake at 110 metres, you come down through the gearbox, you clip with an apex accurately. It's just one big blur of action, and now Hill is into it.
Up the hill to Casino Square. Look for the split. The time that he's got to beat on this split is 1 minute 20.988. That of Michael Schumacher out of Casino Square. Right past the Tip Top Cafe on the left, into the Mirabeau. And he's just 0.2 of a second slower. That is a lot to make up. I remind you that Damon Hill is on his 9th lap now, into the 2nd split and through the tunnel. That was his fastest first split, Damon Hill, as he exits the tunnel now. Has he made up any time on Michael Schumacher? Indeed he has not. Half a second off at this point. So this lap is not going to count from the point of view of pole position. It could well improve his position on the grid, of course, because at the moment he's in 5th position, and if he can get on the front row of the grid, that will be good news for him. To do that, he's got to go quicker than Barrichello, 21.5, faster than Coulthard, 21.46, So, at minimum, as he comes up behind Jacques Villeneuve, his teammate, he's looking for 21.46 and 0.3, and over the line goes Damon Hill up into third position. He's past Barrichello, he's past Coulthard, and is now on the second row of the grid behind Michael Schumacher and John Lacey with 15 minutes to go.
But the problem is Damon Hill needs more than that time to get on the front row of the grid, and in front of him was Jacques Villeneuve, and it was unfortunate for Hill that his own teammate who was effectively blocking the track. No fault of Villeneuve, I have to say, either, just circumstance, because in an ideal world Hill would have used that next following lap to then punch in what I believe would have been an even faster time. As it is, he's going to have to back off, and something which he doesn't really want to afford to do. He's done 10 laps, so the 11th lap's going to get wasted on a slow lap, as he's now doing. He's going to have one final lap at the end of this one. Villeneuve still struggling in there. Villeneuve still down in 14th, but he's going to have one final lap from Hill in which to try and do something about it. Lacey in second and Schumacher in the lead.
There is Jacques Villeneuve. It's an indication of how difficult this Monaco circuit is to learn. He said after Thursday's sessions, 30 laps is not nearly enough to learn this circuit. David Coulthard did extremely well last year, his first time at Monaco in the Williams, to start third on the grid. It looks as though Villeneuve is certainly not going to match that. He's up to 8th at the moment. He's moved into 8th position, 1.1 seconds slower than Michael Schumacher, and I'm looking to see where Damon Hill is. Well, he's still in third position on the grid, half a second behind Michael Schumacher, but he desperately needs, on his last lap now, Damon Hill is on his last lap, and he desperately needs to get ahead of Jean Alesi, and to do that he's got to go just 1/10 of a second quicker. And at the first split, I'm looking at it, Damon Hill is actually faster than he's ever been before on the first split, and it's only 1/10 of a second slower than Michael Schumacher. Now you're watching Villeneuve, understandable enough, but I'm keeping tabs on Damon Hill, who's into the second sector of the lap. The fastest time for that so far has been 23.144. You are still watching Villeneuve, and Damon Hill is 0.3 of a second slower on the second split than the fastest time for that sector, and it's going to be very, very close indeed for the Englishman, who's only got a few seconds left now as Villeneuve comes through. Is he going to move up from 9th? He's dropped down to 9th since I last spoke about him. Is he going to move up into a higher position? Over the line goes Jacques Villeneuve into his last lap, and Damon Hill moves up into pole position. Incredible! Damon Hill is fastest by 4/100ths of a second. Incredible! Look at him. He's coming in now. That is an absolutely mind-boggling lap that Damon Hill in the Williams Renault has just done. We didn't see it, more's the pity, because we were looking at Jacques Villeneuve, but that is incredible. 1:20.866, and that is a full second faster than his pole position last year. Wow! And that gives him the 4th pole position of the year for 6 races, unless Michael Schumacher can do something about it. Now, Schumacher has still got 5 laps left, and he's got 12 minutes left, and it's not at all beyond the bounds of possibility that Damon Hill, seemingly having snatched pole position with his last lap, will lose it to Michael Schumacher. So these last 12 minutes should be really terrific.
Well, Hill really made up the time on the last third of the lap. We saw that he was a few tenths behind Michael Schumacher at the second intermediate. And I have to say, it's my guess that I think Schumacher will be able to do something about that and will pip Hill, whilst Lacey will be having a good go too, but it's probably just going to be Schumacher that can do that. Hill then coming into the pits, but what an immaculately timed effort. We knew that 12th lap was going to be the one that he had to do it on. Hill would have known that, and that is a huge amount of pressure as well, to push to the absolute limit and yet not make a mistake and go over. Now Häkkinen's out there trying to improve. 21.9 for Häkkinen, leaving him in 9th place, and things really getting exciting in the last 11 minutes of the session now here. Villeneuve dropped down to 10th, but Eddie Irvine is up to 6th place as well, so a really productive result from the Irishman in the Ferrari.
11 minutes to go. Damon Hill is fastest, but only by 46 thousandths of a second. Michael Schumacher hasn't got to improve very much, and he's got 5 laps to do it, but not having to improve very much and being able to do it are two very different things. Jean Alesi is 3rd on the grid at the moment with 4 laps left to do, so he can come out and improve, and he is 0.4, 0.5 of a second slower to the nearest 10th than Damon Hill. David Coulthard is 4th fastest, Barrichello is 5th fastest, Eddie Irvine in the 2nd Ferrari is 6th fastest. So we've got a Williams in pole position at the moment, followed by a Ferrari, followed by a Benetton, followed by a McLaren, which shows you how much they have improved. And you're looking at Mika Häkkinen at the present moment, who is 10th on the grid. 5th is the Jordan of Rubens Barrichello. 6th is the 2nd Ferrari. So both the Ferrari 310 V10s of Michael Schumacher and Eddie Irvine are in the top 6. Berger is 7th, Frentzen is 8th, Villeneuve is 9th, 10th is Mika Häkkinen, 11th is Johnny Herbert, and 12th is Olivier Panis.
Now, you've got some quite different mental states for the drivers out there at the moment. Damon Hill knows that he's done everything in terms of his number of laps. Damon can just sit there, as he will be doing, tense for the last 10 minutes, desperately hoping that nobody, particularly, of course, Schumacher, finds another 1/10 of a second to go faster and displace him from the pole. Jean Alesi and David Coulthard, like Schumacher, are going to be feeling fairly comfortable. They've both put in very good qualifying performances, and if they don't improve from where they are, all 3 will be happy. But they've all 3 got the advantage of more laps to go. They've got nothing to lose, but they've all got a bit to gain. So Schumacher looking forward, I'm sure, to savouring the last 3 or 4 laps that he's got. And then Mika Häkkinen, another bit of Mika Häkkinen and Jacques Villeneuve. 9th for Villeneuve, 10th for Häkkinen. Poor qualifying for both at the moment. One can't help but feel that Häkkinen has either really let the pressure get to him, of David Coulthard once again being faster, or there is a problem with his McLaren, one of the two, while Jacques Villeneuve as well in 9th. That time of Villeneuve's is now still, it's the 1.1 seconds. You know, we've seen Damon Hill do 1 minute 20.8, Jacques Villeneuve 1 minute 21.9, so he doesn't seem to be able to close that gap. This is not a good qualifying performance, I don't think, from Jacques Villeneuve.
And if you're frustrated at not seeing Damon Hill on all 3 sectors of his pole lap at the present moment, believe you me, you're not half as frustrated as I was. The local producer decided he was concentrating on that man, Jacques Villeneuve, Monaco resident. 11 other drivers are here for all sorts of reasons, convenience and, dare it be said, taxation. There's another one. There's Eddie Irvine, who's living near Bologna, and Irvine has done his 12 laps for Ferrari. He is 0.3 of a second faster than Gerhard Berger, who has still got 5 laps to go. So there could still be quite a few changes. You see, Damon Hill is the only one in the top 5, or the top 4 to be realistic about it, who has gone his full 12 laps. That's Ralf Schumacher, who is Michael's brother. And out onto the track goes the Benetton of Jean Alesi. He's in 3rd position. If he can improve by half a second, he's got he will be in pole position. I don't think he'll do it, but he'll try.
Now, I think Alesi's real battle is with David Coulthard for 3rd place. Alesi's got new tyres on. We don't know whether Coulthard's got a new set yet. We'll have a look when he comes out. But that's where the battle is here. Alesi, I think, will be unlikely to overhaul Hill. He's going to need half a second to do so. And I've still got a hunch we're going to see Schumacher come out there and put in a mid-20 and get ahead of Damon Hill. I'd love to see Damon Hill on pole, but the Ferrari Schumacher machine has been relentlessly closing up over the last few Grand Prix. And, of course, this is the ultimate driver's circuit.
Gerhard Berger in the cockpit of the Benetton Renault in 7th position. 0.3 of a second slower than Eddie Irvine, who has done all his laps and is on the 3rd row of the grid in 6th position, as you watch Jean Alesi coming into the swimming pool sector and Damon Hill talking to Frank Williams and Patrick Head on the right, who is the top man on the engineering and design side of the Williams team. And a very, very tense time for Damon. He's done everything that he can do, and he's had over 10 minutes to wait, knowing that Michael Schumacher will probably roll out of the pit lane at about 5 minutes to go, maybe even less than that. It's 6 minutes to go at the present moment, and Jean Alesi will be on his quick lap now because he's done 10. He's on his 11th lap. He's just got this one and the next one.
The ability to perform under pressure is such an important ingredient for a true top-line driver. Now, Lacey just 2/10 off on the first sector. Now, that's obviously not consistent with beating Hill. Hill wasn't as fast as Schumacher. In fact, that's 2/10, of course, off Schumacher's time. So Lacey is on line to maintain his position. Again, he's in third at the moment. And the question is, can he overhaul Schumacher? He needs another 4/10 of a second to do that. Well, he's not going to do that on that time. So this will not be an improvement from Lacey. But having said that, he's got more laps to go. This is his 11th lap. He's going to have one more lap at the end of this one. So it's important that he doesn't make a mistake in terms of whacking it into the wall now, because he's going to have one last chance. Lacey has an onboard display like every driver, and he's probably just about got enough time to have a glance at it to know that he's not going to improve on this lap.
And Schumacher is out. One of the McLarens has just rolled past me in the pit lane. Didn't see whether it was Hakkinen or Coulthard. I'll soon know. It's David Coulthard as Jean Alesi goes through. Now, he's gone faster on the lap that he's just done, and he's now 2/10 of a second slower than both Hill and Schumacher to the nearest 10th, but he's still third on the grid.
And this is a lap that's got to count for Lacey. He's got traffic ahead of him. It's Coulthard. Please, David, look and see what's happening, because this could be the hardest lap yet from Lacey. It is indeed. Wonderful. Well done, David. Moves out of the way. We saw a flat spot, and Lacey was fastest of all of his laps on that first sector. He is absolutely going for it. Second gear, 90, 100, up, crumping up through the gears. The darkness is quite significant coming in here as a driver. That's absolutely flat out. You just have to have the confidence you can go through there flat. And Lacey is he is flying. He's only 1.5 away from Damon Hill. Now, this is going to be very, very tight indeed. It all rests now on the last sector. He's neck and neck with Schumacher. What a fine performance. This really is, whatever happens on this last sector, little puffs of wheel locking from the front brakes. You may wonder why it's always the front brakes that lock or front wheels that lock and not the rear. And that's because the drivers need to set the cars up in that sort of a way, because if the front wheel locks, you don't have much chance of losing control of the car. And absolutely on the ragged edge. Nobody in Formula One is better at controlling cars when they are sliding around. And magnificent, it's not Pip Schumacher, but to be just 6/1000 of a second away from Michael Schumacher, that really is a wonderful retort to anybody that doubted Lacey, certainly in terms of speed.
Damon Hill has done his laps. Alesi has done his laps. They are respectively first and third. Michael Schumacher is out on the track. That is Jean Todt, who is the head man of Ferrari's team. And this is the world champion, Michael Schumacher, on his 10th lap out of the 12 that he is allowed. And there are just over 3 minutes left to go of this superb qualifying session at Monaco. The man who won last year for Benetton. The man who won the year before for Benetton, and it will be the next lap, I think, that Michael Schumacher puts in his really, really quick one. You can see that he's absolutely on the ragged edge, and you can see Damon Hill's target time on the left. He's coming up to the corner now where he went off, and he's pole. Michael Schumacher and Jean Todt smiles, a smile of joy and satisfaction. And if you thought Damon Hill's lap was incredible, Schumacher's lap is virtually unbelievable, because it's half a second faster than Damon Hill. And at the present moment, we have the same front row of the grid for the Monaco Grand Prix as we had for the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola last weekend. Schumacher pole, Hill second.
And Schumacher's gone faster still. The first sector on this lap, he's gone faster still. This man is not giving up. This is one of the great questions of motor racing is, who was the better? Who is the better? Schumacher, look, he's faster. He's got no one to beat but himself. But just to keep pushing himself, racing against himself, is the kind of thing that we used to see from Ayrton Senna. And one of the questions that will never be answered, and perhaps it's better that way, is who is the better between Michael Schumacher and Ayrton Senna. Whatever, we are looking at one of the great geniuses of Grand Prix racing.
He proved it with Benetton. He proved it with Benetton again last year, and he's proving it again with Ferrari, because this car this year is nothing like as good as the Benetton was last year. And Schumacher makes all the difference. Is this lap going to be faster still? It isn't, but it's only 16/1000ths of a second slower. That is consistency for you. Now he's on his last lap. This is lap 12. as the man who's just lost pole position to him, Damon Hill, looks at the monitor screen and the times of his rival, who is on his 12th lap out of the 12 that are permissible, and we have just about 50 seconds left, and Schumacher is not attempting to improve his time on this last lap. Why should he? You can see by the wave that he gives to the crowd.
Well, Berger has improved his time. He's up from 8th to 4th place, so improvement there. Hakkinen is using this very last lap. He needs to improve. He's 10th. He needs just a few hundreds to get ahead of Villeneuve for 9th, so that's on the cards to happen. This is all on the last lap. We've got David Coulthard, who's out, and he's trying to do something about John Alesi ahead of him. I don't think he's going to get much chance of that. And Hakkinen moves up to 8th place, 21.6, and the flag is...
And off spins the Benetton, because Michael Schumacher, I think, unsighted Gerhard Berger, who was trying to improve on his 4th position as he came out of the tunnel and up towards the escape road. That is where Karl Wendlinger hurt himself a couple of years ago. And Gerhard Berger is going to stay, therefore, in 4th position. And the replay here is the Ferrari with Berger going backwards past him, locking up, missing the barrier, which is the one that Wendlinger went into. There's the escape road straight ahead of you. And pole position for the Monaco Grand Prix, the vital, all-important pole position, will be occupied by Michael Schumacher from Damon Hill, Jean Alesi, Gerhard Berger, David Coulthard and Rubens Barrichello.
Well, that was nothing to do with Michael Schumacher, I don't think. Berger just simply locked the brakes. He braked too late. The back end of the Benetton came round. He would have been doing about 100 miles an hour backwards at that stage, locking the wheels up, desperately hoping that it was going to stop of its own accord before something stopped it. But great qualifying result from Berger. That 4th place, 21.0, really is extremely good. David Coulthard 5th, 6th. What a magnificent qualifying performance. And for that man, I'm afraid he really has progressively overhauled the margin of advantage that Williams have had with Damon Hill. Here's another bit of it there. There we see. Let's look at Berger. He's behind the barrier. He's on the brakes now, braking from 170 miles an hour. But the car is backwards. And when the wheels lock up, the rear wheels lock up, they spin so very quickly. But at least with all the wheels locked, the car will generally continue on the same trajectory that it started the incident at.
Damon, disappointment for you. I know very important here, but you're still on the front row.
That's really crucial to be on the front row. I think I was feeling good all weekend, and I really thought the pole was very much on, but I went a little early at the end actually, and I think the track came in towards the end, and Michael did a good lap, and so I'm going to have to make do with 2nd place, but I'm not unhappy with that. It still gives us a very good chance of doing well in the race.
What happened early on?
The first run I did, I went after the first flurry of cars. I went quite early because it really looked like it was going to rain. So I made sure I got a banker in. And my first lap was okay, but then I was going to go for another lap, and then I got traffic. So I came in, and that wasn't very good. The time was no good. So we got set back a bit from that.
Half a second in qualifying. The race to come, it could be different.
Yes, it's always a very, very difficult race to predict, this one, and I know that I'm in with a shout if I'm on the front row.
Looking forward to a battle with the old rival?
Yeah, it's always interesting to race with Michael, but I mean, I've got some pretty good guys behind me too. It's a pretty packed grid there, and the competition was incredibly close, all qualifying.
But you're confident, you look confident.
Yes, I think we've got a very good package, and there's no reason why, from where we are, we couldn't win the race, but if pole position is psychologically, it's a good thing to have. But then I had pole last year and didn't win, so...
But Monaco is the race to win.
Yes, it's one that everyone would love to have. Michael's already won it. He'll be out to win it again. But, you know, I think that still we could have a good chance of winning this one.
We'll be rooting for you. Thank you.
OK, thanks.
Yes, the Monaco Grand Prix live, BBC One, tomorrow afternoon at 1:10 Meantime, of course, we're here at Hampden for this afternoon's Tennant Scottish Cup Final. Rangers against Hearts kick-off time. Still a couple of hours away at 3 o'clock, but let's get another couple of thoughts from Willie Miller and Eamon Bannon. And in particular on the captains, William, and as a successful captain yourself, there's a fair difference between the two we'll see today, isn't there?
Well, there is, particularly in experience. Richard Gough, who's been through it all before, wealth of experience both at home and abroad, knows how to handle himself off the park and on the park, which is important. You know, the captains do have a role to deal with off the park as well as on the park. And really, I suppose if you're looking at it and you're looking for a captain, you want someone like Richard Gough who's got that experience behind him. But everybody's got to start somewhere. You know, Gary Locke comes in, he's a young, inexperienced player, but you know, he's learning quickly, and games like this, cup finals, he'll be able to, you know, put into the book and put to good use in the future. So
and yet he's the youngest cup final captain ever at just 20. I mean, that's very young to have the responsibility of leading an experienced group of players.
It is very young, and really, I suppose when you're out in the park, he'll actually be looking for perhaps a more experienced players round about him to help him through it. But as I say, they've got to start somewhere. He'll be looking to like Bruno, who's, you know, went through it all before. He's been in cup finals before. I think he will help him.
Yeah. I mean, how ceremonial is the role of captain these days anyway, Eamon? Do they actually have much of an influence?
I think it depends on the person who is the captain. I think in Gary Locke's case it is a ceremonial role. To me, the obvious captain would be Bruno, but you've obviously got language difficulties there, and he's settling into Edinburgh. I feel that Jim Jeffries has went for a lad who represents, if you like, the new Hearts. He supports Hearts as a lad, so that's well documented. He's very, very, you know, enthusiastic, and he's young.
And a real Hearts fan, of course.
And a real Hearts fan, and it's representative, if you like, of what he's trying to do within the team. And it's quite a good decision. I mean, Gary Mackay's possibly the other one, but he's had a go at it, and he felt it was too much of a strain, so it seems to have worked out quite well, and he's taken the responsibility on board.
Yeah, well, one of those two, of course, will be lifting the Scottish Cup later this afternoon. We'll find out who it is around 5:15, provided there's no extra time or penalties. But just before the news, let's remind you of what we intend doing throughout the course of the afternoon. Great deal to come, of course. Memories of cup finals of the past. We'll hear from Chris Robinson, the Hearts chairman. We'll hear from Paul Gascoigne and Gilles Rousset. And, of course, we've also got those two races from Newbury to come as well. We'll see the 2 o'clock and the 2:30. Live coverage of the big match with kick-off time at 3 o'clock. So all that to come. We'll be back at Hampden very shortly, but meantime it's time for the news headlines from Jenny Bond.
Good afternoon. The government's fragile majority could be under threat after an attempt by Reigate Tories to oust their MP Sir George Gardner. Last night they voted to allow other people to enter the contest to stand for Reigate in the general election. The decision still has to be approved by a special meeting at the end of next month. And if it is, Sir George says he'll resign, forcing a by-election, a move that could wipe out John Major's Commons majority of 1.
Probably need to be a bit nearer.
Business as usual at Sir George Gardner's constituency office today. But the right-wing Eurosceptic struggle with his enemies in his local party has finally come into the open. After months of hints and private threats to quit and force a by-election if dropped as party candidate, he finally delivered his ultimate deterrent.
In the unlikely event that I do not command the confidence of my grassroots workers, then I certainly do not intend to limp on as a lamed-up Member of Parliament, unable to push Tory values at Westminster, or even have much clout on behalf of my constituents either.
The confrontation goes back to Sir George's decision to support the failed Tory leadership challenge by John Redwood last summer. Party loyalists also turned against him over his opposition to the Maastricht Treaty and the government's European policy.
One of the things that was talked about, of course, was the whole question of loyalty to the Prime Minister and to the party. But I think the general feeling throughout the whole of the debate, as I understood it, was that maybe there was a time for change.
Reigate's local Tories will decide Sir George's future next month. With a Tory majority of 17,000, his seat ought to be safe Tory territory. But if Sir George is dropped and retaliates by sending local voters to the polls, a Tory defeat and the disappearance of John Major's majority couldn't be ruled out. The mere possibility of that defeat will be enough to send shivers through the Tory party hierarchy. But at the very least, this affair can only help to emphasise the damaging divisions in the Tory party. John Pienaar, BBC News.
The Israelis have captured one of the leaders of the Islamic terrorist group Hamas. The man, Hassan Salameh, who was shot apparently while trying to escape, is suspected of having planned the 4 suicide bombings which killed nearly 60 people in Israel earlier this year.
Hassan Salameh, who's 25, was shot after Israeli troops stopped his car. He's seriously hurt. After he was taken away, he told witnesses he wanted to be a martyr, not a prisoner. Israeli troops in Hebron were on high alert after the arrests. They also held Salameh's driver. who's related to the man who runs the main Palestinian security police organization on the West Bank. The Israeli government regards this as a big success, but it's still warning that there could be other suicide bombings before the general elections, which are only 10 days away. The suicide bombs in February and March, which Salameh is alleged to have planned, shook Israel to the core. 59 people, plus the bombers, were killed. The attacks remain a big political issue. The opposition charges that Shimon Peres, the Prime Minister, can't deliver peace and security to Israelis. It's a potent electoral message which could only be strengthened by more attacks. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Hebron.
The 4 Britons released after being held hostage in Indonesia should be leaving for home about now. The Cambridge science graduates spent the night at the British Embassy in the capital, Jakarta. The Indonesian authorities have said they'll continue the search for the rebels who kidnapped them. Well, I'll be back with the early evening news, but that's all for now.
A night with the best, George Best.
What a player this boy is, he's got another!
The best goal scorer.
He could do whatever he wanted to do.
Football's first superstar.
George had fabulous hair. He was always in great condition.
I like to think of myself, you know, as a bit different than everybody else, you know, pop star, really.
The best of times.
I've seen some guys who've been full, but nobody like you.
The worst of times.
All my problems have been drink-related.
30 years on the front page.
The best family sausages.
George was the best player in the world.
And it's a magnificent goal!
Peak of his career. He could have got anywhere.
Now, George Best is 50.
I'm 50 and I can't wait for 60.
Join us for his birthday party on BBC Two. Best night, tomorrow night from 9 o'clock.
I think we might be watching that one. Back here at Hampden, of course, the sun has come out. It really is a very attractive picture indeed. The pitch in perfect condition. Everything set fair for hopefully a marvellous Tennant Scottish Cup final. But let's look back on the first of our memory matches, the final of 1986. The year, of course, which Hearts fans will not want to be reminded of. The year they were chasing the double but missed out on both the league and the cup. The cup final against Aberdeen. Willie Miller certainly has happier memories.
Hewitt comes in. McDougall goes to the left. John Hewitt will try the shot on. He does, and he scored! Brilliantly! John Hewitt, the super sub, the man who scored in Gothenburg, puts Aberdeen in the lead in, just about 5 minutes. 1-0. Oh, beautifully flicked by Hewitt. He's having a superb game for Aberdeen today. Weir, Walter Kidd, there's a dummy, there's a goal, 2-0. John Hewitt, a superb goal by Aberdeen. Free kick, yes. I don't think the Hearts players can complain about that one. As I said, this man there, Walter Kidd, he's been a great example to his side. I know he's been booked, but you know, that can happen in a cup final. He is a hard but fair player, and he's been driving them on in the second half. Oh, there's a third one. Village start. 3-0 for Aberdeen, and that is the cup final well and truly finished, I think, as far as Hearts are concerned. And there come the Hearts team. It's difficult for them to contain their emotions again. That is quite clear. You cannot begin to believe what it was like over in that dressing room last Saturday at Dens Park. And now it's happened again. There is a brave man who took all this defeat in this past 7 days with great dignity. It's almost incredible to think they have done so much and won nothing, but won the respect of many people who thought that Edinburgh football or Tynecastle football had become mediocre. They've lifted it up out of that, brought people back onto the terracings, and oh dear, do we need that in modern football.
Yes, the Hearts team had just missed out on the double in '86. Happy memories for you, Willie, but did you feel after what had happened to Hearts 7 days before that it made you perhaps stronger favourites to win the final?
Possibly, yeah. To come so close in both the competitions, obviously it was a major blow to them not to do better in the league, and they'd taken it right to the last seconds almost, and coming into the cup final, it was their last chance. Obviously the pressure goes on them to take something out the season, and you know, in cup finals what you've got to try and make sure you don't do is give away an early goal. Fortunately for us, we scored the early goal. Hearts lost the early goal, and they're going to have to watch that today.
And yet, I'm sure they have seen those pictures, not often maybe, but for the likes of John Cahoon, John Robertson, Gary Mackay, that surely will be a real motivation to get it right today, Eamon.
Yeah, well, you saw in the pictures there the complete disappointment that's on the loser's face as he collects his medal. It's almost like he snatches it off the person and trundles down the stairs. I mean, I've experienced that myself a few times, and it is, you know, you think to yourself, well, I don't ever want that to happen again. But unfortunately, it's all about the day. Interesting as well to see how young everyone looked as well.
Yeah, a few different hairstyles then, weren't there? Well, let's hear from the Hearts chairman then. That's Chris Robinson, of course. Dramatic things have been happening at Tynecastle, both on and off the park over the last couple of years. And like all chairmen, Chris Robinson has his own thoughts on football's future.
I think that if you study the way football is going and the way that they're going to become ever increasingly modern leisure businesses, the opportunities will certainly be there. We're following in many states, many ways, what happens in the States. We're getting a lot more of a family audience, more merchandising. Our shop sales are going up because of that. The cost per ticket is rising because the stadium is much more attractive to come to. So going forward into the next century, Hearts Football Club could be a very, very successful leisure business.
It has been a long, hard struggle. Les and I are both great Hearts supporters. We're delighted to have taken control of the club today.
Wallace Mercer is a very well-known public figure. How did negotiations go with him?
Well, the year that the club was up for sale, he certainly wasted no opportunities to put down the pie man, as he called him, over that period of time. But he sold to me, and we hung in there because I was a supporter and I believed in the club, and eventually we got there.
I'll stand or fall with my judgment, and I'll manage the way that I have managed in the past. But I honestly hope that there is conformity within, not confrontation.
You hired Tommy McLean as your first manager. Looking back on that, was that a serious mistake to make?
Not at the time, no, because we needed experience. We were taking, as you rightly say, a huge risk, a big debt in the club, and we felt that the best way was to have that managed in a football context by a very experienced manager. And Tommy McLean is, and still is, a very experienced manager in football and had done a superb job at Motherwell. The fact that it didn't work out was a great sadness to me and my colleagues. Both parties, in a sense, came to the situation with a different level of expectation, and unfortunately that created a gap that towards the end widened too much.
Why Jim Jeffries?
Hearts man. The experience of the first year had suggested that the problems that we had at the club throughout the business meant that it needed someone who had a real deep feeling for Hearts Football Club to be able to get in about it and to make the changes that were clearly necessary. And I think, you know, if you get someone who has a feeling for the club, there's a lot more chance that they can hang on in there and make it happen, because they want it to happen a lot more than perhaps someone to whom it's a job, and albeit important.
Did it get personal at all between yourself and George Fulston?
No, I think at the beginning there was a degree of slight personalisation, but no, George and I have met several times and had a beer and chatted. It was really just about trying to do the best for our respective clubs.
Jim Jeffries has built a team with really not a lot of money to spend.
Well, that's not quite the case. He has spent a lot of money. It's just not been public in terms of transfer fees. A lot of the money has been spent in bringing the new players, the Gilles Rousset, the Pasquale Bruno, Hans Eskilsson, Neil Poynton, He's brought Alan Lawrence. He has actually spent money in bringing all of these players to Tynecastle. It's just, we sometimes said there were nominal fees, but when you add it all up, we've spent, since we've been at the club, including the first year with Tommy McLean, we've spent close to 2 million restructuring Hearts on terms of its playing side. My predecessor's regular boast is that players never asked for a transfer at Tynecastle. We now feel that that's wrong. We should be doing what Graham Souness and Walter Smith have done at Ibrox, and that is changing the menu, making players hungry for success, and if they're not happy at Hearts, they should be asking for transfers to go and play elsewhere. We should be making it as competitive an environment as possible, and thereby entertaining for supporters.
You said the debt you took on was 4.3 million. What is it now, Chris?
It's a bit over that, because we've invested in a stand. But we've been able to manage the cash flow quite well to be able to invest in the team. So any monies that we've been generating have already in fact been spent in that restructuring process.
And were you to win the Tennant Scottish Cup, that would obviously, that wouldn't wipe away the debt immediately, nothing like it, but that over the years would have a big impact on the financial state of the club.
Well, we have a 10-year business plan that we're working to in terms of financial numbers, and it would certainly help to get that. The plan is based on a base case, target case and best case, and winning the cup takes us into best case, which has more of the money coming to the bottom line to help to service the debt and perhaps at some stage begin to pay off some chunks of that.
Chris Robinson, the Hearts chairman. Eamon, you worked under him. In fact, you're a victim of the changes that he's made at Tynecastle. Do you bear him any animosity?
No, not at all. I was a casualty of war, as I like to describe myself, when Jim Jeffries came along and took over from Tommy McLean, who was obviously, I was assistant to Tommy. And I think, as I would probably do, when the new broom sweeps clean, and I left, and it was a big disappointment to me. But Chris Robinson and Les Deans are genuine people. They're trying to put Hearts on the right track. They're spending a lot of their own money. They've taken on a big overdraft, and it's important that Hearts are in cup finals and qualify for Europe. Don't get relegated from the Premier League. These things are absolutely vital to the future success of the club. They're also trying to get the supporters behind them with 500 club members, build the new stands. And it's heading along the right lines, but it's a very difficult task, and I don't think people really appreciate how difficult it is.
Yeah, good to hear you say that, Eamon. Thank you. Now, we've heard from Hearts fans earlier, of course, as they set off early this morning for the final here at Hampden. Let's now hear from some Rangers fans. And as Hazel Irvine reports, they really are a unique bunch of supporters.
One end of season supporters club dance looks much like any other. Eating, drinking, dancing, they're all on the menu. But at this gathering, there's one or two extra guests at the dinner table. Their owners are all Rangers fans, as fervent about their team as any other supporters. But the only difference is, these fans are blind. They didn't see how Rangers won the championship, they had it described to them. This group is part of the Rex Kingsley Blind Party, named after the Sunday Mail football writer who formed the society in the 1930s. It's grown in size since then, with members from many clubs all around Scotland. The Rangers Party is the biggest, with 50 members, some of whom joined the thousands at Rugby Park on the last day of the season. They like to hear the news as it's made, live. They're hooked up to an audio system and given a detailed description of every ball that's kicked, and a lot more besides, by a number of volunteer commentators.
Dummies it, Ali dummies it, nobody there at all. Could the front row stand up and let the latecomers in?
Things haven't always been so high-tech. Hugh Gray could have done with this system in 1955 when he first started.
But again, I can't see who it is at the far end. My eyesight's going too, I think.
Changed days for commentators.
One man was surrounded by blind people, and he would go maybe in an ordinary game for 22 minutes, but in a big game, in a noisy game, you just couldn't do it for more than 12 or 15, and you'd think you'd had a rasp at your tonsils. But nowadays, with this audio equipment that we've got, one commentator could do the whole game.
I think the fact that we can come here and we're getting excellent commentaries, and you're also enjoying, you're getting the atmosphere of the game too, you feel part of it.
Far better than listening to the wires, because we're here, we can wear our colours, we can sing songs, we can just do everything that a sighted people can do.
brightened up my whole Saturday. I don't know what I would do rather than come to football.
The ecstasies and the agonies of the game are felt in the same way as sighted fans. Tom Anderson, though, was born blind. He's never known what a game of football actually looks like. So does he have an image of it in his mind?
I think you do. You sort of build up a picture, but whether it's totally accurate or not depends. But most of us now, with going to the ground and speaking to the commentators and friends, you do say, right, what does he look like, what size is he, what colour of hair and so on, and you do build up a picture.
Tommy Dallas lost his sight later in life. It was only then that he took sport up seriously. He's since learned to water ski, and he'll play for Scotland in the World Bowling Championships next March.
All I can put it down to, even if somebody was going blind, don't dishearten, you know, life still goes on. In fact, sometimes it can be better, Hazel. Sometimes it can be better.
Final whistle sounds at Rugby Park. There's adulation for the players and the usual pleasantries for the referee.
Sometimes we say, get your slayer here beside us, you know. Oh, aye. And some of the referees that's on today, Hazel, should be beside us.
What do you think of the referees today?
Rubbish.
Yes, a real bunch of enthusiasts, and they'll enjoy the final as much as anyone this afternoon, there's no doubt about that. Now, let's continue our story of the road to Hampden. We've reached round 3, the stage at which all the big clubs come in, of course, and it was a Highland League side who had the day of their lives.
Highland League Keith's cup dream of a game against Rangers came true. Their own Kynoch Park couldn't be used, nor for SFA reasons could it be Ibrox. So the match of their lives went ahead at Pittodrie, and it started raining goals. What the Keith fans wanted, 10 goals down, was one of their own. And would you believe it, it happened. Mark Garden beat Andy Gorham for a moment to remember, and a few seconds of fame to be relived on Sports Scene later that night.
That'll be a good feeling. Way to get my mum to tape that.
It was chilly for Killie and Hibs at Easter Road, but things started hotting up when Paul Wright made a double bid for goal of the season.
The offside flag was up, but the play continues here with Paul Wright. He had a chance now to take on Leighton. It's a wonderful goal by Wright. Awkward there, and Paul Wright is away from Jim Leighton. Oh, that's deadly finishing. Magnificent play by Wright.
Another All-Premier tie, Hearts against Partick Thistle, was postponed on the Saturday, then played the following midweek. Brave Thistle keeper Nicky Walker was eventually beaten.
Person on the goal line. And there's a header! It's Paul Ritchie who scored.
Clyde against Dundee became a bit special when the draw for the 4th round handed the winners a home game against Rangers. The 2nd Division team struck first. A curling free kick from Charlie Nicholas opened the scoring. And Coca-Cola Cup finalists Dundee went 2 down when former Hearts man Tommy Harrison scored from the edge of the box. The First Division team gave themselves some hope of revival when Neil Duffy pulled a goal back. But they were heading out of the competition. Kenny Gillis set up the goal which sealed Clyde's win. Eddie Anand finished it off. Broadwood was about to roll out the welcome mat for Rangers. Aberdeen, having won the Coca-Cola Cup, set out on another road to Hampden at Fir Park against Motherwell.
Here's Brian Grant. There's a chance on for Dean Windass. Aberdeen take the lead. Scott Howie doing the organising there in goal. Led in by Joe Miller. Howie is committed, he couldn't get to that. And McKimmie has the first attempt and goal. It's in. Duncan Shearer has a second for Aberdeen.
And don't forget the amazing adventures of Whitehill Welfare. The Cup heroics of the East of Scotland League team earned them a third-round meeting at Easter Road with holders Celtic, and Edinburgh postie Scott Cantley delivered the goods with a series of fine saves. But even he couldn't keep Celtic out for 90 minutes. Pierre Van Hooijdonk got the Parkhead team off the mark. But it was never going to be a barrow load. The Celtic fans breathed a bit easier when Simon Donnelly scored a second. And their victory was wrapped up when Van Hooijdonk got his second goal, Celtic's third. Keeper Cantley was still on his Sunday best and defied the Celtic attack one final time. Beaten only 3-0, it was Welfare's day.
And we'll hear the round 4 highlights a little bit later on. We're still an hour and a half or so away from kick-off time here at Hampden, but among the earliest arrivals has been the gentleman you may have seen at the very start of the programme, Edinburgh's Lord Provost, Eric Milligan. He's trackside talking to Hazel Irvine, the Jambo with the chain of office.
Eric, you've come hot fruit from opening the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland today. Did you ask for a wee bit of divine inspiration?
I've been saying my prayers all morning, Hazel, and the only thought that was in my mind is I just hope that all the good wishes of the people in Edinburgh shine on the hearts, and if we do get a little divine intervention, well, that'll be a plus as well.
Now, you're actually here in a dual capacity. You're both Provost and fan. How long have you been at Jambo?
Well, I've only been the Lord Provost since the 4th of April, so I'm a new, shiny Lord Provost. But I'm not a new, shiny Hearts supporter, I can assure you that, Hazel. I've been a Hearts supporter really since birth. My father was a fanatical Hearts supporter before me, and his father before him, and I was born and brought up but a stone's throw from Tynecastle. So I'm here because it's my civic duty to be here, but I'm here also to display my Gorgie prejudice.
You were here in 86 and 76, I believe, so you have shed a few tears over the years, haven't you?
I've shed tears for Hearts over very, very many years. I've been here at all the disappointments, not only at the final stage, but at the semi-final stage. And I've got to say that the last time Hearts won the Cup was away back in 1956. And although I'm told I was there to wave a maroon scarf on their triumphant return to Gorgie, I've got to confess to you, Hazel, that I was too young to appreciate it, and it's too long ago for me to really remember.
Are you going to be smiling and laughing today, do you think?
Well, I like to think that I'm a good-natured person, and those of us that have supported Hearts all our lives have got to be good-natured. So we've suffered disappointments in the past, but today Hearts are coming here, I think, with a belief in themselves that hasn't always been the case, because at the last 6 occasions that Hearts have played Rangers, Hearts have actually won 4 out of the 6. Now, there's no other team in Scotland could come anywhere close to that record recently in matches against Rangers. So I think that there's a lot of confidence in the Hearts camp, and I'm certainly going to enjoy today. And if Hearts win and bring the cup back to Gorgie, it'll be my civic duty to enjoy myself.
And you'll be living up to the maxim of dignity at all times, apart from if Hearts win. All the best today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Hazel. Thank you.
Yes, Edinburgh Lord Provost Eric Milligan, and as he said, he was here in 1976, 20 years ago. That was the last time these two clubs met in a Scottish Cup final, and it was a match which had a sensational opening.
It isn't the club playing in a Scottish Cup Final. It doesn't go for a quick snap. Early go. McLean with Greg. In goes Johnson. It's there. That's the snap goal I was talking about. 40 seconds. The Hearts defence coming right back for this, and they need to because Johnson will be there, Henderson, and of course Jackson coming up just into the penalty box now. McKean with it. Jackson just behind Darren McDonald. Let fly. That's it. Eric McDonald makes it 2-0 for Rangers on the half-time whistle. And that indicates the size of the Rangers supporters who are fast believing now that Rangers are going to get the treble. Here's Martin Henderson in the open. Greg coming through. Henderson with it. There's McKean with Brown. Tending to overdo it. Good running by McKean though. That's it. Derek Johnston. The third goal. 3-0. 35 minutes of the second half gone. Here. Greg allowing him to run straight towards the penalty area. Heading for the shot. This must be a goal. Graham Shaw, bold effort by Hearts at this stage. 3-1.
3-1 to Rangers, the famous match, of course, which kicked off a couple of minutes before 3 o'clock, and that Derek Johnston goal early on was actually scored before the clock struck 3, as you know, of course, from our sports scene competition. Now, Jim Jeffries played in that match on the losing side, and his team have just arrived here at Hampden, just about an hour and 25 minutes or so before kick-off time. There they are. Jim Jeffries has been in tremendously confident mood all week. He's been pointing out to everyone who'll listen that they've already beaten 4 Premier Division sides in the way to the final, and they really do feel their names on it. Big Dave McPherson, of course, who's played for Rangers in previous cup finals. Gary Mackay, of course, who played here in '86. And Pasquale Bruno, who's been such an influence on those talented Hearts youngsters in the back line. So Hearts are here. Rangers, no doubt, will arrive within the next few minutes. We'll hopefully see their team bus pulling up very shortly. But let's hear from a couple of the players who will certainly be tremendously influential this afternoon, because they have been all season. And we'll hear firstly from the man who was voted Scotland's Player of the Year.
Paul Gascoigne has just about completed his change from a star struggling to get to grips with life in Scotland to Players' Player of the Year, the man most admired by his fellow professionals.
I had a few tussles with him at the start. I think I was just through nervousness and wanting to do well and wanting to prove to them. And I got a shock. I think it was because of the fact I didn't realise how fit the guys were and how some of them are quite talented. And I didn't like it because I wasn't showing my stuff. And then eventually I settled down and concentrated on my own game instead of worrying about other teams and that. And things went well and better.
That's very honest of you. You really felt that you weren't delivering at the start of the season then?
I knew I could do better. I didn't say I was delivering because I played 21 games. I scored, I had 12 man of the matches. I've all got them written down, don't worry.
I didn't think you were counting either.
I was, and 8 goals. So that's not bad in 21 games. That's a goal every 3 games, a man of the match every 3 games. So that was nice, and that was at the start. And then things just got better and better. But credit to the lads, you know, I wouldn't have won these awards if it wasn't for them. They're the ones that've done all the dirty. I just do the nice stuff. They do all the dirty work, all me graft, or as like little Stewie, McCall and the rest do all me grafting.
So going into the cup final, you've already told me that you thought Alan Johnson's an impressive player for Hearts.
Yeah, I like a few of the players. It's just I can't remember the names. And Johnson stands out because he scored 5 goals against us. But no, I said to Johnson, I remember playing him at their place, and when I think we won 3-1 or 4-1, that was the first time. And he was getting in positions, I just said, you're not shooting enough, mate, you're getting yourself in good positions, you should have a crack. And he said, yeah, and I was in London at the time with England, and I put on a St Johnson hat-trick against Rangers. So when I seen him again, I said, look, at the next time, not against the other teams and not against us, you know. And he said, right, and then he scored again the next one. So I'm not going to talk to him anymore.
The fact that you don't recognise the Hearts players, or you just said that, this is going to wind them up because they're going to watch this interview before the game.
Of course I know them, yeah. I know them. I'm panicking now. Yeah, I do know you guys, don't worry. I know the keeper's very tall. I know Bruno's mad at the back, and I know a little wee midget Robbo at the front. Nah, I'm looking forward to the game, mate. They've done well. I think the tussles we've had with each other have been nice, and the games went two games apiece. And we just hope that. I just hope it's a nice final. You've just seen the English Cup final. I just hope it's better than that one.
How will you look back in your first season in Scottish football?
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't know if I could top that. What's just happened this season? It'd be nice to do next season. That means I've got to score more than 19 goals. We have to hopefully nearly win the double and win just about most of the awards. I don't know if I can top that.
You just said you went on holiday. I forgot actually you'll be playing in the European Championships against Scotland.
That's right. I've got them to come on the 15th.
You wish us all the best.
Yeah, of course I do, apart from the 15th. Apart from the 15th, no doubt. In fact, Stewie's starting to mock us now. Stuart McCall, he's following us about everywhere and just saying he's getting used to it. But I'm looking forward to it. I just hope there's no trouble, Chick, with the fans. Let's go out and enjoy it, and let's give ourselves good reputations instead of bad ones all the time.
I hope you enjoy it and I hope you get stuffed. Thank you very much.
Cheers, yeah.
It wasn't a hard decision for me because when I came here for a trial, the welcome here was superb. I think everybody was very kindly with me, with my family, and it was an easy decision to take.
So it's more than money?
No, money is not everything in life. The quality of life at Edinburgh is fantastic, and money is important, but it's not everything. And I just wanted to play football, and Arts gave me this opportunity, and I was quite happy with that.
Hearts are happy too. Gilles Rousset has been an outstanding acquisition, and he's become a firm favourite with the fans.
Header down, met there by Miller. It's a fine save by Rousset. And the Hearts defence was sweeping that time. He likes to get inside the box with the ball at his feet. The light the ball across, Darren Jackson. Cross in for Shearer. Good save by Rousset. Joe Miller with an excellent cross, and Duncan Shearer very precise with his header down toward the corner. Rousset did well.
Would it be enough just to play in the final?
No, of course not. When you play final, you really want to win it, because I know what is to lose in final, because I've lost one in France, and I don't want to feel to have a bad feeling like that once again. It's very, very bad feeling. When I came here, I knew nothing about Jim Jeffries, about the team, about Arts, about Scottish football. So he just said me, we want to build a good team. So I believe it, and he said me the truth, because we worked very hard, and now we have a good team. We are improving every day. I made a good decision to join Arts. I'm a jumbo now.
And you'll be a happy man should Hearts beat Rangers?
Of course, I will be very, very happy, but we'll see. It's only a game.
Two players have had outstanding seasons for their clubs, and Gilles Rousset, an easy figure to pick out at his height, out there with the rest of the Hearts players on the pitch at Hampden. I think they'll be impressed as another of the taller players will be involved this afternoon. Dave McPherson talking there to Walter Kidd. We saw earlier the 86 final, a particularly unhappy memory for Walter. Hearts lost and he was sent off, but he's a very important member of the Hearts backroom squad now. And as I said earlier, they've been so relaxed all week. Let's hope that on the day particularly, that the young players don't freeze on the occasion and give us a final we can all enjoy. Now, one of those players may very well end up being man of the match. We're asking you, of course, to predict who the man of the match will be this afternoon. Which of the Rangers and Hearts players involved this afternoon do you think will be the outstanding performer? Give us a call on 0891 447755, 0891 447755, and if you get it right and your name is drawn, then you'll win yourself a couple of tickets for the big Euro 96 match at Wembley 4 weeks from today, England against Scotland. That's for the man of the match. Now let's just talk about the two players we've been looking at there, Gilles Rousset and Paul Gascoigne, just to evaluate for us, Eamon, how important they've been to their clubs this year.
Well, as I was saying earlier, I think the goalie's been the major influence in the way Hearts have succeeded this season. I've been very, very impressed just with his overall handling. But it's just his dominance in the box. Any cross that comes in, he comes and he takes it, and it spreads throughout the whole defence and throughout the whole team, I think. Paul Gascoigne in the other camp has just been fantastic. He's tremendous fun to watch. He's a character, if you like, in the game. He does have his off-field problems, which are well documented, but in a purely footballing sense, the man is magic. He really is, and it's been a pleasure to watch him all season.
And a worthy player of the year, not just from the football writers, but also, of course, from his fellow professionals. And we'll see how he copes with the final this afternoon. Now let's take you back 40 years, in fact, to the very last time Hearts won the Scottish Cup. The team managed by Tommy Walker in those days, and they beat Celtic in the final.
Hearts playing in the Dyke jerseys, 20 minutes of the first half gone, still no scoring. Evans wins and that tussle was inside forward Con. Evans, Scotland's right half, playing at centre half today. Peacock to Tully. Tully forward now to Fernie. Beaten by Cumming, now it's Wardhaw. Wardhaw who hits him from long range. Wardhaw to Crawford. Crawford coming in now, and it's a goal! Ball number 9, centre forward out in the left touchline. Ball relieving the pressure right up towards Celtic's goal mouth. Ball still on the ball. Young to Crawford, and it's a goal! Crawford makes it number 2 for Hearts, and Crawford scores his second goal. A free kick to Celtic. Celtic fighting very, very hard indeed. And it's Duff who holds it with Hockney going in, and it may be a goal, and it. Speedy fumbled that one, and it's Hockney who scores. 2 goals to 1. Free kick to Hearts, taken by Kirk. Now it's Ball, heading it forward. It comes to Con, and it's a goal! 10 minutes to go, and Hearts team dance with joy. A fierce effort, a tremendous shot by Con. Puts Hearts in the lead by 3 goals to 1. History, football history in the making.
Yes, that outstanding Hearts team of the mid-50s collecting the trophy here at Hampden 40 years ago in 1956. And one of the Hearts heroes that day was John Cumming, who's here with us today, alongside one of Hearts' best-known supporters, JJ himself, the Great White Shark. They're talking to Hazel Irvine.
Yes, Dougie, I have the 2 Johns with me. First of all, John Cumming, left half number 6 that day. Are your memories very vivid of it, John?
Yes, oh yes, very, very vivid. A terrific game, you know, and good football, and with natural wingers and inside forwards, which helped the game, you know.
I bet you didn't think that it was going to take 40 years till they'd be in a position doing it again, though.
No, but it's, they've had chances, you say, and everything else. I think we had a lot of better players, you know, good players, and everybody had them, not just Hearts. The game was open and attacking football, and you didn't defend, you went forward, and that was half the battle, you know.
Now, I know you're still not involved in football, but you're still a very, very fit man. Tell me about your regime these days, John.
Oh, well, I'm a gardener, and I walk dogs, and I play bowls, and I do everything, you know, and I enjoy life to the full.
Are Hearts going to do it today, do you think?
Yes, well, I feel that, you know, they've already scored 3 goals and 2 goals, and the young boys are playing well, and I hope they just a bit of commitment today, and I can't see them, you know, I feel 1-0 will be the score.
Oh, now, John, do you concur with that?
I agree with the result, but it'll be a bigger score than that, I think 2-0 or 2-1. Rangers might sneak a goal, but it'll be 2-1 to Hearts.
How long have you been a fan of the round ball game?
All my life. The only reason I took up rugby was I couldn't play the round ball game as useless as football. I keep getting sent off for barging into people. They don't like the physical aspect. I mean, we saw in the 56 Cup final there that the Celtic barged the Hearts goalie into the goal mouth, and that shouldn't be allowed. It isn't allowed now, but that's why I gave up football, because they wouldn't let me be physical, and took up rugby instead.
I dare say you'd be in agreement that if things aren't going Hearts' way, they could always adopt a rolling maul at some point.
Yeah, well, I'm the secret weapon for Jim Jeffries. He's got me on the bench. And give me 5 minutes of Gascoigne and I'll get him off the bench.
One other cup final that you saw recently was the Tennent's Rugby Cup final. Let's hope it's as exciting a game.
Yeah, it was a great final there, and Tennent's have done well. They sponsored the rugby last week. I was watching that this week. The only difference this week is the maroon team from Edinburgh is going to win this week. They didn't last week, but they will this week.
We'll see. The 2 Johns, thank you very much for joining me today.
John Jeffrey barging into people? Never. They'll enjoy the game, that's for sure. Now, the Rangers team bus has arrived, I'm told, so let's see how they're looking as they appear. Walter Smith and Archie Knox. Brian Laudrup, of course, who everyone expects to perform on the big stage. John McGregor, of course, who's coached the Ibrox reserves all season with some success. And Rangers, of course, perhaps surprisingly, in the midst of all the success they've had in the last decade or so, don't have that terrific a record in the Scottish Cup. Won it in 1992 and 1993. At this, their first final for 3 years. There's John Brown, of course, who didn't expect to play much this season, and he may very well be involved this afternoon. David Robertson, Alex Cleland, who we expect to play as well, of course. Alan McLaren is going in for an operation after this. Gordon Durie, and there's Paul Gascoigne, who will certainly hope to make a bigger impact today, and in the right way, rather than that FA Cup final he played in back in 1991 when he incurred that awful self-inflicted knee injury. So both teams are here. Kick-off time, let remind you, as if you needed reminding, is at 3 o'clock. The whole match live for you here on Cup Final Grandstand. Now let's continue our story of the build-up to today and highlights of round 4 of this year's Tennent's Scottish Cup, a round, I'm afraid, which had unhappy memories for Eamon Bannon.
The most famous duffel coat in Scotland is hauled out of the wardrobe for its annual airing. But Terry Christie's Stenhouse Muir, last season's giant killers, are about to be taken to the Tennent's Scottish Cup cleaners. Roddy McKenzie with a great save for the Warriors, but there was no denying Brian Thompson of Cowley Thistle. Mike Teasdale plays him in, and Cup Fortress Ochilview falls to the men from Inverness. Forfar took Airdrie back to Angus after a 2-2 draw in the first game, and the goalless replay was heading for penalties when the big shock suddenly looked on.
Here's Ingles again with a great chance for Forfar. Underside of the crossbar and scrambled away.
So penalties it was, and with Airdrie 4-2 ahead, it was down to their former player Ian McPhee to keep Forfar breathing.
Here he comes to keep Forfar alive.
Celtic took on Raith Rovers in Glasgow, and their first goal was the classic coaching guide to the one-touch game.
Quickly delivered from Colin Van Hooydonk. Here's Andy Tom through the middle. What a chance this is for Celtic for number 1. He's done it! What a chance this is for Donnelly! Celtic are 2 ahead.
The Bahoys were back in town. At Rugby Park, the story of Bravehearts continued to unfold.
It's McPherson being hounded by 2 defenders. Mackay sends it back, there's no offside. And Paul Ritchie has scored! Corner from Mitchell. Turned in brilliantly again. Another chance on this time. Surely, yes! Derek Anderson is taking the congratulations. Gary Mackay flights it in. There's Berry. A deflection! 2-1 to Hearts!
Meanwhile at Broadwood, there were those who were dusting down the Remember Berwick headlines as Clyde took a short lead against Rangers and held it deep into the second half. It was a fine goal at that. Charlie Nicholas, who haunted Rangers and other guys years earlier, the provider. Ian Angus, the scorer. But then Rangers turned up. Charlie Miller equalised. And then put his team ahead. Then the champions made it 3-1 with a goal made in Europe. Gascoigne to Laudrup to Van Bossen. A bit of a liberty calling it the Scottish Cup, really. Gascoigne completed the evening's work with the 4th, but then there was little in this season which didn't have his hallmark upon it.
So the Rangers players who had such a fright at Broadwood that night are now out on the pitch, and will Ali McCoy's play? Now there's something wrong with his. I wonder if Gascoigne's been involved in whatever's wrong with McCoy's jacket. Got the match programme in the pocket anyway, and no indication there from the demeanour as to whether McCoy will play. He was, of course, a fitness doubt. And Paul Gascoigne, as you would expect, looking suitably relaxed. A little bit of keepy up in the penalty area. And I remember before the League Cup final earlier in the season, he was out there in shirt sleeves with a mobile phone. And Gascoigne, and perhaps Ian Durrant, well, he'll be thinking of what might have been. He will unlikely to feature this afternoon, we would expect, but still a very important member of that Rangers party. And Charlie Miller on the left there, who's been out with shin splints injuries, but apparently restored to fitness. He may well be involved at some stage. And in the foregrounds, the Scottish Schools FA Herald Sevens final. Holy Cross High School playing against Glenwood High School on the main Hampden pitch. And what a great thrill it must be for those youngsters to be playing at Hampden on Cup Final day and impressing the watching Rangers players. Now let's hear from Gordon Durie of Rangers, who's talking to Hazel.
Gordon, you've played in 2 Hampden Cup finals. You'll be hoping it's third time lucky.
As you say, Hazel, this is my third final. First one we had was against Aberdeen, unfortunately we got beat, and then 2 years ago, everyone knows what happened against who's it we played? Dundee United, that's right. So hopefully it's third time lucky for myself today.
You clearly wiped that one from your memory, but tell me about today. Are you going to be playing up with Eric Bow Anderson, or will Ali McCoy's partner you?
I don't know if I can tell you or not. You'll be able to know in the next 10-15 minutes, but unfortunately Ali's been struggling with his calf in the last week or so we had to sort of change accordingly.
Have you made any special provisions to go with Alan Johnson, because he really has run the team ragged the last season, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He's done well the last couple of games against us. Scored 4 goals, played extremely well, as the whole Heart teams have done against us. So we can't really rely on one player to do his damage. I think they're capable of doing damage all over the park, so we won't be looking at one man to do his damage.
What would it mean to you to end the season with a double?
It would be nice, as I say. We won the league a couple of weeks ago, which was nice, and it'd be lovely to finish with a Scottish Cup winners medal.
All the very best.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Gordon.
So a little more than an hour still to go until kick-off time, and we're going to leave Hampden just for a while for the first of our 2 races from Newbury this afternoon. That's the 2 o'clock race, in fact the London Gold Cup rated stakes. 2 races coming up from Newbury. The 2:30 we'll have a little bit later on, of course. Then we'll be back here at Hampden to bring you all the build-up to the big match. Just a quick word from Willie on Ali McCoy out there. It sounds perhaps from what Gordon Durie was saying that he might not make it.
I got that impression from Gordon that Ali won't make it today, and that will be a blow to Rangers because, you know, Gordon, who's come on to a good game, I think they'll be looking to him to score goals, but Anderson maybe a wee bit more, he needs a wee bit more time to settle in, and you know, really you're looking for that goal threat. If you're going to put Hearts under pressure, if you're going to get balls into the box, you need the type of player that McCoy does, so I think that is a bit of a blow for Rangers.
Would you agree with that, Timon? Is McCoy still in the twilight of his career, an important striker for them?
Well, I just wonder whether he'll actually be on the bench. I mean, he said that he's not going to play. I think that was fairly obvious, but whether he's on the bench and with half an hour to go, you know what Ali's like, writes his own scripts, he'll come on and score the winner. And
we've seen it before.
It may well happen.
All right. Back to Hampden very shortly then, but now let's head off to Newbury. And the first of those 2 races we have for you this afternoon. Runners and riders from Peter O'Sullivan.
Nosy Native, Gary Bardwell. 8, Al's Alibi, Michael Canan, ridden 8 winners already this week, Michael. 9 is Clouds Hill, ridden by Dane O'Deal, and 10 is Burnt Offering, ridden by Brett Doyle.
And the favourite is Willie Carson's Mount Nabhan, a 5-2 shot from 11-4. Then it's 4-1 Samran from 3, 9-2 Al's Alibi, who's won on the soft, 8-1 Nosy Native, who was well backed at 16-1 in the offices this morning. 9-1 from 10 the top weight Warbrook, 10-1 Nedor, 12-1 Clouds Hill, easy to back, 14 Exalted, and 25-1 the outsider Burnt Offering. So here is the favourite, Willie Carson's Mount. They backed him in the offices at 4-1 this morning. Good handicap form this year. He won over 1.5 miles at Ripon. The one slight question mark is the ground. He hasn't won on yielding ground, but his form over 1.5 miles is solid.
He's a good-looking son of In the Wings, this Julian. I liked him in the paddock very, very much. I'm just wondering how he's going to cope with this softer surface here today, but if he does, he's going to take a lot of beating.
And the second favourite is a horse who Willie has ridden already this year. He won on him at Kempton. His last run, Samran, was when he was last to 3 to Dushyanta and Lallans over 1.5 miles at Newmarket in a 3-horse race Beaten 5.5 lengths by the winner, but he might have been flattered by that because it was a false run race. Dushianta, of course, ran a mighty race this week in the Dante at York.
He's going to appreciate a true run race, in fact, this fellow. He likes to gallop all the way, and as you pointed out, Julian, his last run, the race was very forced, and it didn't suit him at all. I think if they go a gallop today, he's going to probably be the chief danger. He's 4-1 from 7-2.
The horse that we know acts on the ground is Owl's Alibi. He won here on Greenham Day. Since then, he was involved in that notorious incident at Chester, which led to the suspension of Fergal Lynch, who was responsible as a matter of opinion. But what is fact is that this horse was absolutely knocked sideways when Richard Quinn moved over towards the rails, which led to the collision with Fergal Lynch. Michael Cannan rides his horse, and Michael's got another interesting ride later on in the 4:30. He replaces Philip Robinson on Arctid in the maiden race.
Owl's Alibi, no stranger to Newbury. He won here in April, in fact, and Michael Cannan right at the top of the form at the moment. What a York he had, and, well, there's no better jockey riding at the moment.
The springer in the market this morning is Nosy Native in the pink and green colours, the mount of Gary Bardwell, who missed a winner at York this week because he was suspended. Now, this horse won a very competitive nursery at Yarmouth over a mile last October, but he was unplaced here on his reappearance behind Owl's Alibi.
If you look at his form, Julian, most of his form has been achieved on pretty fast ground. Well, I'm just wondering how he's going to cope with this. He's going to ride pretty dead today.
Well, he's an 8-1 shot, Nosy Native. And Nabhan has now receded from 5-2 out to 3-1. It's 4-1 Samra, 9-2 Owl's Alibi, 8-1 Bar. A fairly flaccid sort of market on the opener at Newbury. Let's join Peter.
Just one to go now. Nador, number 4, Richard Hughes.
Have that blind ready, Gary.
That's it. And that away. Warbrook. The outside Owl's Alibi, on the nearest side to us, that is, Owl's Alibi. Going on now from Warbrook on the far side, and Willie Carson Barn, whose partner's taken a pretty strong grip. Burned Offering nearest to us. They're mostly taking a pretty strong hold because they're going very steady. And Owl's Alibi just quickening it a bit now under Mick Cannan, who knows that this horse goes in the ground. And he's striding on now from Warbrook in second and Bird Offering, and then Naban in fourth as they're right over the far side and just beginning the swing out of the backstretch with Owl's Alibi the leader from Warbrook and Bird Offering. Then comes Naban and then Samran behind them. And then nearest to us is Exalted. As they swing round this turn, Owl's Alibi is still making it. The sheepskin noseband just in behind him of Warbrook. Behind Warbrook, Burnt Offering. Then comes Naban, then Samran, and then Exalted. Nador is the back marker, and Owl's Alibi is still making it. From Warbrook on the outside, Burnt Offering. Just in behind them, Naban, Samran, and then Exalted. Swing into the turn. Owl's Alibi from Burnt Offering. Warbrook. Naban right over on the far rail. Towards the left, Exalted making a bit of progress. Naban making good ground up the fence now as they pass the 4th pole, make towards the 3 with Owl's Alibi the leader. Naban over on the far side, looking for a bit of room now, Willie, then Burnt Offering, then Exalted towards the left of the picture as we see them. They're past the 3 marker. Willie still with a lot of horse under him on Naban, and Owl's Alibi there, the leader on the far side. Burnt Offering near side, and Willie looking to angle out now on Naban, but he's being held in there by Samran. They're coming down towards the furlong pole, and Nador has come to take it up. It's Nador now from Burnt Offering. Willie still looking for room on Naban inside the final furlong, and Samran coming to challenge Nador, and now Naban has found room too, and he's really sprinting. It's Nador from Samran and Naban as they race up towards the line. It's going to be close. Nador on the far side, on the near side. Samran between horses is Naban, who just found a bit of daylight, probably just too late, but it's a photo between these 3. Nador on the far side, Samran on the near side, and between horses, the fast finishing Naban. And this is quite a close one.
Well, what a finish in our opener. And it's Samran on this side who just gets his nose in front on the line. Desperately close for second, as you can see. And a desperately unlucky run for Willie Carson on the favourite Nabhan. So, Samran's won it, but look at Willie. The running made by Michael Canaan on Al's Alibi on the right as we look. And Willie held in by Burnt Offering. Can't get out. By now, Nador has gone in the Sheikh Mohammed colours. He finally gets the run that he's been looking for. He pulls out, but Jimmy, he'd been waiting for that run for 2 furlongs.
This is a jockey's nightmare, Julian, because Willie originally up the fence I thought was going to get a run when the other horse started to hang off, but he got him, McCann got him back on the rails, so Willie's then had to switch to the outside, that gap shut, then he got a bit of daylight, but all too late, and a very unlucky loser. But Naban, well, his day will come.
And the judge has called Samran the winner, but he still hasn't determined the minor placings. I'm going to have another look at a print, but Samran on the near side, trained by John Dunlop, who won this in '86 with Al Salit and more recently in '93 with Circus Colours, has prevailed under Richard Quinn, Richard's 27th winner of the season, and number 16 for John Dunlop. Still haven't announced the outcome between Nador and Naban for second spot.
Well, what a desperately unlucky run this was for Willie Carson. You can see there, he's shut in there. Samran on the outside, Richard Quinn has a perfectly clear run. Nador and Richard Hughes likewise. But, Jimmy, what should he have done differently?
In fact, Willie was having a lovely run earlier on. He was nice and settled on Naban, but then when the chips were down and he wanted some light, it was denied him. But this is a thing, once a jockey's committed himself, you can't be in more than one place at one time, Julian. And, well, it was just one of those unlucky things. Take nothing away from Richard.
Well, as you can see, the weather at Newbury really isn't all that wonderful. Happily here at Hampden, it's quite a bright afternoon, certainly not a warm one. The forecast perhaps for 1 or 2 light showers, but generally the match should be played in pretty good conditions. We'll be back at Newbury for the result of that photo finish and indeed for the 2:30 race very shortly. But let's hear now from another couple of the players who will be involved in this afternoon's Tennant Scottish Cup Final. Andy Gorham in a moment, but firstly, Gary Mackay.
Gary, it's been 10 long years since you were back at Hampden in the final, but lots of water has flown under the bridge since then. How are you feeling about today's game?
Yes, we're looking forward to it, Hazel. It's the big stage. This is the time of the season you're wanting to be involved in the games because it means you're at Hampden for the Cup Final, so we're all looking forward to it.
You've been waiting 16 years at Hearts for a moment like this, haven't you?
Yes, it'd be nice to finish the season off with a winner's medal, but the important thing is we come here, we do ourselves justice, and we do the fans that are going to be right behind us justice as well with our performance.
What kind of part do you have to play today, Gary, in keeping the young lads' nerves just a wee bit calm?
No, I think the opposite will be true. The young lads will be trying to keep my nerves calm more than the other way around. But no, the young lads have been a revelation this season. They're looking forward to the game, as I've said already, and we just have to try and work hard together as we've done all season.
You don't know if you're playing yet?
No, the manager always leaves it very late, so I'm as nervous about knowing what the team selection is going to be even before we face Rangers today.
Do you think the psychological edge of having beaten them twice already this season will be to your advantage?
Well, they've already beat us twice as well, Hazel. I don't think it's really that important. It gives us a wee bit of self-belief and we can go into the game knowing we have defeated them. It'll be a very hard game. They've got quality players. They won the league championship again this season, so that proves they're the best side in Scotland. We have to hope that we can have as many other players playing well today and look for a good result.
Andy, another cup final for you. How do you prepare and how are you feeling right now?
It's been that long since I've been in a cup final, I've forgotten how to do it. I was up at 7 this morning, looking forward to it, and it's really dragged on today. Since I've been here for 2 days already, but looking forward to it. It's a great day.
Hearts have been impressive this season.
You've got to hand it to him. they've brought in new players. The young boys have done tremendously well for him, and they've really done well this season. You've got to hand it to him. So it's going to be a hard game today. We've had 2 hard games against them already, and we're looking to get our own back.
Are the 2 hard games against them, are they extra incentive for you?
There's no hiding the fact that it did hurt us getting beat by them twice. But I think the secret then, they scored the first goal in both games and won. So we're hopefully looking to score the first goal and see how they react. I think it'll be a different game altogether.
Like 76, you'll be hoping that perhaps the referee kicks off a couple of minutes early then?
76? How old are you? 76? I was in nappies. No, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I think if we score the first goal, it'll be a real test for them, because they've not gone behind to us for the last 2 games. So that'll be our plan today. We can get the first goal, see how they go on.
And all the best today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's always the case, isn't it? The first goal in the cup final, always so vitally important. Let's take you back 3 years to 1993. The final that year, of course, played at Celtic Park, the last time Rangers won the trophy.
Trying to get away from Stephen Wright. Young fullback did well. So too did Ryan Grant. That's McCall. A chance on here for Murray. The deflection and the opening goal for Rangers. The youngest player on the field opens the scoring in the cup final. Passed on by Haitley. This is Durant. Haitley again. Strong play by Wright. Haitley's clear. This is danger for Aberdeen. And a magnificent goal from Mark Haitley. The second for Rangers. And sheer delirium among these Rangers players. Miscue by Patalainen, but there's Grant. Irvin was quick. Here's Richardson. The deflection, and Aberdeen are back in the match. The first break in the game for Aberdeen. The deflected shot from Lee Richardson, and hope suddenly for these Aberdeen supporters. This is Paul Mason, and the final whistle goes. Rangers have won the cup, they won the treble, but they had to battle right to the end to do so. Walter Smith comes on. He's won the treble as Rangers manager. He goes straight to Mark Haitley, and that is thoroughly justified. There's the scene the Rangers supporters were waiting for. Rangers have done it again.
Will that image of Richard Gough with the Scottish Cup be repeated later this afternoon? Well, we shall find out later on. That was the last time Rangers took the trophy back to Ibrox in 1993. Now let's hear once again from some more of the players who will be involved in this afternoon's final, beginning with John Brown, a Rangers supporter as well as a player.
One player who is clearly going nowhere near the Ibrox exit is John Brown. Like McCoy's a supporter of the club before he played for it. And as the big names flood in, he prays there will always be a place for the player brought up in the tradition of Rangers.
I think it'll get harder, you know, with the Bosman ruling, whether you get loyalty towards one club now, I wonder. But we've got a youth policy that if the boys are good enough, the manager will give them the opportunity, and it's a great thrill for last week Greg Shields getting a chance, the last league game of the season, and there's opportunities there for the boys. If they want to grasp it, then go and do it, and don't be intimidated with, as you said earlier, the players round about you, the international names. That should make you a better player and want to improve more.
Brown is halfway through a 2-year player-coach deal at the club, but looks certain to be in Walter Smith's long-term backroom staff plans. The respect is mutual.
He's a top man. He's a top man. I think we've got a lot of respect for him. He's got a job here that it's a tough one at the best of times, and even when he's rebuilding a team, we've still got to win things. We've been winning leagues where he's been changing the team around and bringing in from the team of treble season a few years back, having to reshape that, and one's coming in, players going out, and still be successful. he's done that, and to his credit, and he's a guy that I don't think there's anybody in that dressing room wouldn't push themselves to the limit for.
The quality of players who are coming in the door now, John, it's absolutely remarkable, the names and the names that have been linked with Rangers. What does it all end for this club? You've watched the stature of the thing grow and grow over the years.
Yeah, well, I think you're getting to the stage you're looking to have an impact in Europe now. The type of players are your Gascoigne and Laudrups, and over the years you look at McCoy's contribution, Richard Goff. Don't forget the Scottish ones that have been here a number of years, and they've done the 8 in a row. A lot of credit goes to them too, but it's great to get these players coming in and talk about the summer, whoever we're going to sign. It's great that we can go out and attract these guys, and you're looking for having an impact in Europe. I think we're getting to the stage that you'll be looking to do something in the next couple of seasons. I've been here 8 years now, and they're all international guys. It's great. That's what I think from my days at Dundee, that you were probably a regular when you're not playing well. Here you have to be doing it at training, so your standards are lifted too. And over the years, I think I've got a bit rubbed off on some of the international players. It's made me a better player.
Meet Hearts Fab Four. They're young, they're free, and they're single-minded about success. A team within a team.
Actually, it's good because we've all been sort of brought up together. We started under Sandy Clark, and he was different class with 4 years, and I think the rest of the boys will agree. And we came up through the youth side and the reserve team together, and we've all been fortunate that the man just put us all back in the first team together.
Gary Locke's the captain. It's hard to believe he's still only 20. He's an under-21 international and totally committed to the Tynecastle team. Alan McManus is 21 and a defensive regular. Last season he struggled to get a game for the reserves.
Yeah, that's right. I was finding it really hard, and then we get the new manager this year, and things have turned round drastically for myself, and I've got to keep pinching myself to I can't believe where I am. I thought that I was going to just be in and out at the start, but the gaffer said if you keep doing the business, then you'll stay in the side, and I think I've been playing reasonably well. I've had 1 or 2 small hiccups, but apart from that, I'm reasonably happy with my own performances.
McManus and 20-year-old Paul Ritchie look like they could be terrible twins. They are great mates, and Ritchie is a defender with a happy knack of popping up in the opposition box to score goals.
My main job as a defender is to stop the opposing team scoring. So as long as we do that on Saturday, stop Rangers from scoring, we'll not lose the game. And if I manage to notch a goal, it'll be a big bonus. The young boys, we don't fear anybody. We know if we play to our capabilities, we're as good as anybody in the Premier League. If we don't play well, we will struggle. But I think we've got a great bunch of boys who have had the experience of cup finals before in France, Italy, with Bruno and Big Gilles, plus the older ones like Gary Mackay and John Robertson. They've been here before, so they know what to expect, so hopefully they'll give us a lending hand.
Alan Johnston at 22 is the old stager of the quartet and sees Jim Jeffries' managerial appointment as a big turning point.
Yeah, definitely. The gaffers gave us a lot of confidence, and we're just going out there and enjoying ourselves now, and I think it shows on the park.
And what does getting a regular game mean to you? That obviously helps in terms of continuity.
Definitely. Gets you a bit of confidence, gets you used to playing. Like, you're not scared to make a mistake. Like, the pressure was on. If you made a mistake before, then I was left out for a few weeks, but the gaffers stuck by me.
When Gary Locke's injured or suspended, he joins the Jambo fans rather than sit in the stand, so he knows how much a Hearts Cup win would mean.
It'd be great for everybody associated with the club if we could just win a trophy. I think it'd take a wee bit of pressure off us as well, because it's 40 years, I think, since we last won a trophy. So once maybe, if we're lucky enough to win the cup on Saturday, then maybe it'll be the start of things to come.
It is such a big day for these young players, isn't it? And of course the two-team line-up's more or less predictable, but of course the news over the last couple of days has been that Ali McCoist sadly is once again struggling for fitness. Well, he's just been speaking to Hazel Irvine. Let's see whether he gave her any clues as to whether he's playing today.
Ali, in a word, are you fit to play or not?
I'm fit to play, Hazel. I trained yesterday with the lads and came through okay, but obviously the gaffer said I had a fitness test this morning, which I was over at Ibrox at 10:30, and Grant, the physio, put me through a thorough fitness test, which for my standards was a lot, and I'm okay to play, but as yet we don't know the team selection, so I thought to be involved somewhere.
Are you hoping to start the game?
Obviously I hope to start the game, but if I'm not, I'd like to think I'm involved in the bench, but if you'd asked for that on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I was going to be honest, I didn't think I had any chance of being involved, so anything else is a bonus at the moment.
Obviously you're desperate to play because you've just signed the new deal, you're staying at Ibrox, and I know the fans want to show their appreciation of that.
Well, I'm delighted to, because I had a couple of meetings with Mr Murray, the chairman, and we all know what the reputation he's got as a businessman, and that stood up. But it was magic. I thoroughly enjoyed it, the meetings with him, and as I said, we're just about agreed now, and fingers crossed I'll be signing that very, very shortly.
There's a real edge to this cup final because of the 2 defeats that Rangers have suffered at Hearts' hands. What do you think is the key to this final? Is it the first goal?
I think the first goal a long way. I think it goes without saying that Hearts have beaten us twice already this season pretty comprehensively, so there's no way it's going to be a one-sided final. But we're confident, and I think Hearts they'll obviously put their 2 wins against us out of their minds as well, because they'll stand for nothing. The key to the final could be the first goal. Depends how both teams play in the day. We're only looking at it from our point of view. I honestly believe that if we play to our full potential and everybody plays well, then I think we'll win.
All the very best today.
Thanks very much. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
So there we are, straight from the man himself. Alan McCoist has passed a fitness test, but Eamon, you seem to be of the opinion that maybe he could be left on the bench even though he has passed that test.
Well, I think so, because the nature of his injury, if it's a calf injury, if you do start the game, there's a likelihood you could come off after, say, half an hour, and they wouldn't want that to happen. So he's far better going on to the game when it's settled down, perhaps the last half hour of the game, and he'll, who's to say he won't weave his magic again?
Yes, the old Roy of the Rovers routine. What about those 4 Hearts youngsters we heard from, Willie? Have you been impressed by them this season?
Yeah, I've been very impressed by them. I think they've turned in some very good performances. Richie McManus at the back have done particularly well, ably aided by Bruno. I think Bruno pulls the strings, but the young lads are very willing workers round about, and they do cause problems in the opposition box as well. It depends how they handle it. I feel, the first 20 minutes is so vital to Hearts, and these young guys in particular at the back. It depends how their first tackle goes, how their first header goes. If they can get that in, first touch of the ball in, and it's a good first touch, then the confidence starts growing and they start building on that. So it's all down, in my mind, to the first 15 minutes.
Sure. Are we making perhaps too much of the fact that Hearts have beaten Rangers 5-0 in aggregate, if you like, over those last 2 meetings? How significant is that?
Well, I think you've got to look on the optimistic side if you're a Hearts supporter, and obviously you grasp on the previous results. I think if you were being honest and realistic, Rangers are quite rightly favourites. And if you analyse them player for player, they've got some world-class players in their ranks. So it's looking on the optimistic side, I believe. And I'm a little bit concerned because Rangers, I think, would be quite happy for the Hearts supporters to go on about their victories, as Rangers have got a knack of doing, and then coming in at the final stage and snatching it and producing the goods.
Well, we shall see very shortly, moving ever closer to kick-off time, of course. And let's hear once again from the manager of Rangers, Walter Smith.
Walter, can I ask you first of all about the situation of Ali McCoist? Will he start the game today?
I know he's fit to play, but he'll be substitute today and start as a substitute. So we're pleased to have him fit. I feel, even as a substitute, an important member of your team, in the sense that his goal-scoring record would indicate that if we need someone to come on and get us a goal, I think he's the man.
Can you tell us your formation up front?
Well, Gordon Durie will play up front along with Brian Laudrup.
And clearly you're going to have your hands full at the back, because Hearts really have a terrific record against Rangers this season. You've been impressed by their performances, clearly.
Yes, they played very well against us in the last couple of occasions that we've played, so I have to make sure that doesn't happen today.
Do you have any special preparations for Alan Johnson at all?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously we'll hopefully be aware of all the players, but no special preparation for that.
And what would it mean to you, Walter, to end the season on a high note with the double?
Well, it's a big thing for the club. I mean, not just for me personally, but for everybody at the club. I mean, it shows that after a season where we managed to win a championship, but maybe didn't show our best form all through it. This season we played very well, and I hope that we can achieve the double.
All the best today, Walter. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thanks very much.
So there we are, Eamon Bannon called it absolutely right. Ali McCoist will start on the bench. Let's talk about another of the Rangers strikers, though, Willie. You perhaps tell us about Gordon Durie, who's come into form at the end of the season, just at the right time for Euro 96 too, I suppose.
Yeah, he has. I think he's just hitting form at the right time. He's had a good run into the season. With the championships coming up, from a Scotland point of view, it's important that we do have strikers fit and available, and guys who can actually score goals. He can score goals. He can play in a number of positions as well. Not only can he play through the middle, but we have seen him in wide areas down the left, or even at times on the right-hand side of the park. So he is quite versatile, but important from Rangers' point of view is that he can score goals. They've got Gascoigne in midfield, who's obviously a threat, but they need that threat up front as well. And when you look at it, they don't really have too many threats. Laudrup, you know, good creative player, but he's not just too keen to put the ball in the back of the net. But I do think it's important that they've got McCoist, even if he's sitting on the bench. I think his threat, having him on the bench, bringing him on later on in the game, is an important factor for Walter Smith.
Well, we've heard from Walter Smith. Let's now hear from the Hearts manager, Jim Jeffries.
Jim, how did you spend Cup Final morning?
It was that long ago, Hazel, I couldn't remember. I was actually talking to Ralph Callahan the other day, and we were wondering what preparation we had for that week, and you know, we can't even mind if we went away a couple of days beforehand. It was such a long time ago, so, you know, but that's in the past, and what we're doing now is we're looking forward to today's game. We've been very relaxed. We went away from it all the early part of the week, and we relaxed, and we stayed over at Dalmahoy last night, so, you know, we've had a great season. We've had a great season. Win or lose today, we've had a great season, and we're looking forward now to going out there and saying, well, it could make it a tremendous year for us, and you know, we've got a chance because we've done it on a couple of occasions this year, and if we play well, we're in with a chance. Or if we play well, Rangers are going to have to play really well to beat us, and that's all you can ask for.
You're so relaxed, Jim, you're almost horizontal at the moment. You spent the morning on the golf course, didn't you?
I did, at 7 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep, so I got up with Paul Hegarty, and I don't know if he let me beat because I'm the manager, but we managed to get off the tee at 7 o'clock and had a super round around Dalmahoy and finished for 9:30 because we didn't take too much out of ourselves because we're getting old now, and we took a buggy. So no, it was a nice way to relax and come in and everything. You know, we just made it in time for the players getting up for breakfast, so great. We're all relaxed, and yeah, just that's how we're treating it. You know, we've just got to go out here. We'll not be relaxed, obviously, too relaxed at 3 o'clock. We'll be out there and trying to bring the cup back to Edinburgh.
Well, you've had a winning start to the day. Let's hope, for your sake, that you have a winning conclusion to it. Do you think you can, Jim?
Yeah, we play well, we can. We play well, we can win it. We've done it a couple of games. We know Rangers will be smarting from these two results. We know that. And, you know, they're a good side. They're elite champions, and they've got a lot of class players. But the pressure's all on them. They're the ones that will be expected to win here today. Their support will demand that. Their supporters are here enjoying it, and there's a genuine chance that if we play well, we can pull it off.
All the best today, Jim.
Thanks, Hazel.
That's manager Jim Jeffries. Well, Hampden really is beginning to fill up now. The two sets of players out to begin their warm-up and being given the appropriate reception by the two sets of fans. Now, we're off racing again before we concentrate very much on events here at Hampden, leading up to the kick-off at 3 o'clock. Let's firstly give you the SP of that earlier race, the 2 o'clock. There it is, won by number 2, Samran, at 4-1. Nador second at 10-1, and Naban was third, the 3-1 favourite. That was the result of the 2 o'clock. Now we're going back once again, and this time we're going for the 2:30 race at Newbury, the Quantal Aston Park Stakes. Let's rejoin our commentary team there.
Best turned out horse. Thomas Keary is his lad, and this is a horse from a stable that's moving into really good form. Luca Kumani had a winner at all 3 meetings yesterday. This horse had a cosy win on his reappearance at Ripon. Still got a little headway to make. Luca feels that he may need another run before he comes to his best, but at his best, on his best form, he's as good as any of these.
He's a 5-year-old now, and he's by Alzeo, and it's rather unusual, really, because Alzeo gets quite a lot of stayers, this sire, but himself was a miler, and although he's had a lot of horses that are getting in excess of 1.5 miles to 2 miles. In fact, I think he had 3 runners, Alzeo, in last year's Cesarewitch. And for a miler to do that, I don't know where he's getting his stamina from, but he's getting it. But a nice-looking son of Alzeo, this. He's 5 years old now, just coming into his own. He's really getting his strength now. But, Julian, I went down to have a look at them before they put the saddles on them, and it was rather interesting to note that most of the runners, their coats were really looking starey. There's no doubt about it, this cold, wet weather doesn't suit them at all.
Another Newmarket horse who's... In the east of England, it's been cold but dry up until now. At least this rain will be very welcome if it gets to the east part of the country. Is number 10 Proposing. Now this is a good-looking horse, but without the best of wheels. He only ran twice last season as a 3-year-old, both times on the all-weather, and his reappearance was in a 2-horse race at Kempton, where he came out the better in what was a pretty full-run race, tactical race with the Bahamian Sunshine, who doesn't run now. Interesting support for this horse in the market, this son of Rainbow Quest.
When you look close into him, as you can see there, Julian, there's not a lot of him. He runs away a bit behind the saddle, but, well, he's got a motor. You'll find that quite a lot of staying horses are built in this sort of mode, but he's got quite a high head carriage, this son of Rainbow Quest. But one thing he does do, he stays well. I'm just wondering how he's going to cope with this softish ground. But, well, for me, I think he will handle it the way he went down to the post. He's 7-1 from 8-1, as you were saying. He's well supported in the market. But looking at him there, there's one or two horses that look a little bit more promising than him in the paddock.
Now, a horse we know stays is number 6, Cufflink, the winner of the Queen Alexandra Stakes at Royal Ascot last year. So this is quite a sharp reversal in distance, back to 1 mile and 5 furlongs for his reappearance. He has, in fact, won over 1 mile and 6, but never less than 1 mile and 6. So this would be his absolute minimum distance. But all his winning's been done on good to firm or firm ground. He's a son of Kelly, and nearly all of whom like top of the ground. He was 20-1 first show. Let's take a look at the latest betting. The market still headed by Election Day, but now joined on 5-2. It's very easy to back on the course Election Day, joined on 5-2 by Mind's Music. 4-1 Surprise, 7-1 continued support for Proposing, 8-1 Posidonus, 16 Arctic Thunder, 20 Cufflink, and 33 Jace. Arctic Thunder, runner-up in the Newbury Autumn Cup on soft ground last autumn. Changed hands for £40,000 at the end of last year. Disappointing over hurdles, but, well, he's stepping up in class here. It's going to be tough for him today.
Sometimes, in fact, does run with his tongue tied down on occasions. I wonder if he's got it tied down today. We can have a little bit of a look at it. You can see he's just playing with his bit a bit. He's just, in fact, yes, in fact, he has got a tongue strap on. You can see it there. And the reason for this is sometimes that a horse, the tongue hits the roof of the mouth and impairs their breathing, I should say, and, well, this is the reason why they just tie it down. But he's a nice individual, fair bit of money for this Arctic Thunder. He's by far north, out of Flying Cloud, who was by Roberto, so, well, he should have plenty of stamina in his pedigree. 16s from 20. 3 to go! And I hear the starter say, just 3 more to go, Julian.
Yeah, this is Posidonus, one we know acts on the soft ground. He won the Gran Premio d'Italia Group 1 race. Very soft ground last autumn. He's got a Group 1 penalty, a £9 penalty, well back this morning. The last one is Mind's Music into the stalls. Here's Peter.
And they're away. Arctic on the far side, but Posidonus just taking it up narrowly now. Posidonus from Mind's Music nearest to us, and then Election Day. Posidonus taking a good hold with Richard Quinn. With Mind's Music in second, and then Election Day, and Cufflink in the second colours. Surplitzy comes next. Back marker is Jace. And Posidonus, one of 5 entries for the Hardwick Stakes at Royal Ascot. Leading him at a good gallop in this rain-softened ground from Mind's Music. Then Cufflink and Election Day and Surplitzy. And Arctic Thunder, the only one with a sheepskin noseband. Jay's still the back marker. Proposing just ahead of him. And Posidonus still. Previous course winner by a couple of lengths from Mind's Music. Willie on the rails on Election Day with Cufflink just towards his outside. Surplitzy comes next in 5th, and then Arctic Thunder and Proposing in Jace. Still Posidonus from Mind's Music. Election Day and Cufflink together, and then Surplitzy in 5th and going well as they race towards the home turn now, begin to make the turn into it. Posidonus from Mind's Music, Cufflink and Election Day still matching strides. Just in behind them, Suplizzi. Behind Suplizzi is Arctic Thunder over on the far rail. Still Posidonis with the advantage from Mines Music. Then just being eased out off the fence by Willie is Election Day. Suplizzi's moved into fourth now. Posidonis from Mines Music. Election Day going to challenge towards the outside of Mines Music if he can. Mines Music now takes it up as they race down towards the 2 furlong pole. It's Mines Music from Posidonis. Willie not getting a lot of reaction at the moment out of Election Day. Chasing him along. Suplizzi's in fourth. Coming down towards the furlong pole. And here comes Election Day now to challenge him. And Election Day towards the near side, and Willie Carson. Mines Music on the far side, right over the far side, Posidonis, but Election Day surely has this sewn up. He's striding up towards the line. Election Day in this Quantel Aston Park Stakes, and going to win this readily. Willie ensured a smooth passage here. He's got it all right, and he's won it comfortably. And at the line, Election Day, the winner, and Mines Music is second, and Posidonis third. And 4 came Suplizzi. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 in this Quantel Aston Park Stakes, with the winner, number 8, Election Day, owned by Lord Weinstock and his son Simon, trained by Michael Stout, his 12th winner of the season, and ridden by Willie Carson. Puts him on the 13 mark, Willie. Second was number 3, his Chester rival, Mines Music, owned by the Niarchos family, trained by Henry Cecil and ridden by Pat Edery. And third was number 1, Posidonis, owned by Mr. Athos Christodoulou, trained by Paul Cole and ridden by Richard Quinn, with fourth, number 11, Suplizzi. And this is our winner, Election Day.
This horse is still so green and so lazy. He was just happy to doss in behind Mines Music and Posidonis here, and it wasn't until Willie Carson really got serious with him. Here he looked to say he wasn't going to make any headway, but Willie just gave him a backhander. He pricks his ears there, he gives him another smack, and suddenly he picks up, and 3-length deficit's immediately cut down, and from a furlong and a half out he's got the race won. He's so talented, this horse, but he's a typical Sadler's Wells, and he's still learning all the time. Remember, it's only the 4th race of his life.
A really good performance, this Julian. I think he's got a great future. He's out of a mare called Hellenic, who was the winner of the Ribblesdale and the Yorkshire Oaks, so he's got plenty of stamina there. He's by Sadler's Wells. Well, Sadler's Wells, his sons usually go from strength to strength. I think this horse is going to appreciate better ground than he's got here today. I think he's going to be a really top-class horse on fast ground. If you remember, in the Ormond Stakes at Chester, he was learning all the way round. He's done that again today, and I think with this run under his belt later on, he's going to grow into one of our very, very best stayers. A good performance. You can see Willie's made no mistakes here, just hands and heels. When he woke him up, he really found that second gear, and he beat Mines Music rather comfortably. And a good run from Posidonis, who under 9.7 was a good third.
Yeah, he was getting £3 off the Ledger runner-up, but he's beaten the Ledger second by fully 4 lengths here. So this puts him right up amongst the best with the classic cliches. Posidonis, a good yardstick. Of course, he had the Group 1 penalty, but as Jimmy says, this horse can only go from strength to strength. And he's one of those ones that you'll never know how good he is until he's got beaten, because he's just really doesn't want to do any more than he's got to win.
That's a picture that Kevin Prendergast will be looking at with some pleasure, because he trains Oscar Schindler, who beat this horse very readily in the Ormond Stakes at Chester, and is surely going to be a very significant horse this year.
Oh, that would appear to be that. That was a 2:30 race at Newbury, and we can now concentrate on football all the way through with this afternoon's Tennant Scottish Cup Final, Heart of Midlothian against Rangers. Now, the scene behind me here is one which is becoming ever noisier and ever more colourful. We've got the Loch Winnoch Carnival Band out there entertaining the crowds, who, as always in football these days, when stadia are all seated, do tend to come a little bit later than they used to. But the players out on the pitch warming up. Dave McPherson we saw there, and it really is a wonderful atmosphere. as we look forward to this 111th Scottish Cup Final. Hearts, as everybody knows, looking for their first Cup win in 40 years. They've lost in 3 Cup Finals since then, to Dunfermline in 1968, to Rangers in 76 and to Aberdeen in 1986. And Richard Gough, who's won 12 major trophies in his 9 years at Ibrox, hoping that today will be the lucky 13th. Confidence high in the Rangers camp too, as well it might be. Already champions for the 8th year in a row. Brian Laudrup has had another excellent season, and most people's view is that he and Paul Gascoigne once again will be the creative force for Rangers. And what about John Brown, who I suppose must have expected that he'd watch more first-team games than he'd play in this season? It hasn't worked out that way, and he'll be one of the major figures in that Rangers defence, along of course with the inimitable Gaza, who'll be looking forward to this Cup Final, as he seems to do to every game. He just loves playing football and loves entertaining the crowds. And of course, one of those players may very well be the man of the match this afternoon. Let me just quickly remind you again that there's a chance for you to win yourself tickets for the England-Scotland Euro 96 game 4 weeks from today. All you have to do is predict who will be the outstanding player of this afternoon's final, and dial that number now, 0891 44 7755, 0891 44 7755, to predict the man of the match and maybe win yourself those tickets for England against Scotland. So as we move ever closer to kick-off time, still 2 more rounds to see on the road to Hampden. Let's now pick up the story of how the quarter-finals were won.
It's been said of Airdrie so often, but when it comes to the Cup, they always shine. And at Pittodrie, the Diamonds threatened to polish off another Premier Division team.
A great pass from Paul Harvey. That's Bonner! The opening goal for Airdrie!
But Roy Aitken's Aberdeen were in no mood to become another one of the Diamonds' Cup statistics. Just ask Dean Windus. His was a highly polished finish. The replay was almost certainly on until the last minute. Scott Booth with a last gasp dash to the byline, and Paul Bernard with a breathtaking finish. Aberdeen through. The Rangers bench wasn't a picture of carefree enjoyment early on against Cally Thistle at Tannadice, where the tension lifted from the dugout when Brian Thompson, normally so prolific for the Inverness team, unfortunately gifted the opener for their opponents. Rangers needed no outside help with the second. It was exquisitely crafted using Danish and then English know-how. Scottish invention played its part in number 3 thanks to Charlie Miller. Otherwise, the same combination unpicked the Cally Thistle lock. Ali McCoist smacked in the mouth for his troubles by Paul Gascoigne not once but twice, as Rangers' 3-0 win over a gallant Cally Thistle side was sealed with a kiss. St Johnstone Hearts was a tough one to call before kick-off at McDermott Park, and it was an even tougher one to win. Hearts took the lead on the stroke of half-time, Alan Lawrence nipping in. But the First Division team have a man whose reflexes are just as quick and whose predatory instincts as deadly, George O'Boyle, the First Division's Player of the Year. But the Maroons' momentum was unstoppable this year, and when Steve Fulton's free kick was met by Dave McPherson, the Hearts bandwagon rolled on. Celtic's curious penchant for late comebacks against Dundee United was again in evidence at Celtic Park. Craig Brewster was pulled down inside the area, and Owen Coyle was charged with the task of putting the Tangerines ahead, which he did at the second time of asking. It took a very, very long time, but Celtic finally enlisted the help of the Foreign Legion.
Led in by McNamara.
Then there were 4 semi-final highlights coming up in a moment. But of course, there's a heavy responsibility, as there always is, on the match officials this afternoon, particularly referee Hugh Dallas, a man who began his refereeing career in the Lanarkshire Amateurs back in 1982. And he too has been talking to Hazel.
Hugh, is it fair to say this is the biggest day in your footballing life?
Oh, absolutely. It's an incredible honour to referee your National Cup Final, and when I started out refereeing, it was the last thing in my mind to achieve this, so yeah, very happy, delighted.
You've also run the line here, of course.
Yeah, I run the line about 3 years ago in the Rangers Airdrie. I was on the stand sideline here when Douglas Hope refereed his first Scottish Cup Final. But again, you know, I never imagined that 3 years down the line that would be my turn in the middle, so great honour.
Can you admit to nerves at this stage?
Yeah, I'll not be any different from the players. I'll be very nervous. But once the whistle goes at 3 o'clock, it's like any other game and any other Saturday. Just be the same.
And you'll be tossing a coin, which is a bit of a special one today.
Yeah, the Glasgow Referee Association actually present the Cup Final referee with a New Zealand dollar. So I'll be keeping up the tradition of using that coin to decide who kicks off.
Well, let's hope it's a lucky one for you today, Hugh. All the best.
Hope so. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yes, we wish Hugh Dallas and his linesman very well for this afternoon. Just 15 minutes away now from kick-off time, and let's enjoy the highlights of that semi-final weekend.
The Cup semi-finals were 24 hours apart. The first one to be played at Hampden was Aberdeen against Hearts. The Pittodrie side chasing their second Cup final appearance of the season. The Tynecastle team bidding to play in their first final for 10 years.
Poynton's corner. There's Dave McPherson's header! Cleared by Michael Watt! And it's there! John Robertson has scored! In from Glass, up goes Rusey, up goes Duncan Shearer, and Shearer scored! Shearer rescues Aberdeen! John Robertson will keep this in. Neil Poynton's inside. Johnston's in the middle. There is Johnston's header! Alan Johnston has scored for Hearts!
Joy for the Jambos at the final whistle. A cup final to look forward to. But who would they face on their return trip to Hampden? They found out the following day when championship rivals Rangers and Celtic met in the second semi-final. Celtic were looking for their first Old Firm win of the season in 6 attempts.
Laudrup's pass finds Robertson. Chance for McCoist! Now Laudrup with Durie outside him. Pass returned, he's onside. Here's Laudrup for Rangers. It's the second goal! The sucker punch for Rangers! Ball in, there's Van Hooydonk! Celtic are back in the match!
But Celtic couldn't get the equaliser, and Rangers manager Walter Smith and his team kept themselves on course for the double.
So that's how they made it along the road to Hampden. Hearts and Rangers meeting here in the Tennent Scottish Cup Final. And the news we're hearing now, Eamon, is that your old friend, the man who scored that opening goal against Celtic, Alan McCoist, not even on the bench now. Ian Durant's there instead.
Well, the ironic thing is, Dougie, that in order to make himself fit for today, he had to have a fitness test this morning at Ibrox, as he is saying. Now, when you have a fitness test in the morning with a calf injury, what's happened is he's got a reaction to that, and as he's come out there to do his warm-up this afternoon, he's obviously hurt it. It's one of those situations where you could actually have left him this morning and taken a chance on him this afternoon, but no, they decided to go for a fitness test, and he's obviously had a bad reaction to it, so he's out.
Yeah, and that for Ali himself must be absolutely shattering, really, because he loves those occasions.
I'm sure it will be, but you know, he's been honest. You know, he's went out there, he's tried it, he's obviously felt something that's just not right. You know, being out there, seeing the occasion, it would have been all too easy for him to say, well, it's not 100%, but I'm only sitting on the bench, and perhaps I'm just going to come on for the last 20 minutes and just chance it. But, you know, full marks to Ali for being totally honest, but it is a blow for Rangers not having his goal threat on the bench.
So they're now going to play Laudrup and Durie up front, with Gascoigne just in behind. Would you be happy with that Rangers line-up? Is that, do you think, perhaps their strongest 11 at the current time?
I think it is. It looks their strongest 11. I think both teams are going to try and play a similar formation. That's one person, one man straight up against three defenders. It's going to be Durie for Rangers, and it's going to be Cahoon for Hearts. And Laudrup will be floating either side, trying to get into the spaces that are vacated by the fullbacks pushing on. And I think Hearts are adopting a similar attitude to the game. Gascoigne will be the one of the midfield players that's trying to get forward to support the other two forwards.
Yeah, the midfield area, as always, vitally important, Willie. How do you see that developing?
I see it's been very tight. Really, what we've seen before the game, I thought perhaps we would see both teams adopting a real forward policy and perhaps playing three up front. But now what we're seeing is, really one out-and-out striker up front, one playing off, and 5 men across the midfield. So it's going to be very tight in the midfield area. I do feel, though, that Rangers possibly have got the best man on the park to make the runs from the midfield forward, and that's Paul Gascoigne.
I think we can actually take a look at the two-team lineups now, because they have been confirmed. So there's how the sides will line up for this 111th Cup Final, with young Gary Locke, just 20, the youngest Cup Final captain ever. Dave McPherson, as I think we expected him, is in the side, because his experience will be important to Hearts.
Well, it's his experience, it's his height from set pieces, which I think is really vital. And if they didn't have him in the team, they'd actually lose, a lot of height to the likes of Gough and Brown. So therefore he's in, and he's played it right back previously with Rangers. It's a slightly different role, and one that, to be honest, he's not that happy with. He doesn't particularly like playing there, but it's,
central defence,
he would take a jersey rather than not play.
Sure. And Stevie Fulton, we haven't mentioned him so far. His career, I think, probably blighted, Willie, by Billy McNeill's description of him some years ago as the new Baggio, but he's a very useful player, and in that midfield battle you were talking about, he'll have a role to play. Yeah,
He's came to Hearts and he's done particularly well at Hearts. He's the type of player that's always going to be supporting. He's always going to look for the ball. On the big occasion, you need that type of player, a player that wants it to his feet and starts taking it from the back three and working it up towards the front two. So he'll be an important player. I'm sure that Jim Jeffries will be looking for him to get on the ball and really to link between the back three through the midfield up to the front two.
And Ian Ferguson in for Rangers, is that a surprise at all, Eamon?
It was. I must admit, I didn't think he would play. I thought they would have went for Anderson up front and left Ferguson on the bench, but they went for a more solid looking midfield with Ferguson and McCall, who are two very, very good players, and leaving Gascoigne the one to float about, to pick up the loose ball and to go at the Hearts defence. So that's got a good look about it. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but I just didn't think he would play.
Well, there we are then. I think it's time for the talking almost to stop, because we're just minutes away now from kick-off time in this 10th Scottish Cup Final. I think all of us hope that it will be a better spectacle, a more entertaining game than the FA Cup Final was a week ago. Let's hope so. Rangers against Hearts. Let's join our match commentary team, Billy McNeill and Jock Brown.
Well, the capacity at Hampden Park may be reduced, but the magic still remains of a cup final occasion. And certainly enhanced by these Hearts supporters, outside Rangers and Celtic, perhaps the most vociferous and the most enthusiastic of travelling fans. They've been here since very early on today, savouring the atmosphere for the first time in 10 years, of course. They're playing in a cup final. Well, these Rangers fans more accustomed to big occasions, but they haven't had an awful lot of success in the cup in recent times. A couple of wins in 92 and 93, a defeat in 94, a defeat in 89, but throughout the 80s struggling to become too involved. And there's the line-up in the tunnel. Walter Smith there looking tense on the right-hand side. Gary Locke with the top on. The balloons are released to add to the sense of occasion at Hampden Park. So red, white and blue at one end, maroon and white at the other. A day these supporters intend not to forget. The moment the players are waiting for, their arrival on the pitch. Rangers in a new kit. Hearts still wearing sweatshirts on top of their maroon jerseys. And a welcome especially from the Hearts supporters. Richard Goff leading the applause for the Rangers fans to our left. Jim Jeffries played here for Hearts in 1976 against Rangers in the final, losing by 3 goals to 1. So the Hearts players acknowledging some well-known faces in the crowd. Dave McPherson, a very experienced exponent in finals, especially with Rangers. So the presentation party arrives, led by the SFA president Bill Dickey. Donald Finlay, the vice chairman of Rangers, introducing Walter Smith to the Secretary of State for Scotland, Michael Forsyth. Richard Goff introducing the Secretary of State to the Rangers players. Paul Gascoigne has a few words to say. Down to Gordon Durie and Alan McLaren, John Brown and Brian Laudrup. And these formalities being completed with some haste, not savoured too much by the players. Now the match referee, Hugh Dallas, in the centre there with Bobby Orr and Jim McBurney and the fourth official, Louis Thau. Angus Meldrum with a bearded figure from the sponsors, tenants. Jim Farry, of course, on the right. Now the Hearts chairman, Chris Robinson, introduces Jim Jeffries to the Secretary of State. The indication Jim Jeffries means to enjoy the occasion. Young players there, Alan McManus and Paul Ritchie, just 20 and 21 years old. Steve Fulton to Dave McPherson, senior member of the squad. Gary Mackay, played more than 600 times for the club. Pasquale Bruno, Italian defender. John Cahoon, also an experienced player. The captain, Gary Locke, completes his duties in this respect. So confirmation there of the Hearts lineup. Some tough decisions made by the manager, Jim Jeffries. He's left out both Alan Lawrence and John Robertson from the attack, leaving just Alan Johnston as support for John Cahoon, and that shores up the midfield into a 5-man lineup. For Rangers, a major alteration. No Ali McCoy. He's not replaced, though, by Eric Anderson, as most people expected. Ian Ferguson wears number 9. He'll play in midfield, I'm sure, with Gordon Durie and Brian Laudrup entrusted with the task of troubling that Hearts defence, principally supported, I think, by Paul Gascoigne from an advanced position in midfield. Referee Hugh Dallas there, just 38 years old. Ran the line in the 1992 Cup Final. Handshakes with the fellow officials. Well, he's the only man to be on the line and in the middle in Scottish Cup Finals. Hugh Dallas, major distinction, was once so young. For Richard Goff, another major occasion in Rangers colours. His tasty victory and defeat in Cup Finals. Pasquale Bruno has also been involved in cup matches in Italy, although they're not rated anything like as important as Serie A matches, but a very important figure in the Hearts defence. Here's a man who scored 4 times against Rangers in the last 2 matches for Hearts. Scored a hat-trick at Ibrox in January and then scored a 2-0 win at Tynecastle. And the player of the year, Paul Gascoigne, who won an FA Cup Winners' Medal from the Hospital Bed, effectively, in 1991, playing for Tottenham Hotspur against Nottingham Forest. He sustained that dreadful knee injury. For Brian Laudrup, another big occasion to grace with his talents. Well, in 1976, the Cup Final kicked off before 3 o'clock. We're in danger of that once again. And on that occasion, Rangers scored before the clock struck 3 through Derek Johnston. So Hugh Dallas, the referee, who certainly shows some tension there in his face. It's a very big occasion for him. Well, he has a lot of experience in international football and European ties for one so young. Gilles Rousset, who has been given the credit for transforming the Hearts' fortunes this season since his arrival. 11 shutouts in 29 matches. Hugely influential figure. Well, these formalities completed so quickly that the players really have to hang about now to wait. Andy Gordon with a record of 2 out of 2 in cup finals for Rangers in the Scottish Cup and also in the League Cup, strangely enough. Never tasted defeat in a final for Rangers. The Rangers chairman, David Murray, looks very relaxed beside his vice chairman, Donald Finlay. Peter Donald, the Scottish Football League secretary, beside Donald Finlay. Ian Durrant, a late call-up to replace Ali McCoy, who couldn't come through the warm-up with his damaged calf injury. He was on the bench initially, but Durrant replaces him. The 111th Scottish Cup Final, sponsored again by Tennent's, starts with Hearts enjoying the first few touches of the ball. The pitch, I can say, in immaculate condition, and that will certainly be welcomed by both sets of players. John Brown has to keep the ball going. It came off the corner flag. First involvement here for Gascoigne. On this sort of big occasion, he will surely relish. McLaren, who's been protecting any injury throughout the season, will have surgery next week. Gascoigne looking to be on the ball as much as he can early on. Laudrup coming deep, the players trying desperately now to settle as quickly as they can. David Roberts does well forward, so is Gordon Durie. A great chance there to take the ball on the run, but Paul Ritchie did well closing in on him. Discussion there between Bruno and Ritchie. It was a tremendous first long ball by John Brown, but at the end of the day, good covering. But initially there was a chance here for Gordon Durie, but he just didn't fasten onto it quickly enough. So here's Alan McLaren. Good angle taken up there by Gascoigne. Forward goes Cleland. Third pass not accurate enough. Bolton intercepts. Laudrup turns it out for the goal kick to Hearts. So Laudrup and Durie, the front two, Billy, a very interesting pairing with no natural out-and-out striker there.
No, I think obviously without McCoy being available today, they're obviously looking to play those two through possibly the inside right and inside left channels. But I think that the big danger to Hearts is going to come from Gascoigne, because it seems to me as though he's been given a lot of liberty, a lot of freedom to go where he wants and perhaps to support those front two.
Good challenge there by Gore. Ferguson trying to release Laudrup. Was quick enough to get there ahead of Ritchie. That came off Bruno. So the first corner kick of the match, conceded there by Pasquale Bruno. Will be the calming influence for Alan McManus and Paul Ritchie, the two young men in central defence for Hearts. Richard Goff and Alan McLaren in the penalty box now for Rangers. Awkward one to clear there for Poynton. His experience also very important. Everton, Manchester City and Oldham he's played for in his career to date. The only man left upfield by Hearts was John Cahoon. It's picked up by Mackay for Cahoon. In goes Ian Ferguson. Appeals for a foul there by Hearts, waved aside by referee Dallas. And a Hearts player on the ground, that's ominous. It's Gary Locke, the captain, who's down. He looks to be in a lot of trouble. The game continues with Locke still on the ground in the centre circle. Well, I'm surprised the ball has not been put out of play yet, and referee Dallas calls the game to halt. There's no question here that Locke is in trouble. I
think he's just gone awkwardly there. It seems as though he's turned his ankle or perhaps twisted his knee, but certainly there was no contact and he didn't even get close enough to make the challenge. But it looks a nasty enough one.
Yes, he seemed to catch his studs there on the surface and buckle under his own weight. Concern there for Jim Jeffries and Billy Brown and Paul Hegarty, the management team at Tynecastle. They won't want to lose the skipper this early, that's for sure. Alan Ray, the physio, carrying out the repair work. It's the knee that's taking the damage. Anxious Hearts fans here. Gary Locke very much a favourite, the 20-year-old. Referee Dallas allowing plenty of time for this spell of treatment. Jim Jeffries calling over Steve Fulton, trying to establish the extent of the damage, I think. The match will be restarted by a dropped ball. With very anxious eyes on Gary Locke, I think, from the Hearts management in the next few minutes to see if he can continue. The call returns that to Hearts. Headed away by McLaren. Here's Fulton. Well, rather ambitious pass there, trying to find Alan Johnston. But we've had confirmation now of the formations. McManus and Ritchie, the markers at the back for Hearts, the young men. And Pasquale Bruno, the sweeper. Dave McPherson wide on the right, Neil Poynton wide on the left. Three in the middle, Locke, Mackay, Fulton, Cahoon and Johnston up front. Ritchie's header. Very similar formation being adopted by Rangers. McLaren, Goff and Brown at the back. McLaren wide on the right, Robertson wide on the left. Ferguson, Gascoigne and McCall in the middle. Durie and Laudrup up front. Laudrup trying to release Robertson. The pace is searing once again. The cross not good enough though. Well, beautifully picked out there, David Robertson by Laudrup. And yet another problem there. Gary Locke has gone down. I think his cup final is almost over. We'll see no way in which he'll be able to continue. That's John Brown's cross. It's gone behind for the goal kick. And I think this will signal the end for the young Hearts captain. Well, such misfortune. He knows it already. You can tell in his face. He knows perfectly well. There's no way back for him this time, surely. Stretcher is now being called for. And it will mean some reorganisation for Hearts.
Yeah, I think that's just a follow-up to the first incident, because he's certainly gone over and twisted his knee. To me, that indicates a fairly serious situation, but certainly one that are going to prove difficult for Hearts at this stage. Discussion on the touchline now. Jim Jeffries and Gary Mackay are in close consultation. They're going to have to tinker with his side, make some adjustments here, because Lawrence and Robertson are the two outfield substitutes. They both play up front. Alan Lawrence is coming on. His cup final experience for Airdrie. Well, this will certainly be a major blow to the Hearts' plans. There's no question about that, Billy.
No, that's right, because to lose your captain as early as in the game, and particularly an inspiring young player like Gary Locke, is quite tragic. But more importantly, they've got a very... The two outfield subs are both attacking players, so he's going to have to adjust his team formation. And as early as this in the cup final, it's going to prove very difficult for him.
And already Gary Mackay is giving instructions to Alan Johnston, who's got a key role to change. There's the damage. Again, there was nothing untoward in that. It's just clearly the knee was a problem before that challenge. So Alan Lawrence comes on much earlier, I'm sure, than he expected or even hoped. So Gary Locke clearly in pain.
being carried behind the goal there. So what about the adjustment, Billy? What do you think here with Lawrence on? What do you expect to see happen?
Well, I can't honestly see Alan Lawrence or John Cahoon moving into that midfield, but I would anticipate that Alan Johnson will be asked to play a deeper role. Perhaps a similar role to Gascoigne's going to be asked to play for Rangers, playing behind the front two and support whatever attacks they're able to provide.
Well, that's what's happened. He's dropped back into a central midfield role in the 5. Lawrence joining Cahoon up front. Good header on there by Durie. And the goal kick's been given. Gordon Durie disagreed with the linesman Bobby Orr, and referee Hugh Dillis got across to Durie. A little discussion there, the referee making certain that there's no repetition of that kind of descent. The ball in playing distance, and Bruno making sure Durie couldn't reach it.
He certainly took a little chance, Bruno, didn't he? But really, as early as in the game, it's kind of daft to show descent as openly as that. You're only going to get yourself in some bother.
That's McManus down to Mackay. An even more important role now for him. As the senior man in the heart of that midfield now for Hearts. Cahoon got a touch. Goal kick it is. So twisted knee confirmed from the trackside for Gary Locke. The full extent of the damage still to be established. Well, it's all been a very unsettling kind of opening to the game. It hasn't really allowed either side to settle properly, the way the game has been broken up by these injury breaks. It's Gascoigne again going very deep to get on the ball. Makes him even harder to mark. Here's Ian Ferguson. Something of a risk in playing Ian Ferguson. He hasn't played, apart from the game against Kilmarnock when the league was won, he hadn't started a match on the 25th of February. So Ferguson getting a late call for this cup final. Long way off that, Billy, at this stage in the season.
It is indeed, but obviously, you know, Walter Smith's been preparing his team for the last fortnight. He's had a look at what he's got, he's seen what options are available to him, and he's thought this is the best one for him. The thing that surprises me just a little bit at this stage is Gascoigne is playing so deep. He's almost playing alongside his defenders, and I would have thought they would have pushed him much further up the pitch, give support to his front two, and perhaps be able to break forward and put Hearts under pressure at the back.
McLaren now in possession for Rangers. Good interception made by Mackay. He read that well. Cahoon showing lots of determination, and Lawrence a lot of nimble footwork. Clear foul by Ferguson. The referee will have a word with Ian Ferguson, looking a little bit overzealous there in his challenge.
It was certainly a late challenge. I don't think there's an awful lot of harm in it, but Hugh Dallas is a strict referee, and he's not going to allow things to go unnoticed, and he's putting his authority on the game very early.
Cahoon none the worse. Bolton's free kick, looking for Dave McPherson, marked by his former teammate Richard Gall. No way past McCall for Johnston. Or for McPherson. Laudrup was caught there by Johnston, and then by McManus, just for good measure. Well, the youngsters in this Hearts lineup making an impact early on. Great running by Laudrup. That was for Robertson. McManus was with him all the way that time. It's good play by Poynton. He headed fast back. Good header down by Goff to Brown. Too many a battle for Rangers together, these two. Interception is made by McManus. This is Mackay. Foul by Laudrup. Well, space at a premium in the centre of the field here. Both sides playing five-man midfields. McManus then sending it along. Poynton has to help the diminutive Hearts forwards by going into that forward position. Bruin turned it out. Rangers on the throw. A little bit of involvement here for Andy Gorham. Here's Brown again, marking once more. Very tight indeed in the middle of the field. Alan Johnston is indeed on Paul Gascoigne. Showing a lot of faith in the youngster, that, putting him in that role. Here he is. Well tackled by Gascoigne. Gascoigne going to that tackle in Cahoon. It's very tough out there. Rangers have a free kick and Gordon Durie is injured. Well, I wonder too, Billy, if there's a possibility the Hearts think they can perhaps have Johnston play off Gascoigne, quite apart from marking.
Well, here we see Paul Gascoigne right in the centre of everything there, and there's one or two tackles flying in as you expect in the cup final. But certainly it's a feasible thing that if you get a good young player who's fit enough to stay with Gascoigne, pay close attention to him and perhaps break away when he's in possession. But again, we saw that tussle, and we can see how keen both sets of players are to get involved in the game.
Well, it is a cup final, and both sets of players are playing it as though it was a match of real significance and importance, as you might expect. So the tackling is tough. Referee Dallas will be working hard to keep things under wraps in the opening half hour. He's done well so far. McLaren's free kick looking for Goff. Good header down that. Durie was too far forward. Lawrence. Poynton held up by McCall. Well, heavy tackling again, this time by John Brown on Lawrence. The old warhorse now, 34 years old, still with amazing enthusiasm for the fray. Robertson's header was straight back to Mackay. Ferguson's tackle. Offside against Durie. Linesman there, Bobby Orr from Kilbarchan. FIFA linesman.
Correct decision by the linesman there, but Paul Gascoigne was annoyed at Gordon Durie for venturing into the offside position because he was breaking very quickly from midfield.
Mackay in possession again. Fulton drifting over to the right hand side here. That's Lawrence. Laudrup took up good position to receive the pass from Gascoigne. The support arriving now from midfield. That's for Durie. Not quite ready for that. It's on the way there by McManus. Here's David Robertson. Ferguson. Good effort by Ferguson. Very well saved by Rousset.
Superb little ball over the top of the defenders there from Robertson, and Ferguson doesn't quite get hold of it. But nevertheless, it's an indication of the threat that possessed breaking from midfield like that.
It's surprising in a way to see Ferguson doing more of the support work in the middle of the field than Gascoigne is at this stage. Gascoigne staying deeper. Offside on the far side against Lawrence. Well, Alan Lawrence, 53 years old. Meadowbank, Dundee and Airdrie, before Hearts. So Hearts now funneling back to the middle of the field, allowing the Rangers back three to have the ball. Now Ferguson. The run was made well by Durie. He ran off Paul Ritchie from an onside position. Back it comes to Cleland. Complete miscue with the attempt to find Gascoigne in the middle. Ferguson asking a lot there of McLaren. So the build-up starts again, patiently from Rangers. Here's Stuart McCall. Laudrup now on the right-hand side. Very hard to pick up for Hearts. Bruno quickly in on the ball. The head of McCall. This is Gascoigne. A Balls of anticipation around the stadium from Rangers supporters. Well held up by Mackay. David Robertson's header was a good one. Well, he's been encouraged to get forward there. Really an outside left, David Robertson.
He's certainly prepared to break forward in this game, and I think that's part of Rangers' plan. Not all that far off the jack. Good connection with the ball, but not all that far from making a real test for the goalkeeper.
Goff in trouble there. He mistimed that challenge on Cahoon. Committed the foul, which gives possession back to Hearts. Well, all types of attire for cup finals. Whether the beer is real. Looks as though it may be. Now the problem for Hearts is they don't have real height in the penalty box, apart from Dave McPherson when he goes forward. Now Rangers in the counter-attack with Ferguson. Poor pass that, cut off easily by Ritchie. That's Johnston under severe pressure. Straight away from McCall. He wanted Cleland to do the same. This is Poynton. Well, it's one option which Hearts just don't have an attack, but they cannot afford to play high balls in.
No, that's right. And obviously looking at Gascoigne, Paul Gascoigne's playing so very deep, but what we're seeing from Rangers is both Robertson and Cleland on the other side are prepared to break forward. Laudrup's dropping off a little bit, making those passes inside Dave McPherson for Robertson to use that pace, and it's causing Hearts an awful lot of problems just at this particular moment.
Johnston getting no peace at all from Stuart McCall, but Hearts have the throw. Stuart McCall wanted to debate that with the referee. There's Poynton's long throw. McPherson's there already. Goff wins it. Fulton. Clear foul there by Ferguson. He'll have to be careful. In fact, it's a yellow card. And the outburst in response will not help his cause. First booking of the match. 20 minutes gone. Ian Ferguson for persistent infringement of the rules, I think this will be. At the early stage of the match, they have a yellow card too, Billy.
Well, I just wonder if Hugh Dallas would prepare to let the challenge go. And he's certainly in there late. He certainly brings Fulton down, but I honestly think it's his response immediately after it. Perhaps he's got his name into the book. And really, Hugh Dallas is going to impress his personality on the game, and players better be aware of it.
There's Gary Mackay. Closed down so well by McCall. Once again, Goff not quite to the ball in the air. Rangers try to break with Laudrup. So still not clear evidence that either side is completely settled. Gascoigne in that deep roll. Hearts quite content to allow the Rangers back three to have the ball. Look at that, no pressure on the back three. Until it comes into the Hearts half before they start pressing forward to make challenges. That's McPherson's clearance. Good strong challenge again by McCall. Winning what really looked to be a 40-60 ball. Laudrup. Away from Ritchie. John Brown was in the box for that. Well, Rangers sending the central defenders forward, supporting the attack. Good change of pace by McCall. Good space for himself. The offside flag up against Alec Cleland. Now it's gone down, but Hearts have a free kick anyway for that challenge by McLaren on Cahoon. Cahoon coming short again. Man who left Celtic in 1985 after being left out of that cup final. Cahoon's cross, Poynton is too far in. He thought he was fouled by Cleland. Poynton still protesting to the referee. Fairness, didn't appear to have a lot of chance of getting the ball the way it came in, but he certainly believed he's impeded by Cleland. Good awareness shown there by McPherson to get away from Robertson. Gascoigne well tackled by Mackay. This is Lawrence. The good effort by Lawrence. Turned over by Andy Gorham. It's a corner kick to Hearts. Well, they're here to make a game of it, all right. No question about that.
Well, Alan Lawrence has got one thing in his mind. He's going to try and test the goalkeeper. It's a good shot and very comfortably dealt with by Andy Gorham. But nevertheless, it'll give Hearts just that lot of heart.
Steve Fulton with this corner kick. Coming short. That was great play by Hearts. Very inventive corner kick. Rangers defence equal to the task in the end, though, but well, Hearts clearly had that penetrating ground. Alec Cleland has escaped that appeal for a penalty from Neil Poynton a moment ago. Came off Cleland, collected now by Johnston, who's found some space for himself. Oh, delightful little step over to go past Cleland. Headed away by Brown. That was a good cross, had there been a big centre forward in there. Bad tackle by Cleland. Completely beaten by Johnston. That was really good, skillful footwork, this from Johnston.
Well, that's right. Good footwork by Alan Johnston. But certainly Alec Cleland have been no cause for complaints here because it was a very rash challenge. Not a lot of danger out there. He could have afforded to slow down, jockey his man, but no, he dived straight in, and I think his name titledly went in the book.
Completely, I think it was his first foul. It's cut noise with the referee, and here's Poynton now with a free kick. Well, not too many targets in there. Both the young men from the back came up, McManus and Ritchie, to join Dave McPherson, but Poynton couldn't pick out any of them. Rangers captain Richard Gott realises, if he had any doubts beforehand, that this is going to be a very tough final. Constantly talking to his teammates. And down in the track below us, there's some treatment being administered to Paul Gascoigne. Or perhaps it was a repair to a boot. I think that was the trouble. That was a matter of his footwear, not any injury. A rear error by Gascoigne. Fulton runs straight into McCall. Lawrence inside for Poynton, is well forward again, looking for support, gets it from Fulton. Fulton was fouled by McCall. This is a very good spell for Hearts. We're still inside the opening half hour of a Tennant Scottish Cup Final. There are no goals on the board as yet, but the Hearts manager Jim Jeffries has every cause to believe his side has a real chance here.
Well, Fulton does really well there. He takes Stuart McCall out of the equation, gets brought down for his penalty, but in that situation there's not a lot of danger. But we saw Hearts work a nice corner kick. They may well work a nice free kick here.
Mackay's in charge again. Cahoon's header. Well, now Cahoon had space inside the penalty box. That will be of some concern, I'm sure, to the Rangers management.
They've obviously worked on the fact they don't have a lot of height in that penalty area, but threw that ball in nicely. The defenders can't quite get to it. A little less of a touch, it might have been dangerous for Andy Gorham.
Good running again by Laudrup. Good release the pass for Cleland, though. Is caught well upfield there. It's McPherson. Rousset in a hurry to get that away before Durie closed him down. Arms did well, but Ferguson got there ahead of Cahoon. Well, the tactical planning in this game, Billy, really must have been very interesting indeed, and we see the fruits of that right now. Teams cancelling each other out in the middle of the field.
Well, that's happened, but Paul Gascoigne started to be a bit more adventurous, started to push forward that little bit. But certainly Alan Johnston's been detailed to mark him. That will be a very interesting contest.
Fulton now to Poynton. Here's John Brown, space to come forward. Started his life as a marauding left back, so this is not too unusual for him. Delightful control from Gascoigne.
once again. Hearts doing very well, and then marking chores in the middle of the field. Goff's frustration was clear there. He had no Rangers player in space to release the ball to. McCall's trying to change that now. It means even more energy required to make the runs, find the space. Gascoigne. Now Ferguson. Dillon makes the run, but that's too far ahead of him. Shows how difficult it is to play telling passes. Such is the quality of the marking at this stage in the game. Gilles Rousset not too troubled in the match. A couple of decent saves, notably from Ian Ferguson, but hasn't been too busy. Accidental collision, says the referee, between Poulton and Ferguson. A wild tackle there. Well now, that decision goes Rangers' way. It did appear as though McLaren was a culprit. Well, I think in actual fact both players left the ball, so I think that would have been a toss-up as to which way it should have gone. Yeah, certainly Poulton is a bit dangerous there, and that attempt by Durie. Almost effective for Rangers after the good work on the flank by Robertson. Johnston well tackled by McLaren. That's for Lawrence to chase. Across goes Richard Goff. A full stretch there to beat Lawrence to the ball. Point and New had to throw. Richard Goff does well here because he's got the advancing pace from Lawrence there, but times he's challenged well. Johnston fouled by McLaren, a former Hearts player. And his name is a Hearts player for this transfer at the end of 1994 to Rangers. Past the half-hour mark now. The Tennant Scottish Cup Final wide open. Here's Lawrence. The time to come into a shooting position there. McCall realised that at the last minute. Ritchie with Durie. Determined challenge by the young man. Here's McCall. Robertson free on the left. Laudrup. McManus goes to put him under pressure. By Gascoigne. Generates a reaction from the fans on both sides. Foul by McPherson and Laudrup, quickly taken by Brown. Here's Robertson. Gascoigne doing some pushing inside the area. Debate there with Alan Johnston. Bruno calms him down. Respite here for the players. The ball is returned to Gilles Rousset. But I think Hearts, well, he must have been dreading a possibility of losing an early goal. They've come through that phase and now look to be better and better.
Well, they certainly seem to be enjoying the contest now. And you know, when you consider they've lost their skipper early in the game, but one point of danger to them just at the minute for me is the fact that Roberts is prepared to break forward. His pace is causing them problems down that side. But you know, Rangers still don't look as though they've got a natural centre forward, and that is always going to be a problem. And even if you get balls in from the wide position, you need someone in the middle there to convert them.
Lawrence putting Goff under pressure. Rangers back three, cope calmly. Careless pass though from McLaren. Foul against Ferguson. This challenge on Lawrence. He has to be careful, he's been booked already. Steve Poulton leaves this now to Alan McManus. Poynton's the target. McLaren identify the danger there. Gascoigne.
Ambitious pass that up the line. They knew the worst that would happen would be the throw. Walter Smith remained in the director's box. Still not tempted to come down to change anything. He's not happy though. Ferguson now to Robertson. McCall very deep. Ian Ferguson again. Misunderstanding there. And John Brown thought that Big First was going to collect that easily. That's well won by Brown. Looking for Durie. He was taken out of the play by Mackay after the ball had gone. It's tremendous enthusiasm that John Brown's got for the game, but clearly he's obstructed there by Gary Mackay. Gascoigne again over the set piece. Richard Gough makes a run inside the area. He's the target. Rousset's punch is Laudrup. Complete miscue, but now McCall pulls down well by Fulton. Laudrup. Well tackled again by Fulton. Ferguson to Robertson. Oh, that's good play by Lawrence. The counter-attack now on for Hearts. That's Johnston looking for Cahoon. A little bit of a hurry that with the pass, and that has made it easier for McLaren. That's great control again from Gascoigne. Durie. Laudrup. Cleland makes the run outside him. Good play from Rangers. Well, the pass from Brian Laudrup, surprising enough, not judged properly. So respite there for the Hearts defence. Good, but Rushy does well here to get the punch, but it falls to Laudrup, and really he should be doing better. He really mishits that shot there. Again, but good defending from Hearts here. They get out quickly to Stuart McCall and deny him any chance of a strikeout goal. Goff's header returned there by Point into Lawrence. There's McLaren. Durie's very quick. Ahead of Ritchie. Laudrup. Well tackled by Bruno. Still the pressure on the Hearts defence. Well, Durie, I'm sure, was trying to play that low across his face of the 6-yard box. Apologises to his teammates in the middle. Well, better news from the Hearts camp, from the dressing room, is that Gary Locke's injury is not too bad. He's certainly not able to play, clearly, as he was removed, but his twisted knee does not require any hospital attention. Durie to Laudrup. That's good running by Laudrup, a chance here for Rangers. That's the under. Hearts were ripped asunder, and Laudrup's finish was deadly. It's only his 5th of the season. A tremendous finish by Laudrup, but what a goal. This is a contender for the goal of any season. Lovely instinctive play. But here he keeps his head, knows where the goalkeeper is, and just knocks it past him into the corner of the net. No chance for the goalkeeper. But certainly a sensational goal that Rangers conjured up there to open the scoring. Well, after competing so well for so long, Hearts have gone behind. And Rangers are notoriously difficult to claw back once they've got that lead. There's certainly no shortage of spirit in this Hearts side. But we're looking to head back very quickly indeed. Well, expert finishing there from Laudrup. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Even the massive frame of Gilles Rousset unable to cope with that effort. Just about 6.5 minutes left in the first half, plus some stoppage time. We're in a crucial phase in the game because Hearts really have to hang on here at least to half-time. A second for Rangers now would be very difficult to combat. An offside against Gascoigne. Great credit here due to Gordon Durie for the quality of the pass. He knew exactly where Laudrup was. He was quick enough to get in behind Bruno. Super goal. It was a tremendous goal because if you remember, Laudrup was involved in an initial pass into Durie, and he then made the run in behind the Hearts defence, and when the pass came he was there to finish it off. Well, Walter Smith still not looking entirely happy, Rangers manager. Coming, Princeton with the Rangers fans. Well, it was by no means plain sailing in the opening half hour. That goal from Laudrup, though, has turned the initiative completely Rangers' way. I think Rangers' tactics were obviously not to lose anything early in the game, and I think in previous games against Hearts they've lost something early. They then had to throw themselves against Hearts, and Hearts picked them off that little bit. And I think that was one of the reasons Gascoigne was playing so deep. He was there to take the ball and perhaps to protect his back players. But it's worked very successfully with that magnificent goal. Well, that's certainly where Hearts have profited against Rangers in the past, by sucking them in and striking on the break. A fashion which Rangers really are fast masters at. But now the complexion of the game has changed. Hearts have to do some chasing here. McLaren, McCall, Laudrup warming to the task. Interception made by McPherson. Durie closing in. Well, it really has been a fascinating tactical battle in this first half. One of the problems, obviously, these sides know each other so well, it's difficult to be a surprise. But here's Gascoigne now with Ferguson outside him. Gascoigne going himself. Still Gascoigne. Just about a yard too far ahead of him, that, as he turned inside. A measure of his amazing confidence. He's marvellous at running out defender. That close control of his. He just gets too much of a touch here, otherwise Hearts would have been in deep trouble. But he's tremendous at going at defenders. Laudrup's corner. Now McCall back to Ferguson. Fell on the right. Goff's header! Brilliant save by Rousset. Now that may turn out to be crucial in the match. Gilles Rousset again with a magnificent stop. Goff was denied. Well, Gilles Rousset's contribution has been amazing all season. That may turn out to be absolutely vital. Had Rangers gone 2 ahead at that stage, you would have fancied them strongly to hold on comfortably, but only 1 goal in it, the game very much alive. There's Lawrence, and now Mackay. Poynton. Fouled to the back by McLaren. It's that header of Gossamer. It gets up so well. Beautiful header, but once again, as he's done so often this season for Hearts, Rousset makes a good save at a very crucial time in the game. So Hearts have a chance now to put some pressure on Rangers. Steve Coulter with that sweet left foot will take this free kick. McPherson's in the box. So is Paul Ritchie. He's done well. Lawrence is there. Good effort there by Hearts. Andy Gordon looking so calm. Oh, Jim Jeffries checking his watch. This was close. Again, Hearts have worked very well at the free kick situation. The dead ball setting have been very good. They almost got themselves back into equality there. Oh, Gascoigne. Laudrup. Cleland hugging his right touchline. Claren is his support. Durie. Laudrup. Durie looking at McClellan, expecting him to make a run, I think. This is Cahoon. McLaren brings it clear as Cahoon and Gascoigne clash. Here's Robertson. Bruno at the second attempt gets the ball away. Well, going into the final minute of the 45 in the first half, but there will be a fairly lengthy spell added because of the injury to the Hearts captain, Gary Locke. Carson's cross blocked by Brown. A strong play by Brown, very determined. Well, enjoying this all right. The run is made by Gascoigne. Foul at the edge of the area. There's trouble here for Paul Ritchie. Magnificent midfield play again from Gascoigne. Pointed to where he wanted the pass.
Beautiful pass from John Brown. Great running, great break from Gascoigne, and unfortunately that he'd brought down before he could do anything else. But I think young Ritchie's maybe just a shade lucky, just get with a yellow card there.
Well, indeed, the referee's view could have been more serious because it was an obvious goal-scoring opportunity for Gascoigne had he not been fouled. Walter Smith is coming down now to the track just before the interval. There will be a hold-up here while Gascoigne gets attention, but look at the distance he makes here. Brown's in possession.
John Brown does something magnificent. It's perfect pass, and Gascoigne makes a brilliant run to get in behind the defenders. Polish is just a little bit unlucky in the sense that he's arrived too late, and he probably didn't appreciate the pace at which Gascoigne was getting there.
It's a very heavy tackle, although in fairness I think Ritchie was surprised by Gascoigne's pace.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. He was a bit unlucky, and obviously he'd no option other than to get into the challenge. But I think perhaps Hugh Dallas has just been that bit lenient with him, perhaps.
He's giving him the benefit of the doubt, the young man, Paul Ritchie. I don't think he was malicious with that. I think he really believed he had a chance of getting to the ball, and Gascoigne just stepped up a gear. Gascoigne certainly felt that all right. Remember, he didn't complete the 1991 FA Cup final for Tottenham. That horrendous knee injury, but it does appear to be all right now. Well, no, I think from this free kick, because it's one he would normally want to take. Laudrup having a word with him, so is Ian Ferguson. Is he all right to take this? Well, into stoppage time at the end of the first half. We could have 3 or 4 minutes of that, though. It's a great chance again for Rangers. Here's Gascoigne. Good positioning by Rousset. That made it comfortable. The wall did his job. Rousset was well placed.
Well, it's down to good possession by the goalkeeper because he's anticipating which way Gascoigne's going to take it, and he makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
Clarence header, met there by Bruno. Well, an eventful first half, Billy. Rangers good value?
I think the edge is just surely because of the brilliance of the goal, but you know, it was strange because
well, here's Durie the chance for the second. It could well be now. His touch lets him down. What an opportunity that was, created by dreadful defending and determined work by Durie.
It really is bad defending. They get the 2 central defenders get themselves all in the mix-up. Gordon Durie does everything right, but loses his touch just at the last second.
But it was the last attempt on goal of an eventful first half. Hearts competed so well for so long, but then Brian Laudrup with that amazing goal in 37 minutes took the pass from Durie to beat Gilles Rousset and give Rangers a vital lead. Walter Smith looks on here to see the players coming off. I think he's very concerned about Paul Gascoigne, who's not looking too happy here. It was a very heavy tackle and he's struggling. He's shaking his head towards Walter Smith. But at half-time, it's Hearts 0, Rangers 1.
Yes, an eventful first 45 minutes, it has to be said. Most of the incident perhaps crammed into the last 15 minutes before half-time. Let's get the thoughts of Eamon and Willie after that. What did you reckon of that first 45 minutes, Eamon?
Well, I think Hearts would be delighted that the half-time whistles went, really. They've really been outplayed by Rangers, in all honesty. And I think it was a major blow for Gary Locke to go off so early in the game. You could see the players were affected by it. Obviously their formation changed. They actually went to a formation I actually thought they would start with, which is more of a two-man midfield. And they really ended up with Alan Johnston playing against Paul Gascoigne, which I thought suited Rangers more than it suited Hearts. And it took them a long while, I think it was 25 minutes, until Hearts had their first shot at goal through Alan Lawrence. So Rangers, you could almost see a goal coming. It did come. They've had other chances. Durie's had a great chance in the first minute and the last minute. It could all be over and done with by now, but Hearts are still there. Look on the positive side, they've got a half-time to get things sorted out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sorting out to be done, really, for Jim Jeffries, really, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. I feel at the back, in the latter part of the first half, they began to struggle. Two young lads really need to be calmed down, and they need to settle themselves down. Bruno can obviously help there, but I think Jim Jeffries should have a word with them, just trying to get a wee bit more stability at the back and make sure that they're keeping both sides, and Bruno's given that wee bit more depth, because really Rangers are beginning to dominate the game in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think Andy Gorham said before the game that it's all very well talking about Hearts having won the last two league matches, but they scored first in each occasion. How will they be if Rangers scored first? And maybe that's what we're now seeing.
Yeah, I did feel that the first goal was going to be vital, particularly the way that both teams had set up. Both teams had set their stall out. You know, with five in midfield, the Rangers were determined not to get sucked forward and hit by the sucker punch from Hearts. Hearts, on the other hand, have played against Rangers and sucked them in. They've defended well and they've hit them in the break, and that's how they had set their team pattern out. So I felt as though before the game, looking at the teams, whoever was going to score the first goal had a huge advantage, and you just see Rangers, you know, coming stronger and stronger. And really, the game should be over. Gordon Durie just right at the death there.
Absolutely.
Got to do better there.
Well, let's see the goal which has been scored. That's, of course, Brian Laudrup's goal. Came after 37 minutes. Great ball by Gordon Durie, Eamon.
Yeah, it was a little bit reminiscent of the Celtic goal in the semi-final, where Laudrup plays the ball and then continues running. And it's almost like the player knows that he's making that run and flicks it into the space for him. And it's a run from midfield, which is very, very difficult to stop, and it's a great finish.
I suppose you could be unkind and say that Durie's ball was hopeful rather than intended, but it caused some damage.
No, I think he knew what he was doing. I do feel it was an excellent run by Laudrup. Makes that diagonal run in behind the defence, and we gave Laudrup a bit of stick before the game started. You know, just questioning his ability to, not his ability, but his willingness to finish. But what a fantastic finish just on the inside of the post there. You know, it really is a good run. But the Hearts back three really are all over the place there. Bruno perhaps could have been a wee bit deeper just to make sure that he was checking that run, but an excellent finish from Laudrup, who's been, once again, outstanding in my mind.
Has been. That really has been the difference in midfield, in particular. You always feel with Gascoigne and Laudrup that you're going to get something happening, don't you?
Well, they really are two world-class players. I mean, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that. When they get the ball, you truly believe that they're going to create something, and they do something special more often than not, whether it's Laudrup, whether it's Gascoigne. And if you've got two players like that in your team, you've obviously got a great start on most others.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at Paul Gascoigne, in fact, since we are talking about him, Eamon. Two really remarkable runs. This one here is just pure Gaza, I suppose, isn't it?
He does that so well, where he feints to hit the ball and cuts inside and then takes another touch very quickly. And he's so unlucky there. Bruno just gets the merest touch in it and takes it away from him. But again, he was nearly walking it into the net.
Does he sometimes almost look to do too much, do you think, Willie?
It can sometimes feel like that or look like that when you're watching, but I don't think so. In the box, you're waiting until the defenders really commit themselves. I mean, that instant there that we're just watching, it really is a bad tackle.
Yeah.
I think, you know, the defender's lucky to stay on the park there, because Gascoigne's right through. It's a goal-scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
He just takes a touch in front of the young defender. Perhaps it's a wee bit inexperience in terms of timing his tackle, but, you know, in saying that, the rules do say that if you're in a goal-scoring position and you bring the player down, then
has
The
to
referee's
go.
got to take
It was a great run by John Brown, in fact, to tee up the chance for the Gascoigne run in. But I think we all said in here that has to be a red card. And seeing it again, I don't think we're changing our mind, really, are we?
I mean, John Brown started the run, and again, it's because Alan Johnson, who's a very, very gifted player, but his defending isn't his strong suit.
Sure.
This is where the point I was trying to make about Gascoigne against Alan Johnson. I don't think that's an advantage to Hearts. I'd rather see Gascoigne against, say, Gary Mackay, who would match that type of run, or at least try to. And Gascoigne just burst forward, and to me, he was waiting for the defender to come in. He saw him coming at the corner of his eye, touched it past him, and I think Paul Rich is very, very lucky to be on the park. But whether Gascoigne has to go off injured at half-time, it could be a big turning point in the game.
Absolutely. He did look a bit shaken up, in fact, and not very happy when he came off, nor did Walter Smith. Gilles Rousset has had a couple of outstanding saves. One from the Richard Gough header, Willie, which we can see now. Good header, but excellent save.
Yeah, Cleland throwing in the cross, excellent cross, curling away from the goalkeeper. Richard Gough up at the back post, beating the defenders. Great save by Rousset. He really had to make that save. It was an important stage in the game, and you know, when you get to important stages like that, you need the goalkeeper to pull off the special save to keep you in the game, and he has done that.
Richard Gough, of course, is always dangerous in these situations. We've seen him doing it so often, coming up for set pieces, and he directs his headers well.
I think his great abilities can hang in the air. He can really hang, and he hangs there for, it seems, seconds, and then gets a powerful header. And I mean, I've seen it I'm doing it so often over the years, and he's still capable of doing it. I think we've got to look if you're a Hearts supporter, you've got to look on the positive side and say, well, it's half-time, we've got a little breather, let's get ourselves reorganised here, we're still in the game. If Gascoigne's off the park, which I suppose every Hearts supporter is hoping he is, no harm to him, but if he is, then it's obviously to Hearts' advantage and they can go on from there.
Yes. Let's have a look at the Gordon Durie chance, because perhaps he really should have made it 2-0 here, William. I mean, it really was a clear-cut opportunity, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Again, Hearts should have been defending better than what they did. It's not a great header from Bruno. And really, Durie gets onto it. He does really well here too, you know. He holds off the initial challenge, takes a touch as Rousset comes out, takes a touch beyond Rousset, but he wants to get it back onto his right foot. Instead of just tapping it in with his left foot, I felt as though he should have done better, and if he had have done, just right on half-time, then Rangers going to be a 2-0 lead and it's all over. But really, he's done all the hard work, just left foot, but he wants to get it onto his right foot.
Yeah.
Overhits it and it goes out for a goal kick.
Would you agree with that criticism there?
Oh, definitely. I mean, Gordon Durie is a very powerful player. He's good in the air and he's a powerful runner, but he's not, to my mind, a natural finisher. Saying that, he'd probably score a hat-trick this afternoon. I mean, a natural finisher would have just stuck that in with his left foot, no bother. I mean, if it had been a McCoist or a Laudrup or a Gascoigne, if you like, it would have just been in. I mean, no questions asked.
Sure.
And, I mean, he'll be in there and he'll be disappointed with it as well. So, well, let's see how the second half goes. He's definitely getting in behind the Hearts defence. He's causing problems with his pace, and they've really got to get sorted out.
Yeah. That, as I say, all happened really into the last 15-20 minutes of the first half, but of course very early on, before even the 2-minute mark, of course Hearts had this awful injury to, well, we're saying awful injury, it certainly looks bad, to the young captain Gary Locke, and psychologically that's a great blow to the team as well, isn't it, Willie?
Yeah, it must be, because Jim Jeffrey's done his work during the week. He's worked to a team plan, and then all of a sudden the team plan's thrown out the window. It doesn't actually look as though there's any contact there.
No, it's simply overstretched and Curry studs, really.
It really is. It's so unfortunate for the young skipper as well. You know, it's his big day. He's been looking forward to it. He goes out there in the first few minutes of the game. He's picked up an injury and eventually has to go off. But more importantly, from a Hearts point of view, they've had to reshape their team. They've had to bring players into positions where they're not comfortable defending. Yeah. Alan Johnson having to come back and play in there and defend in there. On the other hand, you can look at it that perhaps Jim Jeffrey had that in mind for later on in the game, where he's got to be more positive. So you're getting into the second half. Perhaps Hearts will look on it more positively and try to get more men forward.
Yeah. Hearts, in fact, haven't threatened a great deal, it has to be said, even, but Alan Lawrence did have a very good shot, just tipped over by Andy Gorham when it was nothing each.
Yeah, as I said earlier, this is about the 23rd minute or so, and it took a long time for Hearts to sort of give themselves a shake to say, well, OK, the skipper's been injured, we've reshaped our side. And they actually had a 2 or 3 minute spell before that, leading up to the shot, and then 1 or 2 corner kicks after that, and you thought, well, here we go, we've got a little game in our hands. and then of course the goal just seemed to swing it back into Rangers' way. But you've got to be honest and say that over the 45 minutes, Rangers have definitely dominated the game. They've been worthy of their lead. I think Hearts in the semi-final against Aberdeen, I think Jim Jeffries went in at half-time and said, look, you know, we're out of the cup, they've nothing to lose, and I'd imagine it'd be a similar talk you just given at half-time there.
It certainly has. It's been the first half that certainly belonged to Rangers. Let's see whether Hearts can turn things round in the second. Let's rejoin Billy McNeill and Jock Brown.
Thank you, Dougie. Yes, indeed. Glorious setting here at Hampden. Hearts are out quickly. And their supporters still in good heart, obviously. But the Hearts players have come out well in advance of Rangers. They're on the field now, continuing their discussions among themselves. Gary Mackay doing a great deal of exhorting of his teammates. Now Rangers take the field. Paul Gascoigne is there. There was some anxiety about that injury sustained at the end of the first half. And he's all right. And no change made. Just that one early in the game when Gary Locke was carried off and Alan Lawrence came on to replace him. But Gascoigne running freely onto the field here to take his place for the second half. So these fans will be relieved about that. So the referee is now awaited. Reminder that Rangers have Gordon Petric, Ali McCoist. Well, he was replaced by Ian Durrant just before the game on the bench, and Eric Bo Anderson. And still John Robertson and young Miles Hogarth on the bench for Hearts. Well, I suspect Jim Jeffries has worked very hard indeed during the interval to try to lift his players and turn the tide in this match. Not looking too happy. Billy Brown, his trusty lieutenant there beside him. Oh, the referee's arrived. Hugh Dallas. You can hear tell that by the boos and usual reception for the referee. So check on the watch, and VIP seats are now filled. The second half of the 10th Scottish Cup Final starts with the Rangers in possession, and they'll be looking to continue where they left off in a very impressive late first half performance. Looking for signs that there have been changes made by Hearts tactically, but they do appear to be out with the same formation. I'm sure there will be certain requests made of players to get closer to their opponents than they were for spells in that first half. Here's Cleland over Rangers. Bruno's clearing header. Laudrup against Bruno. Against McManus rather. Looks back with Gascoigne. This is McCall. Offside surely against Robertson. No. Oh, no offside flag until last minute. But Jim McBurney over there eventually raised his flag. The referees acknowledged that and told Gilles Rousset to continue. Well, very late flag, and David Robertson looked to be yards offside. Here's Gary Locke being helped down to the dugout to watch the second half. Well, Walter Smith didn't look at all happy at the end of that first half. Any thinking now why he may be perturbed, Billy?
Well, I think you've got a cup final situation. There's always some problem, but you know, at the moment Rangers just seem to be continuing their ascendancy in the game. They look more confident this half, and you know, I think Hearts have really got to start pulling out the stops, because the cup is gone at the minute. They've got to start getting themselves back into the game. They've got to start being more demanding about their attention in midfield, but really more importantly, they've got to try and get some forward play, because we've really not seen very much of the Hearts forward at all. We really haven't seen very much of any support down either side, and no, at this stage Rangers have really got the game to themselves.
And here's Gascoigne holding off Poulton, picking out Durie. Good build-up play again from Rangers. This is Cleland. Free kick given there for a bit of pushing off the ball, I think. Gascoigne frustrated. Good tackle there by McLaren, allowing McCall to take possession for Rangers. He was fouled and turned by Cahoon. Miscue there by Gascoigne, but coming to no harm for Rangers. They really have taken the game again by the scruff of the neck at the start of the second half, Rangers. Hearts determined, I've no doubt, to get real skillful players on the ball. Johnston and Fulton especially, the creative men in the middle of the field. They've been very quiet indeed. This is Roberts. Foul by McPherson. Walter Smith on the track, not looking too happy yet. Back with Gascoigne, a chance to run at the defence. Bruno comes to meet him. Now Laudrup. That's for Gascoigne, he was onside. Delivery wasn't quite good enough. Don't like that time. This is Durie. Now Ferguson. Forced to go back to McLaren. Durie's pass off with Laudrup on the run again, followed by McManus. A severe test for young McManus this, looking after Laudrup. And a bloomer by Rousset. Who would believe it? It's a second for Laudrup. Rangers 2 ahead. Well, a sense of stunned amazement around the stadium about this.
Oh, you certainly wouldn't believe that from a goalkeeper of Rousset's quality. Initially, it's tremendous play by Laudrup out in that position. He torments the Hearts defence, turns them a couple of times, and then push it. Really a disappointing ball in the middle, but lo and behold, you would never believe that you would see Rousset do something like that. And really, for me, the cup is well beyond Hearts now.
The Frenchman looks on, head and hands. The hero for so much of the season for Hearts. It really was a poor ball by Laudrup, and yet it's given Rangers a second goal and a 2-0 lead. Well, what a blow to Hearts that is. A poor ball, should have been very easy for the keeper. No one making a run in the near post, no problem at all. Rangers in possession again, and all the exhortations of Jim Jeffries at half-time. Really, Billy, going for nothing now. He couldn't have accounted for that.
Well, if anything, the second half really started with Rangers having stepped up another little bit of a gear. You know, obviously Gascoigne's enjoying himself, but Laudrup's had a truly magnificent game. He's certainly scored the 2 goals. His overall play has been excellent, and really it's a display that Rangers can be very pleased with.
Now Durie running at Bruno. Another chance for Rangers, queuing up in the middle. Here's Cleland. What a very good chance again. Bruno turns it over the corner.
Well, whatever it was that Jim Jeffries said to Hearts, that they really haven't paid heed to it. Here's another opportunity, and really Alec Cleland should be doing better than miss hit his shot here, but really at this moment, you know, Hearts have got a mountain to climb.
And potentially in the end of a drubbing. There's Laudrup. Header. Bellin comes in. Well, testing the confidence again of Rousset, I think. With Laudrup. Turned away by McPherson. It's a siege now in the Hearts goal. And one more surely would end it. Laudrup looking for a hat-trick too.
Yeah, this is good play by Laudrup. That shot by Cleland goes across, and Laudrup comes across there and puts the ball in, and really at this stage they're really tormenting the Hearts defence.
Paul Gascoigne's corner. And off the crossbar from Ian Ferguson. Well, you know, fear for Hearts with every Rangers attack.
It's just a typical ball into the middle there, and a good enough header. Look at the space that he's got there. If he had missed it, Goff was right behind him to have an attacking header. And really, Hearts have really got to pull themselves together. The experienced players have got to work very hard to keep the youngsters in tight.
Not one Hearts defender was off the ground there for that corner kick.
Well, the Rangers fans now enjoying the carnival atmosphere. Ali McCoy looks on, missing out on another cup final. The refereeing award with Alan Lawrence and John Cahoon. Cahoon committed the foul. I suspect Lawrence may have said something. A very stern message there from the referee Hugh Dallas. Confirmation of the official attendance, 37,730. And making lots of noise. Brown playing into space. Use the pace there of Durie. Durie against Ritchie. Goal kick's been given. Very stern test for these two youngsters, McManus and Ritchie, at the back for Hearts now. So it's the last time we'll see the old South Stand at Hampden, such a familiar landmark in Glasgow, set to come down to complete the refurbishment of the stadium. Boynton's header off Windsor. That's Lawrence. Cahoon inside. Brown's clearance. Laudrup skipping away from McManus. Here's Durie to his left. He may go alone here. Now it's Durie. Faced by Bruno. Well, Durie goes down. He appeared to be caught by Bruno. Durie certainly thought so. Referee Dallas couldn't have been better positioned, and he's ruled that out. Well, a break, I think, for Hearts. Johnston running into trouble. For Gascoigne. It's a free kick against Hearts.
You know, Gordon Durie goes at the defender here, makes good ground. I think it was accidental, to be quite frank with you.
Well, the law's changed. Attention's not required anymore as of last summer. I think Bruno was lucky. And this time Alan Johnston's being warned by the referee. Well, Hearts must look after their discipline too here. Things are beginning to look ragged for them. Bedlam around the stadium from the Rangers fans. Looks like the double, unless Hearts can drag something from their reserves of courage and determination to turn this around. Ian Ferguson. Now McCall. Gascoigne's pass releases Laudrup. Oh, that's great play by Laudrup. No one in position to collect there. Ferguson now to McCall. Durie. McCall again. Well, some faint appeals there for a pass back, but that would have been very unfair, I think, in a Hearts defender. With the referee's view too, more importantly. The wrestling match goes on, and Gough is penalised. But his attention's on Cahoon. Must be very awkward with such a height advantage. Challenge failed. John Robertson will be introduced. Here's Johnston. And now Mackay. Strong play again by Gary Mackay, but the Rangers defence equal to the task. Andy Gordon takes over. The fifth game between the two clubs this season. Last two won by Hearts. Ibrox by 3 goals to 0 and Tynecastle by 2-0. Previously, Rangers won both matches 4-1 at home, 2-0 at Tynecastle. So this decided going Rangers' way. The prize is the Scottish Cup. Brown surging forward again. And Bruno required help there from McManus. Laudrup, McClellan, back towards Ferguson. Poynton read that well for Hearts. Fulton, skipping away from McCall. Now Lawrence, held up well by Gore. Gascoigne takes over. Brilliant play from Gascoigne. Now McCall. Durie free again on the left. Well, he had Laudrup and McCall in the middle. Durie not quite so deadly, coming in off the left like that. Hearts will make a change.
It really is. It's a good move by Rangers. Gordon Durie gets himself in a good position. There's a couple of options open to him. I think he goes for the wrong one. Doesn't hit the target, but a ball across the face of the goal that he had supporting players might well have been better. But you know, for Hearts at this minute, Jock, it's really dangerous because the Rangers seem to be able to attack it well, and really Hearts at this particular moment don't seem to have any answer.
Pasquale Bruno looks disbelievingly towards the bench as he's withdrawn to allow John Robertson to come on. So, a total change of tactics for Hearts. These supporters muted, as you might expect. But it looks as though Hearts are going to have back four. McPherson, McManus, Ritchie and Poynton. And they're trying to get three up front, Lawrence and Robertson, with Cahoon on the left and Johnston on the right. Total change of tactics now. Well, Hearts have to do something drastic. That's for Durie, another chance. Get it in well. Dave McPherson cuts off the cross. So here's Johnston. Cahoon now in the outside left position. Looks like a 4-4-2 in fact, with Johnston, Mackay, Fulton and Cahoon across the middle. Robertson and Lawrence up front. Lawrence now to Cahoon in his new role. John Brown's header goes straight to Poynton. Well tackled by Ferguson. Gascoigne with Durie ahead of him. Laudrup coming on the left-hand side. 3 against 3. Laudrup was fouled there. Free kick's been given to Rangers. The advantage could have been applied. Alan McManus was the culprit. That allows Hearts to get men back. But evidence also, some of these Hearts players struggling with stamina. They had to work so hard to stay in the game, but you can see evidence there that they were very slow in coming back there to support the defence. Laudrup waits for Goff to arrive. And Durie has the attempt on goal. So Walter Smith and Archie Knox have a discussion.
It's a very adventurous formation that Hearts now have got. Obviously they've got to try and get themselves back into the game. They've got to score a goal. But I think with this formation they've got now, the big danger for them is the way Rangers are playing, they're going to be able to cut through that back four of ease.
This is McCall. Away from Mackay. Forward comes Robertson. Laudrup makes space for himself but turns straight into Mackay. Advantage applied there as Poynton takes the pass from Fulton. And now Hearts are exposed. Brown comes forward, leaves it to Gascoigne. Durie to the right, Laudrup to the middle. Trying a little bit too much on the ball that time, Gascoigne. He's done out by Fulton. Well, there had to be something drastic attempted by Hearts to get back in this match. Inside the closing third of the game, inside the final half hour. Gascoigne showing no ill effects on that tackle from Ritchie just on half-time. Offside against Robertson. Possession retained with ease in that position. Mackay trying to do something about it. He's not content to watch Rangers dominate in that fashion without doing something about it.
Gareth Mackay just showing his frustration just a little bit there. I don't think there's an awful lot in the after challenge, but really I just think frustrations are building up in the Hearts players. They've got to watch their discipline at this stage.
Well, the referee has a word with both players. Very experienced players, both. Mackay. In fairness, I mean, you can't really stand back and watch with people struggling about like that without doing something about it, making some tackles and getting about them.
I think you've got to be able to time your tackles just a little bit better, because you're going to put your team in more trouble. You commit a rash challenge at this stage, you're liable to get sent off, and that's not going to help your team.
Gascoigne finds Durie. Both former Tottenham players, Gascoigne and Durie. Cross pass, Brown picks it up. There's Robertson ahead of him. Wants to play the pass with more certainty. McCall finds Gascoigne. Through the gap it goes for Laudrup. Rousset alive to that. Just as well for Hearts. Here's Ian Ferguson. McClelland. Good tackle made there by Ritchie. Poynton towards Robertson. Well, the front two really at the moment working on scraps for Hearts. Alan Johnston finding a bit of space in the flank here. That's great, skillful play by young Johnston. The pass reaches John Robertson. Well, I think he expected Dave McPherson. Oh, Goff thought the ball had gone out for a goal kick. So did Robertson. David Robertson, that is. John Robertson was battling hard for it. Here's Alan Johnston. Offside against Lawrence. The referees acknowledge that now, and Rangers have a free kick.
One of the tragedies for Hearts, when you see Alan Johnston in his natural position, he looks so talented, he's got the ability to take defenders on, but really it was miscast in that role of trying to contain Paul Gascoigne.
Well, fairness to Jim Jeffries, forced upon him somewhat by the early injury to his captain, Gary Locke. Carelessness there by Ferguson, allowing Cahoon to take possession. Inside is Lawrence. Good running there by Poynton. Great engine, Neil Poynton. Gets up and down that left-hand side. So well for Hearts. Even when they've gone to a back four, he's still supporting.
He's certainly worked hard throughout this game. He's been prepared to break forward. He's so unlucky here not to get a ball into the middle.
Hearts 11 final. 5 victories so far. Not since 1956 when they beat Celtic here by 3-1. Legendary inside three of Cornwall and Wardlaw on evidence. Dave Mackay. Durie's pass. Here's Laudrup. McManus goes back with him. Played it early this time, but Durie!
Totally in command. It's another magnificent goal involving Durie and Laudrup. Good pass by Durie into the wide position, but Laudrup knows exactly what to do here. Ball in the middle, across the front of defenders. Durie makes a good pace, goes across the front of his marker. Good connection, the ball's in it. Lovely ball in the middle, gives him the opportunity to cross the defender. Goalkeeper's got no chance.
Well, these two young defenders, Alan McManus and Paul Ritchie, finding it so difficult. That was Ritchie beating the ball there by Durie, playing against top-class opponents in a major final. It always was going to be a major task, Billy.
Well, definitely was, and you know, you hope it's not too hard a lesson on young, talented players like this, but Laudrup delivered that pass to perfection. He put it in at the right pace, he put it in at the right height. Gordon Durie timed his run so well, and didn't have to make a desperate connection. He didn't have to swing hard at it, but just guided it in the corner of the net.
Durie's pass, here's Robertson, he's on his own here now. A little stumble giving McManus the chance to recover, and Robertson's gone down. It looks as though he's twisted something. He's on the ground as Hearts bring the ball out. And Steve Fulton sportingly turns the ball out to allow attention for Robertson. Here's this goal again.
There's the initial pass, but look, Laudrup knows he's sized up the situation, he knows what to do, and he delivers this ball into the middle with perfection. But all credit to Durie, he's timed his run brilliantly, knocks it into the corner of the net. This is David Robertson now. I think this is this little knee problem that he's got. Overstretches there with the ball, tries to get up and possibly just demands too much of himself.
So the celebration started early here at Hampden among these Rangers fans. Well, Hearts renowned for their spirit, but this really is asking too much, surely. To come back from this, the Rangers bench with Gordon, Petricini and Durant looking on hopefully to become involved in the action. Robertson stays in his usual place. McLaren put under pressure by his old teammate John Robertson. McLaren, more than 7 years at Tynecastle, exchanging pleasantries there with Andy Gorham. Really thought Gorham should have done more to help him there.
I think he's asking just a little bit much of Andy Gorham there. Look at those fans, they've come here to celebrate, and they haven't had an awful lot of excitement for them today, but they're prepared to show the team how much they want them to do well.
There's Robertson. Blocked by McLaren. A defiant show of the Hearts supporters with the flags, the scars waving. The spike being down by 3-0. Here's Johnston. The block was made by Robertson. Well, and Johnston, just about as skillful a player as there is in the country at the moment, with the ball at his feet attacking a defender like that. Goes both ways with such ease. Great sleight of foot. Gordon Robertson maybe reflecting this could be the last chance for a cup winners medal. Gorham with a punch. Not quite what Durie intended, but it's effective. Durie against Mackay. 4 against 2. Here's Laudrup. This could be the 4. Gascoigne. Great block by Rousset. Excellent goalkeeping. But every attack from Rangers now carries menace.
Well, they're breaking it well here, aren't they? And really, you know, I'm surprised Michael Laudrup delivers so many good passes. That one just overhit it just a little bit. And all credit to Busso. Good save.
Or even his brother Brian. So linesman flagging in the far side. That's Jim McBurney from Dundee. It's his last match. And the senior official retires on the age rule after the match. There he is, giving his instructions to Laudrup. Calling over referee Dallas. Just making sure the players retreat the full 10 yards. There's Paul Gascoigne. Easy catch for Rousset. Well, I reckon he may play in his career and never make another mistake like that, Billy. Lost the second goal.
Yeah, that's the problem with being a goalkeeper. You make mistakes like that, and it's highlighted so much, particularly in the cup final. But he's been a tremendous signing for Hearts, and I really think an awful lot of their rise to what they have achieved this season has been down to the fact that he's been so stable at the back.
Gascoigne and Laudrup doing a bit of showboating here. That's for Durie, but Rousset again will win that. Well, private little bet going on between Durie and Gascoigne about who'll score most goals in the season. Durie looks to have the edge now. 21 the total against 19 for Gascoigne. There's Alan Johnston. Back with Fulton. Brown at full stretch. McCall. This is Durie. Pass has been played with such accuracy now. That's Gascoigne to Laudrup. Set up for Brown. Well, they could have had a goal first time there. They regret that now. Laudrup's back heeler intended for Brown again. Well, they're playing a game in exhibition style now. Well, I realise it's just party time now for Rangers. You know, they've had so much control of the game this second half. They've got the goals that were important, and really they're so confident and playing so well. David Robertson, across it comes to McLaren. Gascoigne. Free kick it was, taken very quickly. Robertson was doing the holding. Laudrup to Durie. Alan Johnston, the man making a tackle on Durie, perhaps. Gascoigne, back it goes towards Durie. McManus's clearance. Well, Rangers are really toying with Hearts now. And it really is important for Hearts to retain the discipline, because I can imagine one or two players getting a little bit uptight about this in the maroon colours. There's some very proud players playing for Hearts this afternoon. They won't like this one bit. Pointon. Bolton's pass. Cahoon. Robertson. Cahoon again. Good build-up play from Hearts. Lawrence back to Fulton. Shooting chance perhaps. Not going right for Fulton. Started out with a very promising man with you at Celtic, Billy.
Yeah, he is a talented player, and really I think that I always felt he had much more to achieve than what he has achieved. And, you know, perhaps he just lacks that little bit of confidence and belief in his own ability, but he really has. He had the ability as a young man to be a really outstanding player.
Durie took a knock there, and the challenge with McPherson. It's back with McManus. Johnston looking for Robertson. And Goff taking no chances there. Well, perhaps didn't hear anything coming from Andy Gordon. So Hearts now looking for what I think is only a consolation now. Here's John Robertson with a corner. There's McPherson. Over the ball. Well, the Hearts bench below, as I can tell you, a resigned look about Jim Jeffries and Billy Brown and Paul Hegarty. Not much they can say now. There's no further exhortations I think they can offer to make any difference to the run of this game.
I think the worry for Jim Jeffries now is, you know, obviously a series team.
There's a goal. There's the consolation. John Cahoon with a thundering drive, catching out Andy Gordon. Well, the goal accepted in quiet fashion by Cahoon, but what a good hit this is.
The Rangers are just a little bit careless here, a little bit casual. But what a strike with John Cahoon. Might give some fire to the rest of the game, because it gives Hearts that little bit of credibility back. And I think that's what at this stage, just before the goal, I think Jim Jeffries would be pleased that not to lose any further, because I think his credibility was going to get knocked there. But the goal has now given him a chance to get something back from it.
John Cahoon with his 7th goal of the season. The goal coming 14 minutes from the end. Well, Alan Johnston has gone down after the clash with Gascoigne, who wants to conduct a discussion with Alan McManus on the way back. Here's Cahoon. Is there to be a twist here? Could Hearts get another? McLaren did well with the tackle. This is McCall. Will that sting Rangers, I wonder? There goes Durie using his pace. Holding off McManus. Surely, was he pulled down? McCall with a shot. goal again for Hearts came from this very well set up throw-in.
Yeah, it's well set up, but really a bit of carelessness. And I think Rangers were just that little bit casual there. But this was almost another goal for Rangers. Good running by Durie. Just thought at last minute, and Stuart McCall knocks it past.
And some request for a penalty there when Durie went down under pressure from McManus. I wonder also if that goal was slightly deflected, seeing it again from behind the goal. Here's Cahoon. Obstruction. Well, the offender there was Ian Ferguson. Jim Jeffries has come to life again, sensing that another goal now can make such a difference. Gordon makes the catch. Other arguments going on in the field. Ian Ferguson and John Brown not too pleased with each other. Alan McLaren intervening. Durie on his own again against McManus. Needs some help now. Laudrup provides it. Well, two good saves by Rousset from Laudrup. Well, delightful play again from the Dane, but Rousset equal to the task.
It's tremendous attacking play once again by Laudrup. But all credit to the goalkeeper. Blocks the first one, blocks the second one, and really did well for his team there.
Well, Jim Jeffries has lost that resigned look he had a few minutes ago. That goal has changed things. Here's McCall. Robertson towards Laudrup. He's on against McManus. He's still on his feet. And this is Durie. Surely the fourth. It looks so easy. No answer from Hearts. And great work again in the build-up by Brian Laudrup. He's been involved in all the goals this afternoon.
He certainly had to fight hard to recover the ball there, but this is what he does so well. He sizes the situation up, sees Gordon Durie in position, gives him it, and this time Durie doesn't make any mistakes at all. But you know what an effect this pairing has had on the game. They've been tremendous as a front partnership.
No cover there at all. Durie all the time in the world. Rousset was committed. Durie gets his 22nd of the season. And that's very impressive because over the whole piece he's only started 29 matches. 10 substitute appearances, 29 starts, 22 goals. That's extremely impressive. McPherson's pass. This is Robertson. Almost looks as though Hearts made Rangers angry there for a moment. Johnston now to McPherson. Fouled by Brown. So Hearts with a free kick, which Steve Fulton will take. The wall has to retreat, the two-man wall. If indeed it is to be a wall, no, just one there. Turned back in dangerously by Lawrence. That was good play, and Rangers thought the ball had crossed the line. Queuing to the linesman in vain. Goal kick was given. Moyton thought it should have been a corner.
You know, Laudrup's had to fight so hard for that ball, but good refereeing. He's up with play. He waves play on, but there you are. Laudrup says, go on in, Gordon Durie, make a meal of this, and there you are. He does well. Takes it past the goalkeeper, makes it. But this man's been brilliant.
And the man of the match, the Tennent's man of the match, Brian Laudrup. No surprise in that. Masterly performance from the Danish international. Scored 2, made 2, and he's tortured this Hearts defence all afternoon. John Robertson still giving all he can to the game, complaining to the referee. Rangers have possession again. Well, I think when we look back in the game, and when Hearts look back in the game, they'll look in the moment
when Gary Locke twisted his knee as being utterly crucial to the way the game ran. Forced them to make changes they certainly didn't want to make. Decision goes Hart's way. Here's Fulton. Trying to find space for the cross. Touched on by Lawrence, that'll be a goal kick. Well, dejection there in the face of Lawrence. He's worked so hard since coming on early on to replace Gary Locke. There's the captain of Hearts, looking forward so much to his big cup final day. It lasted a little more than 6 minutes. Back to Brown. The highest scoring final of recent times was the Motherwell Dundee United match of 1991, 4-3 after extra time to Motherwell. And goals have been rather at a premium since then in finals. That's all changed this afternoon, and may yet be more to come. Gascoigne. Well read by Mackay, the little flick from Ferguson. Shooting chance on. And the positioning of Goro made that look easy. Target for that ball was Gascoigne. Ritchie will get there first. Well, that was a strange attempt by Gascoigne. Getting to the ball in all the circumstances. Did himself some damage too, and that will be a bit of a worry from England point of view. Determined play there by Richard Gough. Cole couldn't get there. Here's Johnston now. Robertson goes to the right. McPherson. Well, the former Rangers player slicing that well wide. Disappointment for him. Alan Johnston hasn't quite had the opportunity this afternoon, except in flashes to show his remarkable close control. Well, Gascoigne's been in the wars. He's not looking too fit at the moment. Combination of a few knocks and a bit of fatigue. And here's Laudrup. Durie's inside, looking for his hat-trick. Measured for Durie. 5-1 to Rangers. Laudrup the provider, Durie the finisher. Well, the face lights up. Rangers manager. He knows that the season is ending on the highest of notes. Magnificent play from Rangers. It's that combination again, isn't it? But, you know, Laudrup does so well, but Durie really breaks his back to get up here, and Laudrup once again just delivers that ball perfectly in the middle. Thank you very much there, it's in the net. Well, Laudrup looks up here, sees exactly where Durie is, and lays this on a plate for him. And Durie knew all the time there's only one place that would finish. Well, in the meantime, Richard Gough has gone to the bench and suggested to Walter Smith, I think, that he takes Paul Gascoigne off, because he's certainly not running freely. Little reason to keep him on in these circumstances. Headed away by Brown. McCall. Laudrup. Robertson goes ahead. Anything could happen now every time Rangers come forward. A goal opportunity coming up. Back it goes to McLaren. And the changes to be made. Paul Gascoigne is being withdrawn.
We'll have to wait till the play stops. And Brown still so determined, taking a heavy one in the end. A free kick to Rangers. Substitution will be made now. No, it's not Gascoigne. It is Ian Ferguson coming off and Ian Durant coming on. I suspect that Gascoigne indicated he didn't want to leave the field early. So Ian Durant comes on. An excellent servant to Rangers, hasn't had too much first team involvement this season. Can enjoy the last few minutes of the final. Here he is involved straight away. Back now with McCall. So Durant just out for a little bit of a warm-up really in the closing minutes. So here's Ritchie to Poynton. Goff's header out. McCall now to Gascoigne. Good play again from Gascoigne. McCall picks out Robertson. Looking for Durie, I think. McCall wins it back. This is Durant. Well, that would have been some introduction to the game. And goal so quickly, but Rousset made a good save.
This is a worrying thing for Hearts, because even though the score is as the game's almost finished, Rangers still seem so sharp and so determined to get more from it. McLaren at full stretch here against Cahoon. Cahoon took a knock there against his old teammate. This is Poynton. Robertson free on the left. Lawrence waits in the middle for the pass. Coulton also arriving. So Rangers come forward again. It really has been an outstanding performance, Billy. How would you rate that in terms of cup final performances? Well, really, Rangers have performed so well, so perfectly. They've been creative from midfield, but more importantly, they've been explosive up front, and that's what's counted in. They won this game in a canter.
Brian Laudrup, the Tenants man of the match. There could be a little argument about that. He scored 2, he made 3, he performed superbly, and Rangers have won the Tenants Scottish Cup. Durie was a hero with a hat-trick, linking superbly with Laudrup. These two appear to have a splendid understanding. He enjoyed the freedom to run and use his running power and strength. Richard Goff expresses his appreciation. The double has been won again by Walter Smith. Durie takes the congratulations of his manager. He goes to his captain. Oh, the Rangers fans now savouring yet another triumph. So the celebrations will go on for a long time here, but the final score, a sorry one for Hearts. Hearts 1, Rangers 5. And Gordon Durie with that amazing record, only 29 starts of the season, 23 goals from that. And with the European Championships coming up, Billy, looks like good news for Scotland.
Well, certainly we could do with that type of performance in the international sense, and really he played so well up front, and he played like the type of player you would want in an international game, because he wasn't a true centre forward. He played away from the areas, but prepared to run in behind defenders, and really had a great game.
And down below is there, he's delivering his with Walter Smith. Well, she was, he will be very shortly, and she's arrived there to speak to Walter Smith, the Rangers manager.
Walter, congratulations, you've done the double, and in the end more comfortable than you could have imagined.
Well, I think the second goal maybe made the difference in the game for us, and from then on we were always liable to catch Hearts in the breakaway, and I'm very pleased for the boys, because every time there's been a challenge they've matched it, and a terrific achievement by them again.
Hat-trick from Gordon Durie, it bodes well for Scotland, of course, too.
Well, that's it. He's been playing really well for us, and you know, his goals were terrific there. Good build-up. Brian Laudrup involved in everything as well, so pleasing performance from our boys.
Once again, he proved, Brian Laudrup, that he's the man for the big occasion.
Well, he's been a terrific player at the time he's been at Rangers, and we're delighted to have him, and if he keeps turning in performances like that, long may last.
You look ahead to next season, Walter, you're going for 9 championships in a row. How many more new players can we expect at Ibrox?
Hazel, I'm just happy that we've won the cup again and won a double. We've got a few weeks now to think about next season, so we'll do that then, but we'll go and celebrate tonight.
Hope you have a good time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the disconsolate Hearts players go through, collecting their runners-up medals. Well, they came here with very high hopes indeed. They didn't materialise. As Walter Smith said, the second goal in 49 minutes. Given away by this man, Gilles Rousset, so frequently a hero for Hearts. But that was the second and crunch goal, I think. Pasquale Bruno still manages a smile going through. The SFA president, Bill Dickey, there with Michael Forsyth, the Secretary of State, beside him. So the Rangers players will wait the moment when they're called up for the medals. And Gary Locke has managed to collect his medal, clearly in some distress. Another crucial moment in the match, the loss of the captain. Well, Paul Gascoigne produced some marvellous play, especially in the first half again this afternoon.
He really is an amazing player, isn't he? And he and Laudrup have been absolute stars for Rangers this season. In many games that were very important, they were the ones that carried Rangers through. And certainly in this game, Laudrup's display was absolutely brilliant.
So the big moment still awaited when Richard Gough leads Rangers up to collect the Tennant Scottish Cup. Match officials come up. Hugh Dallas from Motherwell, who handled the game very strictly and very efficiently. Bobby Orr, FIFA linesman from Kilbarchan. Jim McBurney, his last match as a senior official. And same applies to Louis Thur, the fourth official. So the Hearts players go to their fans. They've given them a lot to enjoy this season. Well, the day fell apart for them, rather. They still have given a lot of satisfaction, a lot of hope for the future to these Hearts supporters. So many young men in the side. So there is the Scottish Cup bedecked in red, white and blue as Richard Gough appears. They hold it aloft. His third winner's medal. The double has been completed once again. Andy Gorham, his third winner's medal also. And for David Robertson, the fourth time he's been up there, once with Aberdeen. The handshakes along the line here. Totally convincing Rangers performance. They started calmly and cautiously. They built up as the game went on, took the lead in 37 minutes through Brian Laudrup after wonderful service from Gordon Durie. And from the moment Gilles Rousset allowed that ball to slip under his body in 49 minutes, the result was never in doubt. Ian Ferguson scored the winner in 1987 for St Mirren. Laudrup gets his first winner's medal. Eric Bo Anderson, who wasn't involved. Eric Clellan is a winner for Dundee United 2 years ago. Gascoigne completes the double, FA Cup and Scottish Cup. Goran Petric goes 3-1 with Dundee United also. John Brown, third winner's medal. McCall also worked like a coaching again in midfield. And Alan McLaren collects his first winner's medal. And he'll have some thoughts later on the route for his former Hearts colleagues. The goal-scoring hero was Gordon Durie. A cup final hat-trick. A moment to be remembered throughout his career. And Walter Smith looks on with calm satisfaction as his player collects their medals. Oh, the players will reappear to a tumultuous reception again. Oh, it's slippy down there, obviously.
The photographers gather round the Rangers team now. Well, the photographs now being lined up. Sponsors, tenants looking for the team. Gather round the banner there. Scottish Cup winners, the tenants Scottish Cup winners of 1996. First time the Rangers side has worn their new kit to play the play. Well, there's the story. The Scottish tenants Scottish Cup winners. Gascoigne enjoyed himself hugely, forgetting for the moment his England teammates playing Hungary at Wembley this afternoon. So now it will be the lap of honour to the Rangers supporters that will go. Well, the hat's there, giving honour to Paul Gascoigne. Well, who would have believed it, Billy? A 5-1 victory in the Cup Final. Lots of folk tipping Hearts.
Well, that's right, and you know, really we thought this was going to be a real game and a real competitive one. But I think Gary Locke's injury swelled in the game, plus the fact the absence of another defensively minded player on the bench for Hearts, I think that was a difficulty. But, you know, you've now got 3 subs. A lot of people say it's wise to put an additional goalkeeper in, but every now and then I think you've got to have someone who can maybe combine the defensive duties, and that was the thing at the end of the day that made it very difficult for Hearts, because they replaced Gary Locke really with young Alan Johnson, asked them to do a holding job in Gascoigne. That's difficult enough for a real quality defender. For an attack-minded player like Alan Johnson was far too much, and really bit by bit Rangers' ascendance just became apart. And really, if you think about it, just before half-time, Hearts did go off the hook a bit when Durie missed that chance. But the second half was just a one-way possession, and really at the end of the day, the 5-1 really does flatter the Hearts' performance in that second half, because Rangers could have scored at will.
Yes, indeed, for a long time a real drubbing looked to be on the cards. 5-1, I suppose you would call a real drubbing, but it could have been worse. Every Ranger attack in the second half carrying menace and goal chances appearing all the time. Let's hope there's no damage done to the confidence of these young Hearts players. Alan McManus and Paul Ritchie, Alan Johnston, Gary Locke appearing in the first major final and on the end of a hiding.
Well, that's something that I certainly hope as well, because they are very talented young players. Obviously, you would like to think they've got a big future in the game, because it's important that we have good teams like Hearts to develop and to challenge Celtic and Rangers, because next year, you know, obviously Rangers have finished this season saying to everyone, including Celtic, hey, we're at the top of the pile and you've all got an awful lot to do to challenge us.
The tennis man of the match was Brian Laudrup.
Brian, a double to win the double.
You see these fans just want to win, you know, and we've done it today, and hopefully we can be successful in the years to come.
The second one was a bit of a gift for you. You must feel some sympathy for Gilles.
Oh, I have. That's, you know, these things which happens in a game like that, but I felt we needed a second goal. We got that, and finally won the game comfortably.
I know that Peter Schmeichel won the double in England. You can go to Euro 96 on an equal footing now.
I will be very difficult to stop now, I think.
Congratulations. Paul, you've got a Scottish Cup winners medal. Is your mum going to get hold of this one?
No. So they've one little look at it through a cabinet and that's it. I'll show the one in the trophy room, so we won't get a look at this. But no, great. Brian Laudrup, outstanding, out of this world. Gordon Durie, fantastic. Brilliant. Credit to the lads this time, not me.
Is it beyond your expectations in your first season, Paul, a double?
I don't know, the lads have been doing it for 8 years, just about. It's just nice to be amongst them this time.
Looking forward to seeing it Euro 96 and perhaps scoring against some of these lads.
I don't know, they seem to be celebrating quite well, so I'll take it easy maybe.
Okay. All the best, Paul, thanks.
So Brian Laudrup and Paul Gascoigne reflecting their satisfaction at the performance this afternoon.
And the Rangers supporters all staying here to savour yet another triumph under Walter Smith. Really has an amazing record in management. It may be that there is a big budget to spend, but it has to be spent wisely, Billy. Well, I mean, it's amazing that Walter's been knocked. He's been criticised. You know, his record stands for itself. And really, I think his tactical aspect today was good as well, because he didn't go headstrong at Hearts. He played it nice and tight at the back. He made sure they weren't going to lose anything early, and just allowed his players to develop once they had the confidence to go forward. And once they got that first goal, then it was, there really only one winners. But all credit to him. It's a tremendous record that he's got, and who would dare criticise it? And the Rangers captain, Richard Goff.
No problem, Richard. Richard, that's about the 12th time you've lifted a trophy as Rangers captain. I guess the feeling gets better and better.
I can't describe it. Fantastic support again, once again, you know. But it gets better every time for me. I mean, I don't know how many more of these occasions I've got left, but I'm just savouring every moment of it.
In the end, far more comfortable than I think you could have imagined.
Yes, I thought so, but we played well with it, you know. And we took our chances, we were quite clinical. But he said, to be fair, if it wasn't for Rousset, it could have been a lot more.
Yes! Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, the occasion gets better and better, he says. And that's certainly the case by the look of these Rangers players. Hat-trick hero was Gordon Durie.
Gordon, you were looking to make it third time lucky, and you couldn't have asked for anything better.
As you say, the third cup final, Hazel, I couldn't ask for any more.
And you're running into terrific form for Euro 96 now.
Well, that's nice. As you say, I'm happy with things finished out the season, and this just caps everything off for me.
Obviously, you had a layoff in the middle of the season. Did that break do you some good?
I think in hindsight it did. I had 6 weeks off my head and whatever, and I think I feel fresher now at the end of the season than I ever have.
Obviously, you've got to play against a certain Mr Gascoigne at Wembley. You'll be hoping to put one over on him.
Certainly looking forward to that one, Hazel, and it's certainly one we've got to watch with the performances he showed against the other teams this year.
And of course, the future's bright. You'll be looking forward to trying to go for 9 in a row next season.
Well, let's enjoy ourselves today, Hazel, and we'll look forward to next season again.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Marvellous performance from Gordon Durie. His finishing grade was there. He had one good chance missed just on half-time, but that was counteracted by the error by Gilles Rousset in 49 minutes, allowing Brian Laudrup to make it 2-0 to Rangers, and that ended the Hearts' hopes. So they're clustered round Brian Laudrup down below us. Interviews, photographers, the man of the moment, the hats, the headgear becoming even more extreme as the celebrations go on. And they're down there talking to and sharing the moment with the disabled fans. Always a very happy aspect of the occasion. So the Tennant Scottish Cup has been won in the most convincing fashion by Rangers, led by a virtuoso performance from Brian Laudrup, who scored twice and laid on 3 for Gordon Durie. Rangers, outstanding winners.
Yes, and it's good to see that grand old cup final tradition of players wearing daft hats in the lap of honour is very much alive and well. 5-1 it finishes to Rangers. You can't get a more comprehensive victory. Well, in fact, that's the most comprehensive since 1972 when Celtic beat Hibs 6-1. Dixie Dean scored a hat-trick then. Gordon Durie did the same today. And I think we've seen, Willie, one of the great individual cup final performances, haven't we?
Yeah, I felt it was a super performance from Rangers throughout their team. They were good in every position. They were very good in certain positions, but they were out of this world with Brian Laudrup. I thought his performance today was sensational. Gordon Durie, I felt in the second half, had a tremendous second half. You know, we're getting a wee bit critical with him at half-time, and Eamon actually doubted his credibility in terms of scoring goals. He went out in the second half. Not only did he score goals, but he brought other players into play. His touch was excellent, his movement was great. And between him and Laudrup, they really carved Hearts apart in the second half.
Yeah. How did you know him? And you said that. He said he'll probably get in the second half and score a hat-trick, and he did.
Yeah, that's right. That was a prediction I didn't really want to come true, but I think you would have got a few bob in that, actually, and if you'd baked a bet. But let's pay tribute to Rangers first of all. Laudrup and Durie in the second half were just fantastic. And Laudrup, I mean, it was like a hot knife through butter in the second half through the Hearts defence. It really was frightening the way he took players on, beat them at will, set up chance after chance after chance. And OK, the mistake by Rusey certainly set the ball rolling, but you've got to pay credit to these two players. The Rangers team were very, very strong in all departments, and you just felt that Hearts really didn't get going at all. And I think if you're a Hearts player, you can't really complain too much if that happens. I think it's a far more bitter feeling that if you lose, say, a goal in the last minute through a controversial penalty or something like that. Over the 90 minutes, Rangers were the better team, and I think the Hearts players would just have to hold their hand up and say that was the case.
Yes, and perhaps you were relieved that the scoreline wasn't 2-1 in the end, because it really was an awful howler to let in that Brian Laudrup goal, which made it 2-1 just 4 minutes into the second half. Sadly, he made a mistake in the semi-final as well, Willie, against Aberdeen, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. They got away with it this time, but as Brian Laudrup says, Rangers needed the second goal. You know, and really, you can't do that in cup finals. It's so vital, so important that you've got someone really reliable at the back. And, you know, from that point onwards, Rangers really dominated and took the game by the scruff of the neck. You know, Laudrup obviously showing good skill out there, but he would have been disappointed with the cross, and really, you know, Rusey should do better there. You know, he's got to save that one.
And it's almost reminiscent of Kenny Dalglish's famous goal through Ray Clements' legs, isn't it? And so ironic, Eamon, because as we said before the game, he's had an outstanding season for him.
He has. I mean, talking to Hearts supporters who are going to the games week in, week out, I mean, he really became a hero, a cult hero with them. He's just been so good. I mean, that's something you wouldn't do in training. You know, year after year after year, you just don't see that happening, and unfortunately it waited until the cup final for it to happen, you know.
And that made it 2-0, and then came the Gordon Durie goal, which in fact made it 3-0. But again, Brian Laudrup created every single goal, scored 2, made the other 3. Now that's some performance, Willie, isn't it?
It is. There's no doubting about his creativity and how he can manage to produce these performances. Sometimes in front of goal, though, I still feel that he could score more goals if he would have a go himself.
Well, they tried to set up Gascoigne for one today, and we all said he should have taken it himself, didn't we?
He should have. He'd scored 2 goals. You would think any player out there would want to score a hat-trick in a cup final. He gets himself into a position where really he should have a go at goals, but he wants to set Gascoigne up. Perhaps, you know, you're really being overcritical, because he's a fantastic player.
Here's the goal that made it 3-0, in fact, made by Laudrup, scored by Durie, the first of the hat-trick. What about this one, Eamon?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic goal. I mean, it's goal of the season stuff. It's all one touch, out to Laudrup, and again, looks up, ball in, Gordon Durie, sorry, flicked with outside of his right foot. Terrific goal from start to finish.
And all one-touch stuff, as you say. And at that stage, well, I think the cup was won, wasn't it, when it went to 3-0. And even at that stage, at 2-0, you felt if Hearts got a goal back, they had a chance with it, but they never really looked like producing it, did they?
No, they didn't. And, you know, this sort of a play is what Rangers produced in the second half. But again, Durie really setting the play up onto Laudrup, and then it's played into the box, and Durie there to finish. But a really super performance by them, and some, you know, 2 individual performances that certainly, it was a pleasure for me to be here to watch, because it really was that good.
It was, yeah. And Gordon Durie, as Jock was pointing out, has scored 23 goals in something like 29 appearances, having missed a lot of the season through injury.
Well,
that's
right.
Quite a strike rate, isn't it?
It's a fantastic strike rate. I mean, they scored the 3rd goal, and really they started to play some exhibition football, Rangers. Football that you've possibly never seen in a cup final for years. Well, I've never seen in a cup final. Keeping the ball up, flicking it through legs, back heel. And, you know, it was one of those, you know, as a Hearts supporter, I suppose I was thinking, oh, just finish the game, you know, finish it off. But then, you know, Hearts got a goal back, and there was a slight glimmer. Of course, then Rangers stepped up a gear again.
Yeah, let's see John Cahoon's goal then. Just perhaps the hint of a deflection about it, but it was a good shot, Willie, obviously.
It was a good strike, and watching it afterwards, we did think that there was a deflection, but, you know, it's a good throw-in. It's thrown in, it's laid back to John to have the strike at goal. And it's a very difficult angle he's having the strike from. But obviously they've worked at it in training, and you know, Poynton, who can certainly throw them long, throws it in, and it's just laid off for John to have a strike. Yeah, and I think it just takes a slight deflection, but even if it hadn't taken a deflection, I think Andy Gorham would have been Hart pushed to get anything on that at all. So it's a very good goal from Hart's point of view. It gave them a lift at the time, although you were always a bit concerned that if they were going to throw players forward, throw too many players forward, that Rangers had the capability of hitting them in the break, and that's the way it worked out.
Yeah, to be fair, I suppose Rangers were getting a little bit casual at the back by that stage. As you say, it was exhibition stuff, and Hearts might have got a...
They did, and that basically snapped Rangers out of it. I mean, they then went up the park and scored, but I mean, they had played some fantastic football, Rangers, and they just dominated the game so much. And Hearts went to a 4-4-2. They took Bruno off, and they really went for it a little bit, and it just didn't happen. And there wasn't a 5 or a 10-minute period of pressure where you think, well, Hearts could come back into this game. Rangers dominated the game, and really, if you look at, you know, they talk about 9 in a row for next year. I mean, the way they're playing there just now, and the players they have, I mean, you honestly can't see Celtic stopping them at all, and I think Celtic or anyone,
The fourth goal, again, it was a Laudrup-Durie combination. Laudrup made it, Durie scored it, and here's how it looked.
Again, Laudrup with his pace, getting in behind the defender. Alan McManus, a rather desperate tackle, and across the face they go. You think he would have hit it first time there, but rather casually takes it round the goalie and sticks it away. It was a great finish.
Yes, it's good from a Scottish point of view, because we're obviously struggling for strikers for Euro 96, Willie, and we've got one in form, hopefully.
Yeah, he certainly was in form today, and I was really impressed in his second half performance, not just with his strike rate and scoring the goals, but also he's playing and linking with Laudrup in particular. But it's a great way to pass from Laudrup, just right into the pass.
Yeah. That's one of his great strengths, Willie, isn't it? The weight of pass at Laudrup.
It is. I mean, he's got great balance here. He's being wrestled almost to the ground, but he keeps his balance. The head's always up. He's running with the ball at pace, but the head's up. He's looking for the pass, right into the pass of Durie. Durie does well, because if he'd have hit it first time, then perhaps Rousset would have got it, but he checks inside and finishes it.
Yeah, it seemed that the two youngsters, Richie and McManus, once Bruno had gone off and they'd gone to the flat back four, had looked almost demoralised by what was happening.
Yeah, but it was hard for them. I mean, the game was lost effectively, and Rangers were knocking the ball about so well, and really, I mean, if you're a Hearts player out there, you just wanted the final whistle to come along. And that's a disappointing part of it. I think when they analyse the game, you know, tomorrow, the next day, when they're looking back on it, they'll think, well, we should have done better. I don't think really any Hearts player played to his full potential. There was one or two that got past marks, but most of them were rather subdued, and possibly the young ones were caught up in the atmosphere of the final. They'd never been to a final before, and it all proved a bit too much. But look on the positive side, they've made Europe. They've had the experience of a cup final, and they've got to take it on from there.
And hopefully we'll be a better team for the rather chastening experience of losing 5-1. But let's see the goal which gave Gordon Durie his hat-trick. As we said, the first in a Scottish Cup final for 24 years, since Dixie Deans did it in 1972. And in the end, a fairly simple goal, I suppose.
Yes, it is. It's just once again Laudrup going down the right-hand side of the park, but again he's got the head up, he's looking all the time. Durie making the late run into the box and finishing it off. It is another example of how well on the day both of these players worked together, and Walter Smith obviously delighted with that one, and so he should be, because his team performance overall was great, and that was one of the highlights of it. But really Laudrup, you know, we can't, you run out of words to describe the player. He is so good, and he just lifts this ball up. He knows Durie's there, but it's an inch perfect. I mean, Gordon Durie doesn't have to break his stride at all, right onto his head, and really can't miss that one.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, let's hear from the disappointed, I'm sure, beaten Hearts manager Jim Jeffries. He's with his 11.
Jim, you've still got a smile on your face, very many commiserations. It all went wrong when Gary Locke was taken off in the early stages.
Well, obviously we didn't start the game too well, and that was a bit of a blow to lose Gary, because we have to then change things that we would be preparing for. But you know, we probably had our best spell of the game when Rangers went up and scored the first goal, and to go into half time the game's still alive. But you can't legislate for what happened. I mean, Gilles Rousset's been magnificent all season, and had pulled off a couple of good saves today, but you know, it's just one of them. I bet he wished the ground would just swallow him up. But
how is he, Jim?
He's a bit distraught. He's a big honest guy and everything like that. But I mean, what was disappointing was that we know that was a big, you know, that let Rangers relax, and you know what you have to do here is you've got to play really well. We said before the game, if we play well, we're having a chance, and you've got to do that, especially when we're in the mood, because I thought Rangers were really up for it today. And you know, once they got the second one and then the third one, we did well to get back into the, you know, get a goal, put them a bit of respect. But we just seemed to lose our concentration and our shape, and there were some times we were left with too many attackers against the defenders because we were trying to get back in the game. But you know, we just seem to have lost it there, and we could have lost more. We have to be honest about it. But you know, as I say, we needed to play well. We thought if we did play well, we'd be on a chance, but we didn't play well, and the Rangers did, and we got punished for it. We got punished severely. So, you know, they're great players, and as I say, they played well today, and you've got to be up for it to match them. So we've enjoyed it, and there are a lot of young boys there, and they'll enjoy the experience, and we'll try and get back next year and put a better show on.
Well, I hope you do, Jim, because clearly it has been a wonderful season for you in many respects. You're well up there in the league, you're already in Europe, and we look forward to seeing your performances there next season. Commiserations today, and hope it goes well for you next season.
Thanks, Susan.
Yes, Jim Jeffries trying very hard to put a brave face on that 5-1 defeat here at Hampden today. Rangers once again have done the double, and the gulf which is opening up clearly between Rangers and the rest of Scottish football perhaps is worrying to some people, and it's very clear now just exactly what Hearts and Aberdeen and Celtic and anyone else with aspirations to prevent Rangers winning 9 in a row have got to do. Now let me give you one or two details before we leave. The man of the match, of course, was Brian Laudrup. Who else made 3 and scored 2, and the winner of the competition was William Lavery. Of the many who predicted Brian Laudrup would be the man of the match, William Lavery is the one who wins those 2 tickets for the England-Scotland game during Euro 96 at Wembley 4 weeks from today, which of course you can see live and uninterrupted here on BBC television. So congratulations to William, and go enjoy the game at Wembley. Don't forget that we'll be back tonight at 11:20. Rob McLean with Sports Scene The Road to Hampden. Highlights of today's Tennant Scottish Cup Final, and also highlights of England against Hungary, the match played this afternoon at Wembley. I can give you the score there, incidentally. It finished England 3, Hungary 0. So highlights of those 2 matches, 11:20, BBC Scotland on 1. Before that, in fact, at around 5:50 tonight, for those of you interested in golf, the highlights of day 3 of the Benson and Hedges International from the Oxfordshire, with Colin Montgomery, of course, going into the 3rd round, just 1 off the lead. So some golf coming up at 10 to 6. That's about it from us for today. Many thanks indeed to our guests, Willie Miller and Eamon Bannon, who have enjoyed the most comprehensive Scottish Cup final victory for 24 years. Rangers 5, Heart of Midlothian 1, a hat-trick for Gordon Durie, Brian Laudrup the man of the match. The Rangers fans go home happy. They've done the double again. From all of us here at Hampden, thanks for being with us. Goodbye for now.